President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Director General of the United Nations Office at Geneva, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege and a great honor for me to open the 46th session of the Human Rights Council. The first regular session of the year is in many ways the main session of this Council, which in its turn is the most important forum of the United Nations human rights pillar. And this 46th session is particularly special as the first almost entirely virtual regular session of the Council. By continuing to meet at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic shows no signs of abating, the Human Rights Council fulfills the collective responsibility to continue upholding human rights standards and to respond to the human rights challenges exacerbated by times of crisis. We will begin the session by listening to statements by the President of the 75th session of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkir, the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. António Guterres, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Michelle Bachelet, and the Federal Councillor and Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland, His Excellency Mr. Ignacio Cassis, representing the host country. I wish to take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all delegations and other stakeholders who are participating in this session of the Council. Due to the prevailing sanitary conditions and the extraordinary modalities for this session, the 15 LDC's SIDS selected beneficiary delegates, supported by the LDC's SIDS Trust Fund, are not able to participate in this session in person. However, 2 virtual induction sessions on the Council's work were organized with simultaneous interpretation on the 15th and 16th of February to ensure that they receive timely information to engage with the Council ahead of this session. Over 65 government officials, mostly capital-based, from 26 LDC's SIDS, including 4 without a permanent mission in Geneva, attended the induction sessions. We are looking forward to their active virtual participation during this 46th session. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, before I give the floor to today's high-level speakers, let us turn our attention to the proposed extraordinary modalities for this session. As announced at the organizational meeting on 8th February, the Bureau has recommended that the extraordinary modalities for participation in the 46th session would be similar to those applied during the 36th and 37th sessions of the UPR Working Group. The minutes of the Bureau meeting of 18th February provided detailed information about the proposed extraordinary modalities to be applied at the 46th session. Allow me to recall the proposed extraordinary modalities for the 46th session as detailed in the annex of the minutes of the Bureau meeting of the 18th of February for consideration by the Council. The number of delegates in the Assembly Hall would be managed in order not to exceed the limit of 5 delegates being present at the same time. The high-level segment of the 46th session would take place virtually, whereby the statements of dignitaries would be delivered by pre-recorded video statements in a similar manner to the high-level segment of the 75th session of the General Assembly. State delegations would be strongly encouraged to send pre-recorded video statements. In the case of interactive dialogues and panel discussions, or when pre-recorded video statements would not be technically possible or could not be submitted within the set deadline, states could alternatively deliver their statements through live link via the Zoom platform. Only those state delegations who are unable to pre-record video messages or participate via Zoom could exceptionally deliver their statements from the Assembly Hall, while also respecting the 5-person limit and in consultation with the HRC Secretariat. Delegations would be able to raise points of order without being in the room by raising their hands in Zoom, which will be recognized by the Secretariat at the podium. The chair would then stop the debate and give the floor through the Zoom platform to the delegation that has raised the point of order. Delegations would be able to exercise their rights of reply remotely, in the same manner as during the 45th regular session. The Secretariat would register the request and inform the representative of the estimated time for the right of reply segment. The representative will then be called upon during the right of reply segment in the order of the requests received. Side events cannot take place inside the Palais des Nations during the 46th session. If NGOs decide to organize virtual events in parallel to the 46th session, information on such events could be listed on the OHCHR Civil Society webpage, along with a statement indicating that the events are not council events and are the sole responsibility of their organizers. Delegations would be invited to organize their informal consultations and group meetings virtually. Delegations needing assistance in setting up virtual informal consultations and group meetings would be invited to contact the relevant focal point within the Council Secretariat. Information on the informal meetings would be included on SCED, including the name of a focal point from one of the main sponsors. The same health and safety measures that were applied during the 45th regular session of the Human Rights Council and the 36th and 37th sessions of the UPR Working Group would continue to be applied in a very strict manner. Additionally, I am also proposing that the Council adopt a decision according to which, given the current exceptional circumstances related to COVID-19, NGOs in consultative status with ECOSOC and national human rights institutions with A status would be invited to submit pre-recorded video statements for general debates, as well as for interactive dialogues, panel discussions, and UPR adoptions during the 46th session, during the period when COVID-19 restrictions prohibit public meetings of more than 5 participants. In order to balance the importance of inclusivity and what is feasible in terms of time and resources, the list of speakers for NGOs for each of the general debates would be set in line with the average number of NGOs that participated in each of the general debates in the previous 3 March sessions of the Council. Moreover, NGOs would be provided the opportunity to indicate their priority when making their registration in order to ensure placement in their preferred general debates. Should the modalities be adopted, this would be referred to as a decision in the report of the session. These extraordinary modalities would apply exclusively to the 46th regular session, during the period when COVID-19 restrictions prohibit public meetings of more than 5 participants and should not serve as a precedent. Concerning the voting process, I understand that this is of great concern to delegations in light of the current situation. Please be assured that the Bureau remains seized of this issue. As you would have seen in the minutes of the Bureau meeting of 18th February, the Secretariat is exploring and testing several options for virtual voting for the 46th session in the event that the current limitations on in-person participation continue through to the 23rd of March. The most suitable options will be presented to the Bureau in the coming days and will thereafter be presented to the Council members for their consideration. I assure you that delegations will be consulted and that no decisions will be taken in this regard without the agreement of this Council. On a final note, as you know, I have held extensive consultations over the past 2 weeks with all regional and other groups, as well as with civil society. During these consultations, a common and recurring concern was expressed by delegations in relation to the lack of real-time interpretation in all 6 languages on the Zoom platform. Subsequent to these consultations, I sent a letter on behalf of the Bureau to the Acting Assistant Secretary General for Information and Communications Technology to request that the United Nations Secretariat allow the Council to use the Zoom platform with the possibility to channel interpretation in all 6 languages as soon as possible. I am extremely pleased to announce that last Friday night I received a response from the Assistant Secretary General, in which he approved our request and exceptionally authorized the use of the Zoom platform to support specifically the Council's 46th session. Indeed, this would mean that all participants and delegations would have access to real-time interpretation in all 6 languages in the Zoom platform. We are extremely pleased with this development, and we will continue our engagement with the respective UNOG officers to ensure that we are able to implement the Zoom platform with interpretation in all 6 languages as soon as practically possible. I continue to ask for your patience and understanding and your continued support for the upcoming session. Are there any delegations wishing to take the floor on the proposed modalities for the 46th session? I see none. Can I take it then that the Council agrees with the proposed modalities? I see no objection. It is so decided. I now move to reprisals. The active participation of representatives of civil society and national human rights institutions in the work of the Human Rights Council is essential to the fulfillment of its mandate. As President of this Council, I can assure you that I will follow up on all allegations brought to my attention of acts of reprisal and intimidation committed against persons in connection to their contribution to the work of the Human Rights Council, its mechanisms and procedures. I call on everyone to take all necessary measures to prevent such acts in the first place and to ensure that they are promptly and seriously addressed in case they were to happen. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor to give the floor to the President of the 75th session of the General Assembly.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you, Madam President, for inviting me to address the Human Rights Council today. I also avail of this opportunity to congratulate you on your election. Having advocated for gender equality, justice and transparency as both a jurist and diplomat, I am sure that you will continue to champion these values throughout your term. I hope that the membership will also look to you to learn more about the experience of Fijians as the climate crisis continues to affect the human rights of people around the world, particularly in small island developing states and least developed countries. Excellencies, 75 years ago, the world experienced devastation which fractured trust between nations. The people of the world were left divided and despondent. However, visionary leaders envisaged a path forward. The penholders of the Charter of the United Nations believed that all was not lost. A multilateral system, supported by robust institutions and underpinned by the protection of and respect for human rights, would benefit all nations in its primary quest for peace and security. Just 3 years later, the General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations. Landmark human rights conventions followed, and the Human Rights Council, a subsidiary body of the General Assembly, was created in 2006. However, the fact remains that although human rights and fundamental freedoms are universal and inherent in every person, in practice they are not universally protected, and perpetrators of human rights abuses are too often not held to account. We have spent decades building a multilateral system strong enough to meet global challenges, but there is more work left to do. This is especially pertinent today, as the COVID-19 pandemic has provided a veil behind which more human rights abuses are being committed. For example, emerging data shows an increase in all forms of violence, and in particular a rise in gender-based violence. Excellencies, from the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Human Rights Council fully implemented its work, one of the few intergovernmental bodies which remained operational by holding regular meetings in hybrid format. I'm proud that both the General Assembly and the Council stepped up to continue its vital work to deliver their mandates at a crucial juncture in history. As I have said before, this pandemic is not just a health crisis, it's also a human rights crisis. It is essential that all responses to the COVID-19 pandemic are centered around human rights and promote the protection of our citizens, including the most vulnerable, who need our care and consideration the most. This includes ensuring the equal and fair distribution of vaccines for all. It is critical that civil society, the private sector, and all stakeholders are facilitated to participate and provide feedback throughout the planning and assessment of responses. Excellencies, we have 9 years left to meet the targets of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Make no mistake, sustainable development and human rights are symbiotic. We simply cannot make gains in one area if we neglect the other. Because to leave no one behind means upholding the rights of everyone, everywhere. As an international gender champion, I firmly believe that progress on SDG 5, gender equality, will create lasting change in society. Gender equality will enable us to implement sustainable development and uphold the rights and dignity of all individuals around the world. I applaud your engagement in the Third Human Rights Council intersessional meeting of the SDGs and human rights held on January 14th. I trust that all organs of the United Nations system took note of the concrete examples of how a rights-based approach will pave the way for a sustainable recovery for all. Indeed, such interactions between the General Assembly, the Economic and Social Council, and the Human Rights Council will serve to benefit all areas of work and make serious gains in this decade of action to implement sustainable development. Excellencies, 3/4 of a century ago, we the peoples entrusted the United Nations to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, and of nations large and small. It is, to be sure, a tall order, but it is a clear directive. It is our duty to fully respect human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law in times of peace, pandemic, conflict, and crisis. To this end, I applaud your practice of special sessions to respond to situations requiring urgent attention, addressing most recently the issue of arbitrary detention and restrictions on the human rights to freedom of association and peaceful assembly. The onus lies on us to create the United Nations we need for the future we want. We need to emulate the ambition shown by those who became before us 3/4 ago of a century. The world needs you to step up and tackle the most difficult human rights crisis facing humanity in all regions. I trust that you will continue to improve inclusion throughout your work on the issues which affect the people we represent here at the United Nations. You can count on the full support of the General Assembly throughout the 46th session of the Human Rights Council. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Distinguished President of the Human Rights Council, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Human rights are our bloodline. They connect us to one another as equals. Human rights are our lifeline. They are the pathway to resolving tensions and forging lasting peace. And human rights are on the front line. They are the building blocks of a world of dignity and opportunity for all, and they are under fire every day. The Human Rights Council is the global locus for tackling the full range of human rights challenges. I thank you for that vital work and welcome the engagement of member states and civil society. 1 year ago, I came before you to launch a call to action for human rights. We named this values-based and dignity-driven appeal the highest aspiration, drawing from the words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights itself. That phrase is a reminder that securing human rights is both essential and a constant work in progress. Gains can be easily undone. Perils can strike in any instant. Mesdames et messieurs, peu de temps après notre rassemblement de l'année dernière, le Covid-19 a déferlé sur la planète. La pandémie a mis en évidence les liens qui unissent notre grande famille humaine, mais aussi ceux qui relient les droits humains dans toute leur diversité, qu'ils soient civils, culturels, économiques, politiques ou sociaux. Le Covid-19 a non seulement creusé les fossés qui nous séparent, aggravé les vulnérabilités et renforcé les inégalités, mais aussi ouvert de nouvelles lignes de faille, y compris en termes de droits humains. Les violations se multiplient pour former un cercle vicieux. Des centaines de millions de familles ont vu leur vie bouleversée par la perte d'un emploi, par l'accumulation des dettes, par l'effondrement des revenus. La pandémie a affecté de manière disproportionnée les femmes, les minorités, les personnes âgées, les personnes en situation de handicap, les réfugiés, les migrants et les peuples autochtones. Des années de progrès en matière d'égalité des genres ont été réduits à néant. Pour la première fois depuis des décennies, l'extrême pauvreté gagne du terrain. La jeunesse souffre. Leur éducation a été interrompue et nombre d'entre eux n'ont qu'un accès limité aux nouvelles technologies. L'incapacité d'assurer un accès équitable aux vaccins représente une nouvelle faille morale. À eux seuls, 10 pays se sont partagés plus de 3/4 des doses de vaccins contre le Covid-19 administrées à ce jour. L'équité en matière de vaccins représente une étape décisive dans la réalisation des droits humains. Le nationalisme vaccinal nous renvoie en arrière. Les vaccins doivent être un bien public mondial, accessible et abordable pour tous. Le virus s'attaque aussi aux droits politiques et civils et ruine davantage encore les espaces civiques d'expression. Brandissant la pandémie comme prétexte, les autorités de certains pays ont pris des mesures de sécurité sévères et adopté des mesures d'urgence pour réprimer les voix dissonantes, abolir les libertés les plus fondamentales, faire taire les médias indépendants et entraver le travail des organisations non gouvernementales. Des défenseurs des droits humains, des journalistes, des avocats, des militants et même des professionnels de la santé ont fait l'objet d'arrestations, de poursuites et de mesures d'intimidation et de surveillance pour avoir critiqué les mesures ou la manque de mesures prises pour faire face à la pandémie. Les restrictions liées à la pandémie servent d'excuse pour miner les processus électoraux, affaiblir les voix des opposants et réprimer les critiques. L'accès à des informations vitales a parfois été entravé, tandis que la désinformation mortelle a été amplifiée y compris par quelques dirigeants. Excellencies, the COVID-19 infodemic has raised alarms more generally about the growing reach of digital platforms and the use and abuse of data. A vast library of information is being assembled about each of us, yet we don't really have the keys to that library. We don't know how this information has been collected, by whom, or for what purposes. That data is being used commercially, for advertising, for marketing, and for beefing up corporate bottom lines. Behavior patterns are being commodified and sold like futures contracts. And this has created new business models and entirely new industries that have contributed to an ever greater concentration of wealth and inequality. Our data is also being used to shape and manipulate our perceptions without our ever realizing it. Governments can exploit that data to control the behavior of their own citizens, violating human rights of individuals or groups. All of this is not science fiction or a forecast of a 22nd century dystopia. It is here and now. And it requires a serious discussion. We have developed a roadmap for digital cooperation to find a way forward. And I urge all member states to place human rights at the center of regulatory frameworks and legislation on the development and use of digital technologies. We need a safe, equitable, and open digital future that does not infringe on privacy or dignity. Excellencies, our human rights call to action is a comprehensive framework to advance our most important work, from sustainable development to climate action, from protecting fundamental freedoms to gender equality, the preservation of civic space, and ensuring that digital technology is a force for good. Today, I come before you with a sense of urgency to do even more to bring our human rights call to action to life. I want to focus on two areas where the imperative for action is great and the scale of the challenge looms large. First, the blight of racism, discrimination, and xenophobia. And second, the most pervasive human rights violation of all, gender inequality. These evils are fed by two of the deepest wells of injustice in our world: the legacy of centuries of colonialism and the persistence across the millennia of patriarchy. The linkages between racism and gender inequality are also unmistakable. Some of the worst impacts of both are in the overlaps and intersections of discrimination suffered by women from racial and ethnic minority groups. Stoking the fires of racism, anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim bigotry, violence against some minority Christian communities, homophobia, xenophobia, and misogyny is nothing new. It has just become more overt, easier to achieve, and globalized. When we allow the denigration of any of us, we set the precedent for the demonization of all of us. Excellencies, the rot of racism eats away at institutions, social structures, and everyday life, sometimes invisibly and insidiously. I welcome the new awakening in the global fight for racial justice, a surge of resistance against being reduced or ignored, often led by women and young people. As they have highlighted, we have a long way to go. I commend the Human Rights Council decision to report on systemic racism, accountability and redress, and responses to peaceful anti-racism protests, and look forward to concrete action. We must also step up the fight against resurgent neo-Nazism, white supremacy, and racially and ethnically motivated terrorism. The danger of these hate-driven movements is growing by the day. Let us call them what they are. White supremacy and neo-Nazi movements are more than domestic terror threats. They are becoming a transnational threat. These and other groups have exploited the pandemic to boost their ranks through social polarization and political and cultural manipulation. Today, these extremist movements represent the #1 internal security threat in several countries. Individuals and groups are engaged in a feeding frenzy of hate, fundraising, recruiting, and communicating online, both at home and overseas, traveling internationally to train together and network their hateful ideologies. Far too often, these hate groups are cheered on by people in positions of responsibility in ways that were considered unimaginable not long ago. We need global coordinated action to defeat this grave and growing danger. Excellencies, we must also place a special focus on safeguarding the rights of minority communities, many of whom are under threat around the world. Minority communities are part of the richness of our cultural and social fabric. Just as biodiversity is fundamental to human well-being, the diversity of communities is fundamental to humanity. Yet, we see not only forms of discrimination, but also policies of assimilation that seek to wipe out the cultural and religious identity of minority communities. When a minority community's culture, language, or faith are under attack, all of us are diminished. When authorities cast suspicion on entire groups under the guise of security, all of us are threatened. These measures are doomed to backfire. We must continue to push for policies that fully respect human rights and religious, cultural, and unique human identity. And we must simultaneously nurture the conditions for each community to feel that they are fully part of society as a whole. Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants, aucune atteinte aux droits humains n'est plus répandue que l'inégalité de genre. La pandémie du Covid-19 a encore exacerbé la discrimination tenace à l'égard des femmes et des filles. La crise a un visage féminin. En effet, la plupart des travailleurs en première ligne sont des femmes, dont beaucoup appartiennent à des groupes ethniques et raciaux marginalisés et se situent au bas de l'échelle économique. Le fardeau accru des soins à domicile est principalement assumé par les femmes. La violence à l'égard des femmes et des filles a explosé sous toutes ses formes, des agressions en ligne à la violence domestique, en passant par la traite, l'exploitation sexuelle et le mariage d'enfants. Les femmes sont proportionnellement plus touchées par les pertes d'emploi et ont été précipitées dans la pauvreté en plus grand nombre. Cela vient aggraver une situation socio-économique déjà fragile en raison de leurs revenus inférieurs, de l'écart salarial, de l'inégalité des chances et d'un accès réduit aux ressources et aux mesures de protection. Rien de tout cela n'est dû au hasard. Il s'agit là du résultat de générations d'exclusion et en définitive d'une question de pouvoir. Un monde et une culture dominés par les hommes donneront des résultats dominés par les hommes. Dans le même temps, la réponse au Covid-19 a mis en évidence le pouvoir et l'efficacité du leadership des femmes. La vie des femmes est peut-être l'un des baromètres les plus précis de la santé de la société dans son ensemble. La façon dont la société traite la moitié de sa population est révélatrice de la façon dont elle traitera les autres. Nos droits sont indissociablement liés. En tant que féministe et fier de l'être, j'ai donc honoré mon engagement de faire de la parité des genres une réalité au sein de l'haute direction de l'ONU. Et j'ai fait de l'égalité des genres l'une des principales priorités de l'ensemble de l'organisation. Cette responsabilité ne relève pas d'une seule personne ou d'une seule entité. Si nous voulons être une organisation internationale inclusive, crédible et efficace, nous devons toutes et tous y contribuer. Je suis déterminé à en faire beaucoup plus. Notre appel à l'action en faveur des droits humains vise en particulier à abroger toutes les lois discriminatoires dans le monde et assurer aux femmes l'égalité en droit en matière de participation et de représentation dans chaque secteur et à chaque niveau par des initiatives ambitieuses, notamment des mesures temporaires spéciales comme les quotas. La réalisation de ce droit sera bénéfique pour nous tous. Les problèmes qui ont été créés par les hommes, je dis bien par les hommes, ne pourront être réglés que par l'humanité tout entière. Mais ces solutions ne pourront être trouvées que dans le cadre d'un partage de pouvoir et de la prise des décisions et du respect du droit de chacune et de chacun d'y participer sur un pied d'égalité. Excellencies, every corner of the globe is suffering from the sickness of violations of human rights. Of course, there are a number of extremely concerning country situations, some of them very prolonged, and this is where the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms are so vital in raising awareness, protecting people, maintaining dialogue, and finding solutions. I thank the Human Rights Council for your recent and timely focus on a situation where the challenges that I outlined today are dramatically evident, and that is the case of Myanmar. We see the undermining of democracy, the use of brutal force, arbitrary arrests, repression in all its manifestations. restrictions of civic space, attacks on civil society, serious violations against minorities with no accountability, including what was rightly being called ethnic cleansing of the Rohingya population. The list goes on. It is all coming together in a perfect storm of upheaval. Today, I call on the Myanmar military to stop the repression immediately, release the prisoners, end the violence, respect human rights and the will of the people expressed in recent elections. Coups have no place in our modern world. I welcome the resolution of the Human Rights Council, pledged to implement your request and express my full support to the people of Myanmar in their pursuit of democracy, peace, human rights, and the rule of law. Excellencies, people around the world are relying on us to secure and protect their rights. With the pandemic shining a spotlight on human rights, recovery gives us an opportunity to generate momentum for transformation. Now is the time to reset, to reshape, to rebuild, to recover better, guided by human rights and human dignity for all. I am convinced it is possible if we are determined and if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Secretary General, President of the General Assembly, President of the Human Rights Council, Excellencies, friends. Last year brought us an exceptionally clear picture of our countries, communities, and world. The pandemic ripped the mask of the deadly realities of discrimination, deep inequalities, and chronic underfunding for essential services and rights, all largely ignored by many policymakers. It demonstrated how severely the neglect of human rights endangers societies. And it also showed us the profound protective value of human rights-based approaches. Today, the medical impact of the pandemic is far from over, and its effects on economies, freedoms, societies, and people have only just begun. The global rise in extreme poverty, accelerating inequalities, setbacks to women's rights and equality, to education and opportunities for children and young people, and to the Sustainable Development Agenda are shocks that could shake the foundations of societies. We must now urgently act on the clarity of 2020 vision as we face year 2 of COVID-19. To combat the pandemic, we need to acknowledge and repair the fractures that have undermined the resilience of our societies. We need to prepare our recovery because now, as states extend massive efforts to shore up and rebuild, we have the possibility of rebuilding better, more inclusive systems which address root causes and prepare us to meet the challenges we will certainly face. This means prioritizing the construction or reinforcement of systems to deliver the right to health and the right to social protection, vital investments in social support for all that in many cases have been corroded by decades of austerity. It means eliminating every form of discrimination, the costly, humiliating, unprincipled, and entirely counterproductive systems and stereotypes which harm health, generate injustice, and prevent women, people from ethnic, religious, or caste minorities, and many others from contributing to society in full enjoyment of their rights. It means encouraging meaningful public participation to build policies that are more effective because they are grounded in people's realities and needs. It means marshalling the full operational capacity of every UN body to support states working in solidarity to uphold good governance, the right to development, democracy, and all other human rights. Because I think we all realize that the use of force will not end this pandemic, Sending critics to jail will not end this pandemic. Illegitimate restrictions on public freedoms, the overreach of emergency powers, and unnecessary or excessive use of force are not just unhelpful and unprincipled. They deter public participation in decision-making, which is the foundation of sound policymaking. What will end this pandemic and accelerate a durable and resilient recovery is the effective application of human rights principles based on public trust. And to build trust, there must be transparent, accountable, and inclusive government, grounded in a free press, effective democratic institutions, and the public's meaningful participation in policy. I am convinced that every country, as well as the UN and other international partners, should be investing in much stronger support for these essential pillars, as well as for genuinely free and independent civil society organizations. Excellencies, over the past year, we have been fortunate to be able to count on the Secretary General's determined support, and particularly the call to action for human rights framework, which he has presented at this council a year ago. This has been a remarkably timely roadmap for our work with states and UN partners, highlighting women's equality, a broad participative civic space, and the rights of young people and future generations. Over the past year, our office has engaged with our partners in well over 90 states to provide detailed, practical, and targeted guidance for country response and preparedness policies. We have developed an extensive body of guidance, human rights indicators, and a checklist for a human rights-based approach to socioeconomic country responses to guide the work of UN country teams. We have increased our capacity and support to states on economic recovery strategies, including options to better curb inequalities and get back on track to meet the SDGs by expanding the physical space. But this is not just about OHCHR's efforts. I asked member states to take a clear look at their own record in terms of the real impact of their efforts to end discrimination, redress inequalities, and ensure that all the people have the freedom to participate fully in decisions. With despair and suffering escalating in every region, now is the time to bring people real hope that there will be swift, meaningful, and positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency, Mr. Ignacio Cassis, Federal Councillor and Head of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland, to make a statement on behalf of the host country. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente du Conseil des droits de l'homme, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Madame la Haute Commissaire aux droits de l'homme, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs. Vous souvenez-vous, cela se passait au Palais des Nations. La salle était comble. L'allocution d'ouverture cordiale et chaleureuse. Pour un peu, on croyait se souvenir d'une autre époque. Et pourtant, cela ne fait pas si longtemps. Il y a un an seulement, nous avons inauguré ensemble la 43e session du Conseil des droits de l'homme. Ici, à Genève, tous dans la même salle. Aujourd'hui, les choses se passeraient autrement. La pandémie de Covid-19 a bouleversé nos vies et nous a placés devant de nouveaux défis. Dans toutes les régions du monde, on observe une recrudescence des inégalités et des discriminations. Les progrès advenus dans le cadre de l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable sont aujourd'hui menacés. L'effort nécessaire pour rectifier le tir et faire avancer ces objectifs est considérable. Parallèlement, la pandémie nous a montré combien nos libertés individuelles comptent pour nous. Soudain, nous avons été privés de possibilités qui nous semblaient depuis longtemps acquises. Rencontrer des gens, s'embrasser, passer des frontières, voyager. La pandémie a remis ces libertés fondamentales au premier rang des préoccupations. Nous luttons pour notre liberté de mouvement, certes, mais aussi pour le droit à la vie, à la santé, à la formation. Pour les minorités et les groupes vulnérables, le tribut d'une pandémie est lourd, non seulement en termes de santé, mais aussi sur le plan économique et social. Il est d'autant plus important que ces plus fragiles d'entre nous puissent faire entendre leur voix et qu'ils aient accès à l'information. La liberté d'accès à des informations fiables est indispensable si nous voulons, en tant que société, relever les défis d'aujourd'hui. Les journalistes doivent pouvoir exercer leur métier sans craindre les représailles ni trembler pour leur vie. Les idées et les solutions doivent pouvoir circuler librement. Je souhaiterais alors saluer l'engagement infatigable du Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme et du rapporteur spécial des Nations Unies qui ont donné des informations utiles aux pays dans leur lutte contre la pandémie, tout en se mobilisant pour la protection des droits de l'homme en ces temps difficiles. La crise nous a rapprochés. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes plus à même de comprendre que nous devons faire front commun. Face aux enjeux mondiaux, notre réponse doit être planétaire. Il ne s'agit pas seulement de sortir de la crise, mais de regarder vers l'avenir. L'heure est venue de définir les contours d'un monde post-Covid et l'agenda 2030 nous en donne le cadre parfait. Elle nous montre clairement que sans liberté fondamentale, aucun développement durable n'est possible. Mesdames et messieurs, ce qui nous concerne tous ne peut être résolu que par tous. Cette déclaration de l'écrivain suisse Friedrich Dürrenmatt, qui aurait fêté ses 100 ans cette année, est plus que jamais d'actualité. Un problème collectif ne peut se résoudre durablement que si chacun apporte un élément de réponse pour une solution commune. Les Nations Unies y jouent un rôle clé. La Suisse se félicite que les institutions de l'ONU soient toujours parvenues à poursuivre leurs activités, même en situation de pandémie. Le Conseil des droits de l'homme, en particulier, a démontré sa résilience et a su réagir rapidement aux événements, adaptant ses méthodes de travail à la nouvelle donne. Dans le contexte volatile et complexe qui est le nôtre, cette flexibilité est essentielle. Mais la recherche de solutions aux défis mondiaux ne saurait être laissée aux seuls États et organisations internationales. Le secteur privé et la société civile font partie d'un multilatéralisme inclusif. Ils font partie de la solution et contribuent à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Cette collaboration et ces échanges ont tout à fait leur place dans une enceinte prestigieuse comme le Conseil des droits de l'homme. Je vous invite chaleureusement à participer activement à la création du monde de demain. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to open the high-level segment of this 46th session. It is scheduled to conclude on Wednesday and will be followed by the general segment. Allow me to recall that as in the past and in conformity with the Council's rules and practices, there is no possibility to interrupt a dignitary statement by way of a point of order. All requests to exercise the right of reply relating to statements delivered during the high-level segment will be accommodated following the general segment. I wish to remind delegations that the length of a dignitary statement should not exceed 7 minutes. I also wish to underscore that unless the Secretariat receives videos in good time, we will have no other choice than to automatically reschedule those speakers for the following day. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of Uzbekistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Hurmatli Rais Najot Shaminxon xonimlari, hurmatli Oliy komissar Michel Bachelet xonimlari, xonimlar va janoblar. Bugun O'zbekiston inson huquqlari bo'yicha kengash a'zosi sifatida ushbu uchrashuvda birinchi marta ishtirok etmoqda. Biz so'nggi yillar davomida kengashga a'zo bo'lish uchun butun mas'uliyatni anglagan holda intilib kelganimizni ta'kidlamoqchiman. Demokratik islohotlarimiz yangi O'zbekistonni bunyod etishga qaratilgan bo'lib, bu o'zgarishlar ortga qaytmaydigan tus oldi. Biz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining inson huquqlari yo'lida harakatga da'vat tashabbusini ilgari surish uchun kengash a'zolari barcha sheriklarimiz bilan yaqin hamkorlikni davom ettiramiz. Hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, O'zbekistonda demokratik o'zgarishlarni yanada chuqurlashtirish va kengash doirasidagi faoliyatimizning ustuvor yo'nalishlari quyidagilardan iborat. Birinchidan, insonning asosiy huquq va erkinliklarini ta'minlash O'zbekistondagi islohotlarda eng muhim o'rin tutadi. 2030-yilgacha mo'ljallangan barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlari mamlakatimizda har bir insonning huquq va qonuniy manfaatlarini ta'minlashni ko'zda tutadigan, hech kimni e'tibordan chetda qoldirmaslik tamoyili asosida amalga oshiriladi. Bu o'rinda so'z inson huquqlari bo'yicha Oliy komissar boshqarmasi ekspertlarining faol ishtirokida ishlab chiqilgan inson huquqlari bo'yicha milliy strategiyani amalga oshirish to'g'risida bormoqda. Ikkinchidan, biz gender siyosati masalalari borasida mamlakatimizning ijtimoiy, siyosiy hayotida va ishbilarmonlik sohasida ayollarning rolini tubdan oshirishga qaratilgan ishlarni qat'iy davom ettiramiz. Joriy yilda O'zbekistonda Markaziy Osiyo mamlakatlari yetakchi ayollarining muloqoti va xotin-qizlarning mintaqaviy biznes forumini o'tkazishni rejalashtirmoqdamiz. Uchinchidan, alohida ehtiyojga ega bo'lgan shaxslarning huquqlarini ta'minlashga jiddiy e'tibor qaratiladi. Yaqinda nogironligi bo'lgan shaxslarning huquqlari to'g'risidagi yangi qonun kuchga kirdi. O'zbekiston parlamenti nogironlar huquqlari to'g'risidagi konvensiyani ratifikatsiya qilishi kutilmoqda. Biz imkoniyati cheklangan shaxslarning o'z qobiliyatini to'la ro'yobga chiqarish masalalari bo'yicha mintaqaviy kengash tuzishni taklif etamiz. To'rtinchidan, aholimizning yarmidan ko'pini tashkil etadigan yoshlar huquqlarini himoya qilish doimo e'tiborimiz markazida bo'lib kelmoqda. Joriy yil O'zbekistonda yoshlarni qo'llab-quvvatlash va aholi salomatligini mustahkamlash yili deb e'lon qilindi. Bu borada biz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti shafeligida yoshlar huquqlari bo'yicha butun jahon konferensiyasini o'tkazish, BMT iqtisodiy va ijtimoiy kengashining 10-forumida yoshlar huquqlari to'g'risidagi konvensiya loyihasini taqdim etish, shuningdek, yoshlar huquqlari bo'yicha maxsus ma'ruzachi institutni ta'sis etish masalasini kiritishga tayyorgarlik ko'rmoqdamiz. Beshinchidan, biz Xalqaro mehnat tashkiloti va Jahon banki bilan hamkorlikda majburiy mehnat va bolalar mehnatiga barham berish bo'yicha katta ishlarni amalga oshirdik. Bu islohotlarimizdagi eng asosiy yutuqlarimizdan biri bo'ldi. 2021-yilda, ya'ni bolalar mehnatiga barham berish xalqaro yilida bolalar ombudsmani to'g'risidagi qonunni qabul qilamiz. Oltinchidan, inson huquqlari sohasida ta'lim deklaratsiyasining 10 yiliga bag'ishlab biz Oliy komissar boshqarmasi bilan birgalikda global forum o'tkazishni taklif etamiz. O'qitish tizimini rivojlantirish maqsadida BMTning inson huquqlari sohasidagi ixtiyoriy badallar jamg'armasiga o'z hissamizni qo'shmoqchimiz. 7-dan, Bosh kotib António Guterres janobi oliylarining fuqaroligi bo'lmagan shaxslar sonini kamaytirish bo'yicha qat'iy choralar ko'rish to'g'risidagi taklifini qo'llab quvvatlaymiz. Birgina o'tgan yilning o'zida 50 ming nafar vatandoshimiz O'zbekiston fuqaroligiga qabul qilindi. Bu yil yana 20 mingdan ziyod kishi fuqarolikka ega bo'ladi. Xonimlar va janoblar, biz erishgan natijalarimiz bilan kifoyalanib qolmasdan, bundan buyon ham fuqarolik jamiyati institutlarini yanada rivojlantirish, O'zbekistonda so'z erkinligini har tomonlama qo'llab quvvatlashni qat'iy maqsad qilganmiz. Shu asnoda nodavlat, notijorat tashkilotlari va ommaviy axborot vositalari to'g'risidagi kodekslar ishlab chiqilmoqda. Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining din yoki e'tiqod erkinligi, sudyalar va advokatlar mustaqilligi masalalari bo'yicha maxsus ma'ruzachilarning tavsiyalarini alohida e'tiborga olganmiz. İnson huquqlari bo'yicha kengashga sudyalar kengashlari faoliyatining universal prinsiplarini ishlab chiqish masalasini ko'rib chiqishni taklif etamiz. Qiynoqlarning oldini olish bo'yicha milliy preventiv mexanizmni joriy etish doirasida biz odamning qadr qimmatining yerga uradigan, insoniylikka zid bo'lgan qiynoqlarning har qanday ko'rinishiga bundan buyon ham mutlaqo yo'l qo'ymaymiz. Bunday jinoyatlar qachon sodir etilganidan qat'iy nazar ular uchun jazo muqarrar. Qiynoqlarga qarshi konvensiyaning fakultativ protokolini ratifikatsiya qilamiz. Mazkur masalalar yuzasidan hamkorlikda ishlash maqsadida qiynoqlar masalasi bo'yicha maxsus ma'ruzachini O'zbekistonga taklif etishga tayyorgarlik ko'ryapmiz. Hurmatli yig'ilish ishtirokchilari, O'zbekiston inson huquqlari sohasidagi xalqaro majburiyatlariga qat'iy sodiq qoladi. Shu bilan birga biz inson huquqlari borasida hali o'lkan yo'lning boshida turganimizni yaxshi tushunamiz va xalqaro hamkorlarimizning qo'llab-quvvatlashiga umid qilamiz. Shu munosabat bilan inson huquqlari bo'yicha Oliy komissar Bachelet xonimlarining yurtimizga tashrifini kutib qolamiz. Bu borada mandatga ega bo'lgan barcha vakillarning O'zbekistonga tashrif buyurishlari uchun doimiy taklifnoma yuborish haqida qaror qabul qilamiz. Shuningdek, Osiyo qit'asining inson huquqlari bo'yicha mintaqaviy mexanizmini muntazam faoliyat ko'rsatadigan platforma Samarqand forumi negizida yaratish borasida ko'mak berishga tayyormiz. Hurmatli do'stlar, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining 75 yillik tarixi inson huquqlari universal qadriyat ekanini yaqqol isbotladi. Bu ustuvor tamoyilsiz yer yuzida tinchlik, xavfsizlik va barqaror taraqqiyotga erishib bo'lmaydi. Nutqimning yakunida shuni yana bir bor ta'kidlab aytmoqchiman. O'zbekiston inson huquqlari bo'yicha kengash a'zosi sifatida xalqaro huquqning inson huquqlariga oid umum e'tirof etilgan prinsip va normalarni qat'iy himoya qiladi va faol ilgari suradi. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Iván Duque Márquez, President of Colombia. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Saludo al secretario general de las Naciones Unidas, António Guterres, y a la alta comisionada para los derechos humanos, Michelle Bachelet, a la presidenta del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, Naya Shemin Khan, y al consejero federal de Asuntos Exteriores de Suiza, Ignacio Cassis. A los cerca de 70 dignatarios que participan en este 46º periodo de sesiones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de Naciones Unidas, también mi saludo especial. Es un gusto compartir los avances que ha tenido nuestro país en materia de derechos humanos recientemente, muchos de ellos alcanzados gracias al aporte de ustedes como resultado de esa fe compartida en el multilateralismo. Como es bien sabido por todos, en Colombia hemos apoyado con fraternidad y solidaridad a los cerca de 2 millones de migrantes venezolanos que están en nuestro país, huyendo de la tragedia causada por la dictadura de Nicolás Maduro. Los colombianos no olvidamos que fue un venezolano el que lideró nuestra independencia, uniendo para siempre el destino de nuestros países. En el pasado, ellos nos tendieron la mano y hoy nosotros apoyamos con afecto a quienes están escapando del hambre, de la falta de oportunidades, de una crisis que desencadenó en la peor crisis humanitaria del hemisferio. Como una muestra más de ese compromiso, lanzamos el 8 de febrero el Estatuto Temporal de Protección para Migrantes Venezolanos, con el que buscamos regularizarlos e integrarlos al aparato productivo. Esta decisión ha sido catalogada por el Alto Comisionado de la ONU para los Refugiados como el gesto humanitario más importante que se ha hecho en este continente desde 1984, cuando se firmó la Declaración de Cartagena. Además, recibimos el respaldo de José Ángel Gurría, secretario general de la OCDE, de Anthony Blinken, secretario de Estado de los Estados Unidos, y de la comunidad internacional en su conjunto. Agradecemos este apoyo y hacemos un llamado a que otros estados también adopten medidas análogas a fin de materializar acciones concretas y de impacto con las que se garanticen los derechos humanos de los más vulnerables. En Colombia, reconocemos al Consejo de Derechos Humanos como un foro de gran trascendencia y apoyamos la misión internacional de determinación de los hechos sobre la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Su primer informe confirmó una cruda realidad: el ataque sistemático del régimen contra toda forma de oposición mediante desapariciones forzadas, detenciones arbitrarias, ejecuciones extrajudiciales, entre otros. Confiamos en que la misión permitirá restablecer las responsabilidades que corresponda. La comunidad internacional no puede ser indiferente ante estos crímenes atroces que atañen no solo a sus víctimas, sino a toda la humanidad. Ahora bien, el 2020 nos enfrentó a una crisis sin precedentes en tiempos recientes y desafió nuestra forma de vida y valores. En Colombia, asumimos esta crisis con una mirada abierta y basada en los derechos humanos. Frente a la ocurrencia de la pandemia, nos hemos esforzado para favorecer y fortalecer el sistema de salud, ayudar a la población vulnerable, generar liquidez para las familias y empresas, además de cuidar el mercado laboral. Ya pusimos en marcha el Plan Nacional de Vacunación contra el COVID-19, con el que inmunizaremos a 35 millones de personas, es decir, al 70% de nuestra población, y con ello contribuiremos a la inmunidad de rebaño. Aprovecho esta oportunidad para resaltar que se necesita más solidaridad por parte de la comunidad internacional para garantizar un acceso equitativo a estas vacunas, sobre todo para las poblaciones más vulnerables. Estos tiempos desafiantes nos han confirmado que solo una acción global nos permitirá tener más oportunidades de superar el principal reto al que nos enfrentamos hoy: el acceso equitativo y seguro a las vacunas. En Colombia, soplan vientos de esperanza por cuenta de la implementación de la política de paz con legalidad. Y en 2020 avanzamos mucho en la transformación de los territorios más afectados por la violencia y la pobreza. Gracias al apoyo de la comunidad internacional, la empresa privada, entre otros, estamos haciendo que donde hubo terror vuelva la seguridad y que donde hubo desolación resurjan opciones para forjar una vida mejor. En 2020 logramos la tasa más baja de homicidios en 46 años, la de secuestro más baja desde que se tienen registros, la más alta incautación de clorhidrato de cocaína y la erradicación de más de 130.000 cultivos ilícitos. Sumado a esto, a través de los planes de desarrollo con enfoque territorial, los PEDET, se han hecho 1.000 obras de infraestructura social y comunitaria, vial y de servicios públicos en beneficio de 139.000 familias vulnerables. Las víctimas son nuestra prioridad y por esta razón prorrogamos por 10 años la ley que busca repararlas para que cumpla a cabalidad su misión y avanzamos en la atención de las cerca de 9 millones de víctimas. En lo referente a los desmovilizados que han decidido volver a la legalidad, acompañamos a más de 13.000 en su reincorporación. El 98% de ellos está bancarizado y adscrito al sistema de salud y el 83% aporta a la pensión. De otro lado, proteger a los defensores de derechos humanos es fundamental para nosotros y por eso combatimos con empeño a los grupos armados ilegales, que son los principales perpetradores de crímenes contra ellos. Hay retos importantes en esta materia, pero hay que decir que el progreso de los PEDET, la acción integral del Estado y la contundencia de la fuerza pública nos ha permitido ser más eficientes en su protección. En este momento, el 53% de los casos verificados por la oficina de la alta comisionada Bachelet tiene avances en esclarecimiento y el 49% de los protegidos del país son líderes sociales o defensores de derechos humanos. Les contamos abiertamente los logros y desafíos que enfrentamos porque Colombia se ha mantenido siempre dispuesta al escrutinio internacional. No ocultamos nuestras dificultades y recibimos con la mejor disposición las recomendaciones hechas para promover los derechos humanos en el país. De ahí que la Oficina de la Alta Comisionada para los Derechos Humanos esté en Colombia desde 1996 y que estén aquí más de 23 agencias, fondos y programas de la ONU. Le pedí al secretario general renovar el mandato de la misión de verificación hasta el año 2022 y ampliar su alcance para incluir la justicia transicional a fin de asegurar el elemento reparador de verdad, justicia y no repetición. Les reitero hoy nuestro compromiso con los derechos humanos y con este valioso consejo y les garantizo que apoyaremos toda iniciativa que busque mejorar su credibilidad y efectividad en beneficio de nuestros pueblos. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the
deepest respect for human rights as a precondition for peace and security. The very existence of the United Nations is based on the imperative to protect peace, human rights, and justice, to ensure stability and social progress globally. Lithuania finds the Council of Human Rights to be of great importance for enhancing cooperation and promoting human rights. It inspires us to work on protecting human rights, identifying vulnerabilities, and addressing them. I disagree with those who say that we must focus merely on the implementation of human rights norms. There are too many people now who cannot enjoy their rights because of new challenges or emerging protection gaps. Nobody should be left behind. Human rights are universal, indivisible, and inherent to every human being. It's unfortunately true that we are being routinely confronted with violations of human rights in many places of the world. There are a few words to be said about the current situation in Lithuania's immediate neighborhood. More than 6 months have passed since the fraudulent presidential election in our neighboring country. All this time, security forces have been applying brutal mass violence against peaceful protesters, political opposition, civil society journalists, and media workers. Such brutalities should be addressed by international organizations. Investigations of the violations of human rights must be carried out. Accountability mechanisms for the human rights violations must be elaborated. We are also taking note of many recent human rights violations. The poisoning attempt and subsequent incarceration of and trial of Alexei Navalny, the politically motivated trial against human rights defender and historian Yuri Dmitriev, and many other examples paint a rather grim picture. To this, we should also add actions ongoing in the illegally annexed Crimea, in non-government controlled areas of eastern Ukraine, as well as in the occupied Georgia's regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Lithuania calls to end systematic violations of the international law and to cooperate with the United Nations mechanism. There are always those who attempt to defend these actions, talking about matters of supposedly purely internal or domestic concern. However, it should be clear that there is no way to selectively apply the human rights doctrine. Our duty calls on us to ensure that all victims get effective protection and redress. All perpetrators must be brought to justice. Let me assure you that Lithuania will always support a strong human rights pillar of the United Nations. We participate eagerly in all the efforts to sustain the freedom of peaceful assembly and association worldwide. In 2014-2015, while acting as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, Lithuania had spoken out for media freedom and protection of civilians in armed conflicts. We also promoted the rule of law, as well as gender equality and women empowerment. Currently, my country is running for a seat on the Human Rights Council in 2022-24. If elected, Lithuania will give attention to the promotion of rights of those most vulnerable, children, people with disabilities, human rights defenders, and people living in conflict situations. We will also continue our ongoing activities in the promotion of the rights of the women and girls, the safety of journalists, freedoms of expression, as well as of assembly and association, freedom of religion and belief, and the inclusion of civil society in the Council's agenda. Lithuania will seek that this Council makes a real difference on the ground. We are also determined to research for solutions that would be acceptable to all parties involved. To support human rights worldwide, we will also need broad cooperation. The recent decision made by the United States of America to rejoin the Council as an observer with the intention to seek full membership is therefore a welcome development. As the current chair of the executive board of the UNICEF, Lithuania is also keen to work that no child is left behind. Empowering children by ensuring equal access to quality education is a key element of good future for the whole of humanity. We should also pay close attention to persons with disabilities who often face multiple forms of discrimination. There should be strong efforts to take steps in adjusting our policies and raising awareness. Our main goal is to address the needs of persons with disabilities, achieving their full social integration. Lithuania will also continue to support human rights defenders, for we strongly believe that their activities are the cornerstone of free and democratic societies. There are too many disturbing instances of killings, death threats, and other forms of intimidation against human rights defenders. All governments should live up to their moral and legal obligation to prevent such crimes. To protect the rights of the people living in conflict areas, we need viable political solutions addressing the root causes of a specific conflict. The international community has a crucial role to play in mediating, negotiating, and implementing peaceful agreements. Finally, the biggest challenge, in my opinion, will be to strengthen the rule of law on a global scale. Without it, the human rights regime could always fall prey to dangerous destabilization and erosion. So let us work together, promote the rule of law, and build a better future for all people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Mohammad Ashraf Ghani, President of Afghanistan. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
In the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful, Madam President Nizhat Shamim Khan, Your Excellency Ambassador Volkan Bozkır, President of the General Assembly, Excellency António Guterres, Secretary General, Excellency Madam Michelle Bachelet, High Commissioner for Human Rights, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I'd like to congratulate you, Madam President, for assuming the presidency of the 15th cycle of the Human Rights Council and wish you and the Bureau a successful year ahead. It is an honor to address the Human Rights Council to reaffirm Afghanistan's unwavering commitment to protect, promote, and fulfill human rights and fundamental freedoms, as well as our unequivocal support to the noble mandate of the Council, the UN human rights mechanisms, and the activities of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We, the people of the United Nations, meet in the context of unprecedented global turbulence. COVID-19, the changing nature of violence and war, climate change, the fourth industrial revolution, and transformation of technology and the explosion of inequality each constitute a distinctive form of disruptive change. Their simultaneous occurrence and entangled interactions produce a hyperphenomenon, marking a break between our assumptions, routines, and habits of the past. Confronting our collective global challenge requires a global review, similar to the imagination and cooperation that give us the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations, and the Bretton Woods institutions. The scale and scope of the challenges facing our interconnected world bear on every article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, requiring review and restatement. The question is not the enduring relevance of the vision, but issues arising from success and the radical change in context. Human rights are almost universally accepted, as reflected in the constitutions of most of the countries of the world. Respecting may be a different matter, reflecting the degree to which the processes of state building and market building have been citizen-focused and rights-based. The challenge now is renewal of global consensus on moving from the discourse of human rights to the practice of human rights. Hence, the urgency of exploring the impact of the 5 drivers of global turbulence in relation to renewal of commitment to the preamble that the recognition of the inherent dignity of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. The foundational right for us, the Afghan people in government, is the right to peace. Subject to 40 years of violence, the right that we yearn for most is the right to life, liberty, and the security of the person within a sovereign, democratic, and united country. The toll on our livelihood and lives has been immense. The World Bank estimated the material loss between 1978 and 2001 at $240 billion. The human loss is commonly estimated at 1.5 million killed, 2 million internally displaced, and 9 million forced to become refugees. The scale and scope of our suffering continues. The Global Terrorism Index, to take one example, estimates the damage inflicted by the Taliban on our GDP in 2019 at 18.6%. Afghan refugees still living in Iran and Pakistan are estimated at 5 million respectively. The number of disabled is 152,000 and internally displaced at 400,000. Mere numbers do not capture the extent of our tragedy. The recent wave of violence against our people, civil and civic institutions, from human rights and civil society organizations to the media, judicial, civil service, and security organizations to farmers and traders are indications of a systematic onslaught against our society. Targeted killings are the sharp edge directed against men and women, representing the profound transformation of our society during the last 20 years. Its issue is not just the continuous nature of violence inflicted upon us during the past 40 years. Even worse is the phenomena of unrestricted warfare. Colonels Xiao Liang and Wang Jiangshu argued in 1999 that warfare will soon, I quote, transcend all boundaries and limits. The battlefield would be everywhere, and the boundaries lying between the two worlds of war and non-war, of military and non-military, will be totally destroyed, end of quote. Tragically, their prediction has become a reality. We, the people of Afghanistan, suffer on a daily basis from the effects of unrestricted warfare. What becomes of the promise of Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Clearly, the institution of post-World War II is proven inadequate to preventing the recurrence of the barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind. The answer, however, surely does not lie in discarding the universal acceptance of human rights. As Rosa Brooks argues, the best route to upholding human rights and the rule of law lies in recognizing that war and peace are not binary opposites, but lie along a continuum. We can accept the word as it is, but change the categories we use to make sense of it, and develop new rules and institutions to manage the paradox of perpetual war. When we developed our first constitution in 1923, we were the only fully sovereign country in the Muslim world. The discourse of rights and obligations enshrined in our first constitution was developed by a remarkable group of scholars from Afghanistan, India, and the Ottoman Empire, reflecting a century of state building within the dominant norms of Islamic thought and practice. Our current constitution of 2004, enshrining a clear commitment to the principles of human rights, respect both for the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, builds on the cultural foundations of our first constitution and our Islamic beliefs, culture, and civilization. The rights of citizens articulated in Chapter 2 of our Constitution are not moral injunctions, but fundamental rights constituting the constitutive and regulative rules of the state, society, and economy in the interrelations and check and balances of three branches of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. Despite the intensity of violence, Afghan citizens, men and women, girls and boys, old and young, rural and urban, religious scholars and civil society activists have found common ground in the categories of citizenship in the Republic as enshrined in the Constitution. Accountability for, adherence to, and respect for human rights, therefore, is not grounded in responding to external pressures, but flow from a rich and lively set of agreements and disagreements among equal citizens, making our history and attempting to secure our future through overcoming our tragic past. I'll spare you the numbers, as the UNAMA reports both document our efforts and our challenges. I can, however, categorically state that the majority of our citizens, fully 70.6% of whom are under the age of 30, are now not only familiar with the notions of fundamental rights, but frame their dialogue and demands from their government as citizens empowered by the Constitution. Achieving peace is our national quest. There's a national consensus on the end state of a sovereign, democratic, united Afghanistan. At peace within and with the world, and capable of preserving and expanding the achievements of the past 20 years. We are in a historically rare moment when a just and lasting peace can be achieved through a political settlement. The Afghan people and the government have the commitment, conviction, and courage to demonstrate the sense of urgency required in such an open moment. Difficult choices will have to be made to move from being a battlefield of unrestricted warfare to a platform of an Asian roundabout and international cooperation. Human rights in general and rights of citizens, women, girls, youth, and social categories, in particular, are going to figure prominently in the peace negotiations. What would be the advice of the human rights community and the stand of the Human Rights Council? We ask for your early engagement and constructive partnership to secure for a generation of Afghans bearing the scars of war and the future generations that can enjoy the rights of peace. If war and peace constitute a continuum today, surely moving from the purgatory of unrestricted warfare to lasting peace is worth the marshalling of all of our collective energies and imagination. We, the Afghan people and government, are placing our peacemaking efforts within a framework of international and regional partnerships around the aligned processes of state building, market building, and state building to reinforce our shared destiny as a unified nation. The Independent Human Rights Commission of Afghanistan is a constitution-based national human rights institution fully and robustly functioning according to the Paris Principles. It has consistently maintained its A status rating. The government of Afghanistan fully respects and cherishes the independence and impartial conduct of our National Human Rights Commission when we are committed to increase our financial contribution without restrictions. Finally, Madam President, in the last 3 years, as a member of this Council, Afghanistan improved and enhanced cooperation with the international human rights mechanisms. We paid serious attention to our commitments and pledges made during our candidacy. Under my direct instructions, the government of Afghanistan submitted 6 initial and periodic reports on the implementation of core human rights conventions, some overdue since Afghanistan first acceded to them decades ago. We also presented our 3rd cycle UPR report, and we are tirelessly working towards the implementation of the recommendations received during the review. Afghanistan will continue to closely cooperate with the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mechanism. As a Council member, we prioritize the areas where a significant protection and global attention gap existed and contributed to filling the gap, including the rights of migrants and asylum seekers. Using experiences from this very first term, Afghanistan is willing and committed to serve and continue to build on its legacy of constructive engagement as a member for another term in 2023-25. for which we seek your support and cooperation. Excellencies, distinguished participants, at the end, once again, let me thank you for the opportunity. At a moment in history where the combined impact of disruptive forces puts into question the near universal acceptance of human rights, we need to work together to preserve the gains of the past by taking account of the changed context and offer updated rule of law in human rights frameworks that can result in furthering the promotion of universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Afghanistan will be a steady partner in this journey of faith and imagination. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of Poland. Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to address the Human Rights Council. Let me begin by congratulating Her Excellency Ambassador Nazet Shemin-Khan of Fiji to her appointment as President of the Human Rights Council. Madam, I wish you every success in steering the Council. I would also like to commend the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Madame Michelle Bachelet, and her office for their dedication to advance the human rights standards. Let me assure you, Madam High Commissioner, that in Poland you have a strong ally and a dedicated partner. Excellencies, the times we are navigating through are challenging. The situation of human rights is not getting better. On the contrary, a lot needs to be done. The spread of COVID-19 and our attempts to contain the virus is the most pressing challenge to the international community. The pandemic has shown that no society or country, poor or rich, and no part of the world is immune to its negative impact and spillover effects. But the consequences of the pandemic are even more serious. First, COVID-19 has raised the issue of healthcare, public health and health security to the level of basic human rights. Second, we cannot allow for the pandemic to contribute to an even greater exclusions in the world, to a division between rich and poor. And last but not least, the fact that for more than a year now, most of the attention has been paid to combating COVID-19 does not mean that other problems have magically disappeared. Quite the opposite. The situation in many parts of the world keeps worsening as we speak. Today, I would like to concentrate on a few most urgent issues. As a head of the state located in Central Europe, I want to draw your attention to the situation in countries that border my country, Poland, Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. It must be underlined that following presidential elections in their homeland, thousands of Belarusians took to the streets to exercise their basic democratic rights. The scale of repressions of the Belarusian regime that followed was more than alarming. In that regard, the international community cannot remain silent. Every country has to fulfill its obligations under the international human rights law. I call on the Belarusian authorities to move away from the policy of oppression to the policy of dialogue. Sadly, Belarus is not the only country in our region whose authorities follow a path of political repression against its society. This has been clearly presented by the Russian Federation in massive detentions of peaceful protesters, who had gathered to express their support for Alexei Navalny and his co-workers. They are not known by their names, and their fate remains unknown in many cases, but we can judge from experience that it might be tragic. Restoration of the business-as-usual approach to Russia and expecting it would influence the Kremlin's behavior is naive. It's not what proper dialogue means. Proper dialogue implies that certain standards have to be upheld. And in case of Russia, these standards are not improving. They are deteriorating. I call upon the Russian authorities to realize its international obligations and therefore release Alexei Navalny and his detained supporters. The international community should also continue paying close attention to the dire situation of human rights in the territories of Ukraine being under control of Russian occupation forces or Russia-backed separatists. Poland clearly reconfirms its support for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine within the internationally recognized borders. Esteemed colleagues, turning to the religious persecution, it has to be stressed that freedom of religion or belief is one of the basic human rights and needs to be protected worldwide. The violation of this fundamental right should be addressed by the international community more efficiently. Poland has been particularly concerned by the increasing phenomenon of discrimination against and religious persecution of Christians and other religious minorities. As a result, on August 22nd, 2019, on Poland's initiative, the General Assembly adopted the resolution titled International Day commemorating the victims of acts of violence based on religion or belief. Poland also remains committed to protecting vulnerable groups, including children, older persons, and persons with disabilities. We must stand up for those who will not be able to stand up for themselves. We must strive for solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom of expression is the last issue I would like to highlight today. It being referred to as the first freedom, we must make sure that in the area of digital revolution, it remains so. Therefore, the task ahead of us is to build an open public sphere in the digital domain. Excellencies, to conclude, I want to assure you that as a member of the Human Rights Council, Poland will continue the mission it started during the membership in the UN Security Council. We seek a world based on the force of law and not the law of force. And we will engage with all stakeholders who share our vision. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Nicolas Maduro Moros, President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Asisto en esta oportunidad con beneplácito y en nombre del pueblo de Venezuela a esta importante sesión del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Las graves e inesperadas circunstancias del COVID-19 que enfrenta la humanidad exigen de los líderes mundiales mayor compromiso en el trabajo por un destino mejor, común y compartido. La pandemia del COVID-19 ha cobrado la vida de 2.400.000 personas y ha infectado a más de 109 millones en el mundo, exacerbando las injusticias y desigualdades sociales. Una emergencia de tal magnitud ha puesto en evidencia la necesidad de asumir la salud como un derecho humano fundamental. El multilateralismo está demostrando que es la única vía posible para superar las dificultades globales y construir mejores condiciones de vida para los pueblos. En este sentido, queremos reconocer el trabajo orientador de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, que ha logrado las coordinaciones entre los estados para evitar una tragedia aún mayor. Venezuela, por su parte, ha logrado mitigar y controlar la pandemia gracias a una política social preexistente de salud pública, gratuita y de calidad, de seguridad social y a la implementación de metodologías de bioseguridad fundamentadas en la participación ciudadana, así como en la aplicación de tratamientos científicos complementarios y combinados que ponemos a la orden de los Estados miembros con la mayor humildad. No ha sido fácil. Nuestra patria enfrenta una guerra multidimensional, orientada a acabar con el modelo social inclusivo construido por la Revolución Bolivariana. Acciones de presión desmedida, de persecución contra nuestro país, a través de la imposición de más de 450 medidas coercitivas, unilaterales e ilegales, que han resultado en un bloqueo y una obsesiva persecución contra las capacidades del Estado y de la sociedad venezolana. Por medio de las mal llamadas sanciones, Venezuela ha sido privada de al menos 30.000 millones de dólares en efectivo, que forma parte de los activos de la República en el exterior, recursos que debieron y deben ser utilizados para atender la salud, la alimentación y los derechos integrales de nuestro pueblo. Los secuestradores de los activos y recursos del Estado venezolano han demostrado una gran crueldad, incluso en circunstancias de pandemia, destacando y desacatando los llamados de la comunidad internacional, del secretario general de Naciones Unidas, de la alta comisionada y especialmente del pueblo venezolano, y han incrementado las agresiones económicas, generando una crisis humanitaria de manera alevosa y premeditada. Aún en estas circunstancias hostiles, hemos hecho grandes esfuerzos para garantizar el estado social de bienestar bolivariano, que hoy se ha visto profundamente vulnerado por las sanciones coercitivas, ilegales y unilaterales. No detendremos, sin embargo, la marcha de los programas dirigidos a garantizar la seguridad social del pueblo venezolano. Con este fin, hemos fortalecido nuestra cooperación con el sistema de Naciones Unidas, de manera integrada, con todos sus organismos especializados, programas y fondos. Señora Presidenta, el gobierno venezolano renovó en septiembre del 2020, por un año más, el memorándum de entendimiento con la Oficina de la Alta Comisionada de Derechos Humanos, para continuar fortaleciendo los vínculos de cooperación y asistencia técnica en materia de promoción y protección de los derechos humanos en Venezuela. Reitero que el Estado venezolano trabajará decididamente con los actores de este Consejo de Derechos Humanos, así como también ratifico que no aceptaremos la injerencia o intervención de ningún mecanismo inquisidor contra nuestra patria Venezuela, que pretenda usar la justa causa de los derechos humanos como herramienta política para un cambio de gobierno, un cambio de régimen por la fuerza en nuestro país. Están equivocados quienes creen que Venezuela disminuirá la cooperación alcanzada con la Oficina de la Alta Comisionada de Derechos Humanos como consecuencia de estas provocaciones ideologizadas de un grupo de gobiernos. Señora Presidenta, me permito informar a los Estados miembros que hace pocos días culminó la visita de la doctora Alena Douham, relatora especial del Sistema de Naciones Unidas sobre el tema de las repercusiones negativas de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales aplicadas sistemáticamente contra el pueblo venezolano. La doctora Alena Douham realizó una amplia agenda de reuniones que le permitió dialogar con diversos actores políticos, empresariales y sociales sobre la realidad de Venezuela. Las conclusiones de su informe preliminar son contundentes al demostrar que las sanciones y medidas coercitivas unilaterales aplicadas por Estados Unidos y la Unión Europea como herramienta deliberada para alcanzar un cambio de régimen en Venezuela violan flagrantemente el derecho internacional y todos los instrumentos universales y regionales de derechos humanos. El informe reconoce concretamente que estas acciones extraterritoriales atentan contra la vida del pueblo venezolano y contra el disfrute pleno de los derechos económicos y sociales conquistados democráticamente en las últimas 2 décadas. La relatora exigió el levantamiento de las sanciones contra Venezuela, la devolución de sus activos y las garantías de acceso al Estado venezolano a los recursos que han sido ilegalmente congelados en el mundo, así como el acceso al sistema financiero mundial. Este es el clamor de casi 30 millones de venezolanos y venezolanas víctimas de estas medidas coercitivas, unilaterales, ilegales, de esta agresión económica multidimensional. Señora Presidenta, a pesar de la campaña contra la democracia venezolana y los boicots orquestados desde Washington y Bogotá, el pasado 6 de diciembre el pueblo venezolano eligió su nueva Asamblea Nacional, su nuevo poder legislativo, de entre casi 14.000 candidatos y candidatas, pertenecientes a 107 organizaciones políticas representativas de todas las tendencias ideológicas y políticas del país. La jornada transcurrió en paz y el nuevo cuerpo parlamentario ya se encuentra legislando para blindar aún más las garantías políticas del pueblo de Venezuela. Reiteramos en ese sentido nuestro llamado al respeto a la autodeterminación de los pueblos y sumamos esfuerzos para el fortalecimiento del multilateralismo, de la concepción de un mundo multipolar, sin hegemonismos, al tiempo que reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con el cumplimiento de los Objetivos del Desarrollo Sostenible 2030. Ninguna agresión desviará a nuestro país de este noble propósito. El libertador Simón Bolívar, libertador de América, afirmó hace 200 años que el sistema de gobierno más perfecto es aquel que brinda a sus ciudadanos la mayor suma de felicidad posible, la mayor suma de seguridad social y la mayor suma de estabilidad política. Así lo creemos y instamos para que todos los actores del Consejo de Derechos Humanos y del Sistema de Naciones Unidas hagamos nuestros estos principios en todo el sistema de Naciones Unidas. Garanticemos en conjunto la felicidad, la seguridad y la estabilidad de la humanidad. Cambiemos el sistema de organización económica capitalista depredador que tanto dolor, muerte, guerras y miserias ha generado. Pensando en el futuro de la especie, nada es imposible. Seamos capaces de crear un sistema de justicia y equidad sobre los pilares del respeto de los derechos humanos, de los derechos sociales y del derecho internacional. Muchas gracias, señores y señoras, miembros del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, señora Presidenta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Sanna Marin, Prime Minister of Finland. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to address the United Nations Human Rights Council today. Finland wishes to join this council as a full member during the 22-24 term. I am proud of our candidacy. For Finland, a strong, rules-based multilateral system is of fundamental importance. The Human Rights Council is a cornerstone of this system that plays a key role in upholding our dignity and human rights. The COVID-19 pandemic affects us all. The need for solidarity and resilience has once again become very concrete. Based on our experience, inclusive societies are better able to adapt to change and overcome crisis. Finland's own history is telling. Our development from a poor agrarian country into a stable, equal and prosperous nation has not always been easy. Gender equality and quality education for all have made our success possible. We have built our society by including everyone and by placing human rights, fundamental freedoms and equality at the very center. Today I want to focus on the rights of women and girls, climate change and digital space and human rights. We have seen a pushback on women's and girls' rights in many countries. Discrimination and violence have increased. We all must do more to fight against the trafficking of women and girls and offer better support to victims in each of our countries and globally. Sexual and gender-based violence is still used as a weapon in conflicts, repression and ethnic cleansing. We are deeply concerned about what we are hearing from the Uyghurs, the Rohingyas and from Tigray. The COVID-19 pandemic is worsening the situation of countless health and social workers who are mostly women. Intimate partner violence has become the so-called shadow pandemic. In Finland too, we have seen an increase in domestic violence. Globally, sexual and reproductive health and rights are more and more at risk. At the same time, women are a powerful force for change and recovery. This council is key in ensuring progress on women's and girls' rights and in building back better. Second, I want to underline the severe impacts of climate change and the enjoyment of human rights. We have a duty to prevent the negative effects of climate change. We must work to achieve a just and fair transition. In doing so, we must pay special attention to the rights of persons in the most vulnerable situations, including persons with disabilities and indigenous peoples. In order to combat climate change, we need everyone on board. Globally, empowering women and girls can be decisive in making a real change at every level. Third, I want to focus on digital space and human rights. Digitalization must become a force for the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms as it is changing the way the world works. With this in mind, it is essential that we bridge the digital divide. Finland wants to promote a safe digital space for all and to enable everyone to use their voices without the threat of violence, harassment or hate speech. Freedoms of expression, assembly and media are essential for democratic government. Further, the accountability of decision makers lies at the very heart of democracy, as does the rule of law. I'm deeply concerned about the recent attempts in many countries to limit citizens' rights to peacefully express their views both online and offline. I'm particularly worried about attacks against human rights defenders, LGBTI persons and members of civil society. We cannot allow authoritarian governments to use internet and media shutdowns as a political tool. We are extremely concerned about shrinking space for civil society in many authoritarian countries, including on our own continent. Finland also strongly condemns the mistreatment of representatives of the political opposition and other peaceful protesters we have witnessed recently. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, no country has a perfect human rights record. We all have work to do. Finland attaches great importance to the Universal Periodic Review process and the other mechanisms of the Council. We need a Council with a broad mandate for prevention to addressing human rights violations. We support the High Commissioner for Human Rights and her office and wish to continue our excellent collaboration with increasing voluntary contributions. Our foreign policy is human rights-based. Finland works for human rights, gender equality, peace and security, and the fight against poverty globally. If elected, we would bring our contribution to the Council to ensure the fullest respect for universal human rights in our diverse world. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Josiah Frangi Mbainimarama, Prime Minister and Minister for Itoke Affairs, Sugar Industry and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Fiji. Excellency, the floor is yours.
The President of the Human Rights Council, the President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, heads of state, heads of government, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Bula Vinaka and warm greetings from Suva. Your Excellencies, I'm honored to address this high-level segment of the 46th session of the Human Rights Council. When I addressed this body at its 40th session, Fiji had recently been elected into the Council. We were proud to take our place on the Council as part of a conscious and deliberate effort to play a more active role in solving the problems of the world. Fiji has long contributed disproportionately to United Nations peacekeeping, and we are very proud of our contribution. But we also have a valuable perspective to offer to other global challenges as a committed democracy and a small island developing state. And we want to bring our voice and our experience fully to the table as the world confronts these challenges. I'm speaking to you today as we mark another milestone, Fiji's election as President of the Council. This responsibility is testament to the unique power of multilateralism, which recognizes that all nations have the ability to lead, to forge consensus, to pursue truth, and to bring perspective that solve problems. Madam President, your fellow Fijians congratulate you on your election to the presidency of this council. I'm confident that your tenure will be marked by unflinching efforts to strengthen human rights in these perilous times, and you have our full support. Madam President, 2020 was indeed a challenging year, with the COVID-19 pandemic forcing a new reality for the global community and for every nation. We began 2021 by surpassing 2 million COVID deaths worldwide. Many countries have suffered severely, and I offer them my deep condolences. We have not had a case beyond the border quarantine area in Fiji since May, but that success has come at great cost to our economy. We had to shut our borders and essentially bring our tourism industry, which generates nearly 40% of our GDP, to an abrupt halt. This pandemic is not just a health crisis. It is also an equally distressing social and economic crisis. And it will have long-term health, social, and economic consequences across the globe. It has already challenged us to uphold principles of human rights based on equity, fairness, and the dignity of every human being. We have not only given up our freedom of movement in order to fight the virus, but we are struggling to ensure that all people from all nations have timely and effective access to the vaccines that promise eventually to restore our normal way of life. No nation wins in a world of immunity inequality, and so Fiji is working tirelessly to advocate the principle that vaccines will be available to the poorest of the poor, as well as people in the wealthiest nations, and make that principle a reality. We also know that developing nations will need vast inflows of capital, including grants, concessional loans, and debt forgiveness to recover from the economic crisis caused by the pandemic. It is the next great global challenge awaiting us, and we must be ready. Before the pandemic struck, we had been making great gains in improving conditions for people in the developing world and lifting millions out of poverty. We cannot accept a situation in which tens of millions of people finally gain protection from the COVID virus, only to be thrust back into abject poverty. The road to recovery must be walked together with no one left behind. The world has made significant progress in human rights over the years, and yet we see human rights threatened daily by intolerance, fear, and greed. Democracy is the great hope of humankind, and that hope rests first on free, fair, and credible elections, but also on respect for and adherence to civil, political, and socio-economic rights, on access to substantive justice, on gender equality, on strong and independent institutions, and on economic freedom. With these building blocks in place, nations grow and prosper, and their people thrive. Fiji's experience shows that this is true. I'm proud to say that the Fijian Constitution enshrines an array of civil, political, and socio-economic rights, including the right to a clean and healthy environment. And Fiji has ratified the 9 core human rights conventions as part of our commitment in our Universal Periodic Review. More importantly, we practice this universal principle of democracy and good governance. And within 2 years' time, we will hold our 3rd genuinely democratic election in 8 years. Madam President, the rights and freedoms enshrined under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are as relevant and necessary today as they were in 1948. No matter what challenges a nation or the world faces, we must continue to defend those rights and to insist that they be respected. Governments have undertaken exceptional measures to contain the spread of the coronavirus and protect the security of citizens. It is vital to ensure that these exceptional measures, necessary as they may be, do not erode the fundamental freedoms enshrined under these conventions. Exceptional measures must be applied judiciously and which promote the values that underlie a democratic society based on human dignity, equality, and freedom. In the Pacific, the climate crisis continues. Extreme biodiversity loss, frequent and intense weather events, and sea level rise have serious consequences that cut across every aspect of our socio-economic development. Indeed, our very sovereignty is threatened. There is no choosing between battling the pandemic and battling the climate crisis. Fiji and our neighbors in the Pacific region are battling both simultaneously. The climate crisis is a global crisis because of its far-reaching implications. It is not a crisis of the future. It is a crisis now, in our time. But we can prevent it from becoming a crisis of the future if we do what we all know we must do today. Since 2016, 13 cyclones have struck our islands. One of those storms set the record as our hemisphere's strongest ever. And another, Cyclone Yasa, devastated the north of our country just this past December, which was followed by the more recent cyclone Ana, which had caused widespread flooding in all divisions of Fiji. This has become our new normal. Through it all, Fiji continues to press on towards carbon neutrality by achieving net zero carbon emissions. Fiji recently announced new and stronger nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement and have pledged to achieve society-wide net zero emissions by 2050. This commitment will soon be legislated through a groundbreaking climate change bill. Our National Adaptation Plan maps out a multi-billion-dollar effort to strengthen our climate resilience. Our commitment to plant 30 million trees and sustainably manage all 1.3 square kilometers of our ocean by 2030 could very well mean Fiji becomes a carbon negative society in the not too distant future. Of course, human health is linked to the health of our environment, including our oceans. This linkage is both obvious and significant because human beings need a clean, pollution-free environment to thrive. A sustainable ecosystem will contribute to preventing future outbreaks of disease and will produce fewer health risks that can be attributed to human activities such as air pollution, toxic waste, and contamination of waterways. Threats to the ecosystems, including pollution and climate change, must be addressed in order to preserve human health. That is why we are planting those 30 million trees and restoring mangroves and investing in natural barriers against floods and tidal surges. Madam President, the world is now at a crossroad, and our future will be determined by our choice to strengthen the global human rights agenda. But what does this mean? It means more than talk. It means we protect and advance freedom, oppose oppressive rule, promote democracy, enshrine tolerance, and empower people. In this last decade of sustainable development, countries must work together and collectively take bold and courageous decisions for the betterment of our peoples. Likewise, we must see the fight against climate change as a fight that is interwoven with the need to advance and protect human rights. The measures we take to mitigate climate change and adapt to its effects must be taken in consultation with the people and with respect for the communities and traditions the people have established. In Fiji, we have plans to move some 43 communities in whole or in part away from encroaching seas, and we have already moved 6. It is not just a matter of building a new community. People have lived in these communities for generations. Their grandparents and great-grandparents are buried there. Their lives and culture are deeply tied to that place, and yet they must move. Each move is planned in close cooperation with the residents themselves so that we can find the best solutions together. Likewise, we work closely with every community to encourage sustainable practices, to adapt structures, infrastructure, schools, and agriculture to the new reality. It is not for government to dictate. It is for government to listen, to inform, to encourage, and to pave the way. Unfortunately, Madam President, some leaders sometimes find human rights to be an unwelcome obstacle to the actions they fervently believe they need to take. But that is folly. And the leaders who trust the people always learn that ultimately people are rational and wise, and the people will help them find solutions that are practical, effective, and just. Vinaka and thank you.
Vinaka Vakalevu, thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Aurelio Chiokoi, Acting Prime Minister and Acting Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Madam President, first of all, allow me to congratulate you on your election as President of the Human Rights Council. I wish you much success in these challenging times. Excellencies, dear friends, only 1 year has passed since we addressed this body in the magnificent alliance of civilizations room, without realizing how different the year 2020 will turn out for all of us. The pandemic, which in February last year was only starting to unfold, showed us how vulnerable, unprepared, and skeptical we all were to the risk of having a virus bring the world to a standstill and change our lives beyond recognition. It showed how fragile our health system was and that massive investments were needed if we wanted to be able to effectively ensure the right to health for all. Access to the right to education has also been severely impacted, affecting students, pupils from low-income families, rural areas, and minorities the hardest. It demonstrated how important it is to bridge the digital gap in the education sector in order to efficiently apply alternative methods of learning. Furthermore, the pandemic has shown, even in the countries with a good gender equality track record, that women are among the groups most heavily impacted by the societal effects of the crisis. Against this background, another disturbing phenomenon continues to unfold. Gender-based domestic violence has been increasing exponentially as many women have been forced to lock down at home with their abusers. We fully agree that we cannot have an effective post-COVID-19 recovery without placing human rights at the head of response measures. 1 year into the pandemic, it is clear that the virus has tested our openness and cooperation and the very concept of solidarity. Nevertheless, I am certain that the pandemic, by its nature, will bring nations even closer together, foster more cooperation, more solidarity, and more equity. Now that the scientific community has delivered the extraordinary feat of developing several vaccines so fast in a so rapid manner, we need more cooperation and more concerted actions in order to ensure access to safe and effective vaccines for all. I would like to take this opportunity to express our deepest gratitude to every country that has answered our calls for assistance in fighting the pandemic at the national level. Excellencies, in the same spirit of fostering cooperation and sharing experiences, allow me to highlight a number of positive steps that we have taken during the past year in order to advance the human rights agenda through democratic reforms in the Republic of Moldova. With reference to our international commitments, including on human rights, one major development has been organization of the first meeting of the National Human Rights Council. Dear friends, I would also like to mention our continued fruitful cooperation with the human rights mechanisms. In this respect, I will mention another significant development was the presentation in June 2020 of the first voluntary national review on the implementation of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. The state institutions have already started the complex task of preparing the next Universal Periodic Review report of the Republic of Moldova for the third cycle. We express our appreciation to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for providing valuable assistance in this process. At the national level, in order to streamline a human rights approach to democratic governance, we have embarked on an ambitious plan to develop and implement the justice sector reform. In the same context, the government drafted and sent to the parliament a draft law amending the constitution with regard to the composition of the Superior Council of Magistracy. These much-needed changes, once approved, will strengthen independence, impartiality, accountability, efficiency, and transparency of the court system in my country, which is deeply needed. We have also managed to ensure one of the most sacred elements of a democratic society, the exercise of right to vote, including for our citizens living abroad. The Republic of Moldova held presidential elections in November last year in the midst of a pandemic, and the people chose for the first time a woman as the president of my country. A large package of socio-economic support measures was approved, benefiting both business and individuals during the state of emergency. The wide number of labor migrants who returned to Moldova after losing their jobs abroad have been entitled to social allowance. On the right to education, while we're still working towards bridging the digital gap in the education sector, lessons have been filmed and broadcasted on television for households without the internet access. Madam President, at the same time, I would like to draw the attention of the Council to another issue of utmost importance for my country, the protracted conflict in the Transnistrian region of the Republic of Moldova and the grave human rights situation in that very region. The situation, which has long been marked by these systematic violations, has deteriorated even more since the pandemic erupted and those who hold de facto control have imposed a so-called state of emergency. Under the cover of measures to control the spread of COVID-19, fundamental human rights have been severely restricted, practically isolating in a prison-like system the people living in that region. Tiraspol has banned the free movement of 95 doctors, dozens of prosecutors and judges, 22 custom officers, hundreds of employees, and even students living on the left bank of the Dniester River and working or studying in the other side of the river. Only after the government's unrelenting demands and with the support of the international partners, Transnistrian leaders accepted to allow the above-mentioned medical staff to cross the administrative line without any hindrance, starting with February 4 this year. I call on the international community to speak out against the human rights violations occurring in the region. This is among the very few instruments to ensure some form of accountability for those violations and give hope for the people living in that very region. To conclude, I would like to reiterate my country's firm determination to step up efforts in promoting and protecting human rights for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency, Mr. David Zalkarliani, Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Georgia. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Madam President, at the outset, I would like to congratulate you with the election to the position of the President of the Human Rights Council and wish you and the members of the Bureau every success in your endeavors. Excellencies, since the last high-level meeting, we have been fighting common invisible enemy, the COVID-19, that continues to challenge the progress on the way to achieving sustainable development and enjoyment of human rights. Unfortunately, despite the Secretary General's appeal for an immediate global ceasefire, the human rights situation in different parts of the world continue to deteriorate on a daily basis. We continue witnessing brazen violations of the human rights in Georgia's regions occupied by the Russian Federation, as well as in Ukraine, where the Russian Federation has illegally occupied and annexed territories of the sovereign countries in blatant violation of the fundamental norms and principles of international law. Excellencies, each year the Human Rights Council adopts important thematic and country-specific resolutions, including annual resolution on cooperation with Georgia, focusing on the situation in Abkhazia and Skhin Valley regions of Georgia. Regrettably, despite direct calls of the resolution and the repeated efforts of the High Commissioner, the office has not been able to enter Russian-occupied Georgian regions. This takes place against the backdrop of continuously deteriorating human rights and humanitarian situation on the ground, with fundamental rights of ethnic Georgians being violated on a daily basis, including during the pandemic. Continuous installation of razor wire fences and other artificial obstacles along the occupation line and adjacent areas, as well as unprecedentedly lengthy closure of the so-called crossing points and restriction of freedom of movement, including denial of medical evacuations that often leads to the fatal cases, have extremely aggravated the humanitarian situation. Such destructive actions of the occupying power continue to prevent the efforts of the government of Georgia to assist its citizens living on the other side of the occupation line during the COVID-19. Moreover, amid the pandemic, my country has been hit by Russia's intensified hybrid warfare on a daily basis through disinformation and large-scale cyber attacks, including propaganda against the Richard Lugar Laboratory Center for Public Health Research, which has been important in Georgia's fight against the pandemic. Dear colleagues, the case of Georgian citizen Zaza Gacheladze, who was shot, wounded, and illegally detained by the Russian occupation forces in last July, is a clear example how the occupation forces manipulate people's lives. The recent provocative decision of the occupation regime to prolong his illegal detention for more than 12 years is outrageous. Madam High Commissioner, Madam President, this is a matter that requires your immediate involvement. Distinguished colleagues, despite repeated calls, literally nothing has been done with respect to execution of justice in brutal cases of deprivation of lives of Georgian citizens in the Russia-occupied regions, which has fueled the sense of impunity and led to further cases of torture and deprivation of lives. Perpetrators must be held accountable. In this regard, I would like to reiterate the importance of the Othozoria Tatunashvili list, which envisages imposing restrictive measures on the individuals responsible for human rights abuses in the occupied regions as a preventive mechanism, and I count on your support in this matter. Distinguished colleagues, unfortunately, IDPs and refugees expelled by the Russian Federation as a result of multiple waves of ethnic cleansing from Georgia's occupied regions are still unable to return to their homes. Russia's destructive actions threaten the remaining population with another wave of forceful displacement. We fully concur with the Secretary General's repeated call that the absence of political solution cannot and should not be an obstacle to the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms of those lacking the minimal safeguards and living under the imminent threat of expulsion. Therefore, resolute stance of the international community, including this august body, is essential. With this in mind, we retable a draft resolution on cooperation with Georgia during the current session and counting on your support. Excellencies, the recent judgment by the European Court of Human Rights in the case of Georgia versus Russia unequivocally confirmed Russia's occupation and effective control over the Georgian indivisible regions and Russia's responsibility for human rights violation on the ground during the August 2008 Russia-Georgia war, as well as subsequent period of occupation. Having said that, we call on Russia once again to cease violations of human rights in these occupied territories of Georgia, respect Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, and fulfill its international obligations under the EU-mediated 12 August 2000 ceasefire agreement. Madam President, during pandemic, the role of international organizations has gained even more importance. We fully share your view that the international human rights system and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development together offer us brightly lit path out of this crisis. We also subscribe to the High Commissioner's call to acknowledge that human rights are critical to the recovery from the pandemic and underline the immense role of the Human Rights Council, including its mechanism in this process. Georgia stands ready to remain actively engaged in the work of the Council by contributing to its growing inclusivity and particularly focusing on initiatives on advancement of rights of the most vulnerable groups with special emphasis on children, women, girls, and forcefully displaced persons, as well as human rights defenders and increased civil society participation. In this regard, we condemn any act of intimidation and reprisal against human rights defenders and civil society representatives. The pandemic has further accentuated the interlinkage between the human rights and environmental protection, which my country back in 2019 rightly set as one of the priorities during the presidency in the Council of Europe. We deem it important to keep this issue high on the international agenda. Georgia continues to be a strong supporter of the UPR process. We have just successfully undergone the third cycle review, and I would like to express appreciation to states for their engagement and valuable recommendations. In conclusion, as a candidate to the Human Rights Council for the term of 2023-2025, Georgia once again reiterates its readiness to join international community's efforts to build back better from the pandemic and strengthen the promotion and protection of human rights across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Tubedi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, to make his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to congratulate Madam Ambassador Najat Shamim Khan on her election as the Human Rights Council President. Taking this opportunity, I would like to commend the Human Rights Council work, which despite the global pandemic held all of its 3 regular sessions last year and remains the only UN human rights body that stayed on schedule. This required commitment, coordination, creative thinking and approaches, as well as the flexibility to do things in new manner. This also demanded strong leadership of the Council, which we all witnessed under the presidency of the permanent representative of Austria, Madame Elisabeth Tichy-Fisberger. Ladies and gentlemen, today every nation in the world faces and fights the common challenge of a devastating global pandemic. Therefore, I would like to start my address by honoring lives of more than 2 million people lost due to COVID-19. The pandemic has inflamed social, ecological, and health systems and negatively affected economies, as well as diminished fundamental human rights and put the achievement of SDGs under serious threat. Landlocked developing countries have been particularly affected by the situation, damaging welfare, investment, trade, and free movement of people. In face of this, Kazakhstan has supported global response to pandemic through its bilateral and multilateral commitments. These especially hard times proved once again that we need to strengthen our resilience to future challenges by displaying unity and recommitting to multilateral cooperation and solidarity. This year is an essential milestone for Kazakhstan, the 30th anniversary of its independence. It's an excellent occasion to reaffirm our commitment to respecting and protecting fundamental human rights. We recognize the importance of strengthening internal mechanisms aimed at improving people's lives, creating more social and economic opportunities. Despite the nationwide lockdown and disruption it caused, we continue to implement President Tokayev's package of political and economic reforms aimed at building an economically strong, democratically advanced, and human-oriented listening state. Let me refer to the particular results of these reforms launched in 2019 regarding the protection of freedoms and human rights. Halving of registration barrier for creating political parties, introduction of a 30% quota for women and youth on electoral party lists, formalization and strengthening of the parliamentary opposition, decriminalization of defamation and initiation of humanization of social discord incitement. Adopting a new law on assemblies made it easier to organize and participate in peaceful assemblies. Kazakhstan considers abolishing the death penalty as one of the primary objectives of its human rights policy. A year ago, at the 43rd session of the Council, I announced that the government would join the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights on the abolition of the death penalty. I'm pleased to inform you that we have signed the second protocol last September and ratified this document early this year. Together with international partners, we have supported various initiatives to raise awareness that death penalty does not prevent an increase in violent crimes and encourage abolishing the death penalty in Kazakhstan and the wider region. Therefore, we look forward to working with the International Commission Against the Death Penalty and the support group to promote the idea of declaring Central Asia and Mongolia the first ever zone free of death penalty. We have put in pipeline accession to the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on communications procedure, ratification of the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, designing a concept for the development of a local self-government and law on public control, creation of single institution for online petition, as well as improvement of legislation to combat torture, human trafficking, and protect citizens, especially children, from cyberbullying. Furthermore, this January, President Tokayev has put forward a new collection of political reforms focusing on strengthening the human rights protection system, expanding civic participation in political life, developing parliamentarism, and further democratizing the country. This package includes reducing the threshold for political parties to gain seats in the Majlis, lower house of parliament, from 7 to 5%, introduction the option against all in ballots for all future elections, legal formalization of institution of online petitions, adoption of a law on the Commissioner for Human Rights, the Ombudsman to streamline and reinforce activities of this institution in various areas, implementation of the Youth Development Index to evaluate the efficiency of youth policy of the government, introduction of measures to support charities and related activities. Madam President, distinguished speakers and members of the Council, in the aftermath of the pandemic, it's clear that attainability of our shared goals outlined in the SDGs are under threat, and it demands prompt and well-coordinated steps to get us back on track. SDGs agenda premise is to leave no one behind. In this context, I would like to emphasize, like many dignitaries before me today, that the rights of women, children, elders, and persons with disabilities were disproportionately affected by the crisis. The pandemic caused a disruption to education system, which have the potential to cause a very real and very severe long-term impact on our society and human rights in particular. In the present situation, let me underline the international community's need to display unity and cooperation. In this context, I would like to note the solidarity exhibited by volunteers and activists worldwide, which not only helped to address the problems, but also brought many overlooked issues to the forefront. As a responsible member of the international community, Kazakhstan will continue to make a visible contribution to collective efforts to promote peace and ensure human rights, dignity, and prosperity. Therefore, we are looking forward to our membership in the Human Rights Council for 2022-24. If affected, Kazakhstan If elected, Kazakhstan would strengthen dialogue, constructive engagement, consensus building, and international cooperation. As a member of the Human Rights Council, Kazakhstan commits promoting effective implementation of all civil and political, economic, social, and cultural rights. We have placed it high on the list of our top priorities, the fight against all forms of intolerance and discrimination, including gender discrimination, racism, sexism, xenophobia, protection of children's rights and rights of persons with disabilities, the universal abolition of the death penalty, the fight against torture and enforced disappearance, the freedom of religion and belief, the fight against extreme poverty and many other subjects that will promote and foster equitable globalization and sustainable development. And lastly, Kazakhstan commits to promoting respect for human rights in the fight against COVID-19 and learning lessons from the pandemic in this respect. Concluding my speech, I would like to reiterate Kazakhstan's strong commitment to meet its international obligations and continue its close cooperation with the UN and all its mechanisms to promote and protect fundamental human rights. And thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alfonso Nisue Makoe, Third Deputy Prime Minister in charge of human rights of Equatorial Guinea. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, señora alta comisionada, distinguidos delegados, miembros de la sociedad civil, señoras y señores. Permítanme, en nombre de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, intervenir en esta 46 periodo de sesiones del Consejo y sumarnos a las felicitaciones de los oradores anteriores. Aprovecho la ocasión para expresarles en nombre del Presidente de la República, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno, Su Excelencia Wang, los saludos de paz y de solidaridad, deseándoles un próspero y venturoso año 2021. Distinguidos delegados, mi Gobierno expresa su predisposición de mantener siempre una estrecha cooperación con el sistema de las Naciones Unidas en materia de derechos humanos para conseguir un mundo cada vez más respetuoso y comprometido hacia un desarrollo sostenible en los principios de igualdad, justicia y paz. Reafirmamos así nuestra voluntad política y el compromiso de dedicar más esfuerzos y capacidad para alcanzar una sociedad nacional en la que los derechos humanos constituyen los valores supremos de la convivencia pacífica y democrática. Señor Presidente del Consejo, señora Alta Comisionada, a pesar de los esfuerzos desplegados conforme a la implementación de las recomendaciones aceptadas en el último informe nacional en el marco del examen periódico universal, la pandemia del COVID-19 ha provocado en el país varias repercusiones directas en el ejercicio del goce y disfrute de varios derechos humanos. En el mecanismo de lucha y control para evitar la dispersión de la pandemia en el país, el Gobierno ha adoptado medidas excepcionales en respuesta a dicha pandemia, creando 2 comités, uno político y otro técnico, y se ha elaborado un plan nacional de vigilancia y respuesta a la pandemia de la COVID-19 que se ha beneficiado con una contribución significativa de los recursos del Gobierno de la Nación. Se ha puesto en funcionamiento un laboratorio de investigación en salud pública con la acreditación de la OMS para la realización de pruebas PCR. Se ha elaborado un plan nacional de vacunación contra la COVID-19 que ha permitido la reducción de la incidencia y mortalidad de la enfermedad en el país. Las negociaciones del Gobierno para la adquisición de la vacuna contra la COVID-19 y se ha puesto en funcionamiento hospitales de referencia para el manejo de casos de COVID-19 con la adquisición de varios medicamentos de mayor impacto en la lucha contra la pandemia. Se está desarrollando en todo el ámbito nacional campañas de sensibilización a la población para el cambio de comportamientos y la prevención de la transmisión local de la COVID a través de los medios de comunicación respectivamente. En el sector de la educación, el Gobierno ha puesto en funcionamiento la Universidad Afroamericana de África Central en la ciudad de La Paz, provincia de Djibouti, y que tiene una categoría internacional que impulsa la investigación y la innovación. Y se ha implementado el proyecto de construcción del campus universitarios, uno en la ciudad de Malabo y otro en la ciudad de Bata. El Gobierno está llevando a cabo los proyectos de construcción, rehabilitación y suministros de mobiliarios y equipos didácticos en todos los distritos escolares del ámbito nacional. En el sector de la justicia, los avances más significativos son la aprobación de la Ley de Anticorrupción, el Código Penal que ya está en estudio final en el Parlamento Nacional y que prevé la abolición de la pena de la muerte y la revisión y modificación de la anterior Ley de Nacionalidad. En el sector de asuntos sociales e igualdad de género, cabe destacar el anteproyecto de ley orgánica sobre la protección integral para prevenir, erradicar y sancionar la violencia contra la mujer y la promoción de la ley contra la violencia de género. Se tiene en estudio el anteproyecto de ley sobre la homosexualidad. Una comisión de derechos humanos integrada con los miembros de la Cruz Roja ha realizado varias visitas de inspección en las cárceles públicas del ámbito nacional para conocer el estado de cada preso, verificar si hay aglomeración o superpoblación carcelaria o situaciones de detenciones arbitrarias. Sobre trata de personas, el Gobierno ha elaborado un plan de acción nacional para su lucha y está trabajando conjuntamente con la Embajada de los Estados Unidos en nuestro país, centrando la atención en la formación, sensibilización y orientación a los funcionarios de migración, comisarios de las fronteras y al Comité Intersectorial de Lucha contra la Trata de Personas. Varios seminarios de sensibilización están siendo desarrollados para concienciar a los agentes del orden público sobre la importancia del respeto de los derechos humanos, así como indicarles las herramientas y mecanismos para erradicar la tortura en todos sus términos en base a la Ley número 6/2006 de fecha 2 de noviembre sobre la prevención y sanción de la tortura. Mi Gobierno es consciente de que los derechos humanos deben guiar la aplicación de los objetivos del desarrollo sostenible para lograr un mundo y un bienestar para todos. Reiteramos una vez más mantener nuestro compromiso de trabajar para elaborar los estándares nacionales de promoción y protección de los derechos humanos, convencidos de que el respeto al Estado de Derecho es un pilar fundamental que permite aumentar la capacidad de los Estados para mejorar la calidad de vida de sus poblaciones y prevenir las posibles violaciones a los derechos humanos. Auguramos que los trabajos de esta sesión ordinaria del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de las Naciones Unidas se desarrollen dentro de un ambiente de mutua cordialidad, comprensión y que se concluyan con muchos éxitos. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Pham Binh Minh, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Vietnam. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address these 46 sessions of the Council. Looking back, 2020 has been the most difficult year in many decades. The COVID-19 pandemic has claimed the lives of millions and affected the well-being of billions around the world. It has strained public health and social security systems of all countries. And as Secretary General Guterres put it, the pandemic has been triggering and exacerbating various human rights challenges. This should not, however, be a cause for despair. We can already see beams of hope. The world is moving toward a new normal. The global economy is seeing signs of gradual recovery. Vaccines has been developed and made available for public use in record time. Digital transformations and applications of science and technology, particularly information technology, have provided solutions to challenges in all aspects of human life. The pandemic has also offered the world a new pathway to build forward better, based on adaptability, innovation, cooperation, and solidarity at local, national, and global levels. Madam President, Vietnam believes strongly that ensuring a safe society against an epidemic like COVID-19 is the best way to ensure that each and every member of the society can fully enjoy the human rights. We continue to put emphasis on the protections and promotions of all human rights and fundamental freedoms of our people, even in this most difficult of times. Vietnam has tackled the COVID-19 pandemic based on putting the people at the center of all its efforts. Prompt and determined actions has been taken to control the outbreaks, to protect the health and safety of the people as a matter of top priority. Efforts are also made to maintain economic growth and social welfare to leave no one behind. Thanks to our whole-of-government approach and the overwhelming support and solidarity of our people, COVID-19 has largely been controlled in Vietnam. The economy continued to grow at almost 3% in 2020. And timely support has been given to businesses and people affected by the pandemic, especially vulnerable groups like the elderly, women, children, and people with disabilities. What we have experienced and achieved clearly indicate that efforts to ensure human rights must take into account the historical, political, and social and developmental particularities of each country. Madam President, COVID-19 has left no country untouched. No one can be safe until everyone is safe. As the international community, we are all in this together. Therefore, international solidarity and cooperation is critical to help us rise above challenges and move forward. Vietnam is grateful for the valuable support from our partner countries, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and people around the world. On its part, Vietnam has provided medical masks and supplies to support more than 50 countries and international partners in their response to the pandemic. As proposed by Vietnam, the United Nations General Assembly adopted by consensus a resolution proclaiming December 27 as the International Day of Epidemic Preparedness to help raise awareness on the importance of preventing and responding to epidemics. Desiring to further contribute effectively to joint efforts in protecting and promoting human rights, Vietnam presented its candidature for membership of the Human Rights Council for the term 2023 to 2025. We are honored to have been endorsed as the ASEAN candidate for this post and look forward to the support from all UN member states. We are confident that together we can overcome the challenges posed by the current pandemic and build a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Madame Sophie Wilmé, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the Federal Cultural Institutions of the Kingdom of Belgium. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Madame la Haut-Commissaire, Excellences, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un plaisir et un privilège pour moi de pouvoir m'adresser à ces hautes assemblées. Tout en m'alignant pleinement sur la déclaration de l'Union européenne, je souhaite vous faire part des priorités du gouvernement belge et de quelques réflexions sur les défis auxquels nous faisons face aujourd'hui en matière de droits humains. La pandémie qui a touché toute l'humanité est une douloureuse leçon d'humilité. Cette crise qui accentue les inégalités nous a rappelé l'importance des droits humains et leur universalité. Comme l'a dit le secrétaire général des Nations Unies fin janvier devant l'Assemblée générale, il faut faire de 2021 une année des possibles. Je suis convaincue que la meilleure approche pour une sortie de crise est de garantir l'universalité des droits humains. Plus que jamais, il nous faut réaffirmer que les droits humains ne sont pas une faveur que les États accordent. Ils sont une obligation à l'égard de tous, toujours, à l'égard des plus vulnérables, à l'égard de ceux qui nous paraissent différents, à l'égard des plus critiques aussi. Madame la Présidente, ce principe d'universalité s'applique de toute évidence aux femmes et aux filles. Je rejoins l'avis du secrétaire général. L'égalité des genres est peut-être le plus grand défi du monde en matière de droits humains. Il y a plus de 25 ans, nous nous sommes engagés à prendre des mesures audacieuses pour réaliser ce but. Bien que nous ayons réalisé des progrès, soyons clairs, aucun pays n'a vraiment réussi. La crise de la Covid-19 pèse sur le droit des femmes et des filles dans tous les domaines. Et les femmes sont souvent sous-représentées dans la prise de décision sur la réponse de la crise. En cette année de 20e anniversaire de la Conférence mondiale contre le racisme, trop de personnes sont encore victimes de discrimination sur base de leur race, de leur origine ethnique, de leur couleur ou de leur religion. Nous devons unir nos efforts pour vaincre le fléau du racisme qui remet en question l'égalité fondamentale de tous les êtres humains. La Belgique met tout en œuvre pour élaborer son plan d'action national contre le racisme. Nous nous réjouissons de l'organisation d'une réunion débat dédiée à cette thématique lors de cette session. Compte tenu de son engagement sans relâche pour l'abolition universelle de la peine capitale, la Belgique participera également à la réunion de haut niveau sur la question de la peine de mort. Le droit à la vie est le droit le plus fondamental, une condition sans laquelle la jouissance d'autres droits serait privée de tout sens. C'est pourquoi la Belgique, ensemble avec d'autres États, présentera une nouvelle résolution sur la question de la peine de mort à cette haute assemblée en septembre. Madame la Présidente, mon pays soutient fortement ce Conseil et ses instruments. Le système des procédures spéciales est d'une importance primordiale. Il s'agit en quelque sorte des yeux et des oreilles de la communauté internationale. Par ces alertes précoces, elles assistent le Conseil dans son mandat de prévention. À cet égard, il est primordial de faciliter la possibilité pour eux d'effectuer des visites sur place. Mon pays a d'ailleurs adressé une invitation permanente aux procédures spéciales et j'encourage ceux qui ne l'ont pas encore fait à en faire de même. La société civile, à son tour, est également un acteur clé dans la promotion et la protection des droits humains. En de nombreux endroits dans le monde, son rôle est aujourd'hui sous pression. On voit l'espace d'expression de voix critiques se réduire et le nombre d'agressions directes ciblées contre les défenseurs des droits humains augmenter. Il est primordial d'assurer la défense des défenseurs. La Belgique, avec ses partenaires de l'Union européenne, s'engage plus que jamais pour les soutenir. Madame la Présidente, la Belgique s'engage à veiller à la cohérence entre son action internationale et le respect des droits humains à l'intérieur de ses frontières. C'est pourquoi je présenterai début mai le bilan de la Belgique en matière de droits humains dans le cadre de l'examen périodique universel. Cet exercice interactif est très utile pour passer en revue la situation des droits humains dans tous les États membres de l'ONU, sans distinction. Cet engagement pour une mise en œuvre en interne de nos valeurs est à mon sens aussi la meilleure base pour le dialogue international sur les droits humains que nous voulons mener. Au sein de ce Conseil, ce dialogue se déclinera de différentes manières. Un échange de bonnes pratiques, de la coopération technique sur des sujets spécifiques, mais aussi, quand la situation le requiert, la condamnation de violations ou abus graves ou systématiques des droits humains. Pour conclure, je voudrais à nouveau confirmer l'engagement de la Belgique en faveur de ce Conseil. J'espère que la candidature de mon pays pour devenir membre du Conseil pendant la période 23-25 recevra un accueil bienveillant des gouvernements ici représentés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Mustafa Al-Ramid, Minister of State for Human Rights and Relations with Parliament of Morocco. Excellency, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدة رئيسة مجلس حقوق الإنسان، السيدة المفوضة السامية لحقوق الإنسان، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، يطيب لي باسم المملكة المغربية أن أعبر لكم عن سعادتي بالمشاركة في الدورة 46 لمجلسكم الموقر، وهي مناسبة لأقدم تهنئتي للسيدة نزهة شميم خان وبلدها فيجي على تولي رئاسة مجلس حقوق الإنسان. كما أود توجيه عبارات التقدير للسيدة المفوضة السامية على الجهود المبذولة في ظل الظرفية الاستثنائية التي تعيشها البشرية لدعم ومساعدة الدول على الوفاء بالتزاماتها في سياق تدبير الانعكاسات السلبية للجائحة على التمتع الكامل بحقوق الإنسان. ولا يفوتني كذلك أن أعرب عن امتناني العميق لجهود ومبادرات السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، ولا سيما من خلال الخطة العالمية لمواجهة هذه الجائحة. السيدة الرئيسة، لقد اعتمدت بلادنا طبقا للتعليمات السامية لجلالة الملك محمد السادس، وانطلاقا من إمكاناتها الذاتية، مقاربة وطنية خالصة للتصدي لجائحة كورونا وتدبير آثارها. تميزت بالاستباقية والتكامل والشمولية والحرص على الموازنة بين التدابير الاحترازية المتخذة وتحديات الوضع الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والالتزامات الدولية في مجال حقوق الإنسان. وقد عملت المملكة المغربية على تعبئة كل إمكانياتها وطاقاتها من أجل تعزيز حماية الحق في الحياة والحق في الصحة كأولوية قصوى، كما سخرت كافة الموارد المتاحة لدعم الفئات الاجتماعية الهشة والمتضررة والتخفيف من حدة الأزمة على المقاولات الوطنية وتطوير خطة للإنعاش الاقتصادي. وفي نفس الإطار تسهر بلادنا بداية من أواخر الشهر الماضي على تأمين القيام بحملة وطنية للتلقيح المجاني ضد فيروس كوفيد-19 لفائدة جميع المغاربة والأجانب المقيمين بالمملكة المغربية. ومن أجل الترسيخ الفعلي للحقوق الاجتماعية وتكريس مبدأ المساواة وعدم التمييز بين كل الفئات في التمتع بهذه الحقوق الأساسية، تنكب بلادنا على تطوير برنامج لتوفير الحماية الاجتماعية الشاملة بشكل تدريجي. السيدة الرئيسة، لقد حرصت بلادنا في ظل ظروف الجائحة على مواصلة تفاعلها مع الآليات الأممية لحقوق الإنسان، حيث تقاسمت تجربتها في تدبير هذه الأزمة ومواجهة تداعياتها من خلال تقرير قدمناه جوابا على الاستبيان المشترك للإجراءات الخاصة حول أثر جائحة فيروس كورونا على التمتع بحقوق الإنسان، وتقرير مقدم للجنة الفرعية لمنع التعذيب بشأن تفعيل مضامين وثيقتها الاستشارية، وإيمانا منها بأعراف التضامن الدولي في مثل هذه الظروف الاستثنائية، وعملا بقرار مجلس الأمن 2532 في يوليوز 2020، وانسجاما مع رؤيتها لإفريقيا. لم تدخر بلادنا بمبادرة من جلالة الملك محمد السادس جهدا في تقديم الدعم والمساعدة ل15 دولة إفريقية صديقة من أجل مواجهة الجائحة. السيدة الرئيسة، واصلت المملكة المغربية تنفيذا لالتزاماتها بتعاون مع هيئات المعاهدات حيث يجري حاليا تفاعل مع اللجنة المعنية بالقضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز للمرأة، كما باشرت بلادنا تعزيزا لانخراطها الجدي في دينامية إصلاح نظام هيئات المعاهدات، اعتماد المسطرة المبسطة لتقديم عدد من تقاريرها السنوية. وبنفس الروح تواصل انفتاحها على الإجراءات الخاصة لمجلس حقوق الإنسان من خلال توجيه دعوة رسمية للمقرر الخاص المعني بالحق في الحصول على مياه الشرب للقيام بزيارة رسمية إلى المغرب خلال السنة الجارية للوقوف على الجهود والتحديات في هذا المجال. وتعزيزا لهذه الدينامية، قررت المملكة المغربية الترشح لعضوية مجلس حقوق الإنسان للفترة ما بين 2023 2025، ويحظى هذا الترشيح بدعم الاتحاد الإفريقي وجامعة الدول العربية وعدد من التجمعات الجهوية والدول الصديقة. سيدة الرئيسة، إن المملكة المغربية تؤكد تشبثها والتزامها بالمسار الأممي الرامي إلى التوافق على حل سياسي وواقعي وعملي يحترم سيادتها ووحدتها ترابها، وتبقى مبادرة الحكم الذاتي باعتبارها مقترحا جديا وذو مصداقية الأساس الوحيد الذي ينبغي اعتماده لتسوية نهائية لهذا النزاع الإقليمي المفتعل، وعلى الأطراف الأخرى تحمل مسؤوليتها وانخراط بكل جدية وحسن نية في المسلسل السياسي للموائد المستديرة، كما تنص على ذلك قرارات مجلس الأمن الدولي ذات الصلة. وإذا كان للمشاريع التنموية المنجزة بالأقاليم الجنوبية للمملكة مؤشرات جد إيجابية على أوضاع الساكنة، فإن بعض مواطنينا الذين ما زالوا محتجزين بمخيمات تندوف يعيشون أوضاعا مأساوية تتنافى مع حقوق الإنسان وحرياته الأساسية، مما يستدعي تدخلا عاجلا لتحريرهم، ولا سيما الأطفال الذين يتم استغلالهم وتجنيدهم على شكل ميليشيات في انتهاك صارخ للمواثيق والمعايير الدولية ذات الصلة. وأغتنم هذه المناسبة للتذكير بالتدخل السلمي والمشروع للمملكة المغربية أواخر السنة الماضية لإعادة السير العادي لحركة التنقل المدنية والتجارية بمعبر القرقرة في المنطقة العازلة بعد عرقلتها وتجميدها باستغلال مدنيين من طرف عناصر مسلحة تابعة للبوليزاريو في تحدي سافر للنداءات المتكررة للأمين العام لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة وقرارات مجلس الأمن. سيدة الرئيسة، لقد شكلت جائحة كورونا منعطفا محوريا في تاريخ البشرية لما خلفته من آثار عميقة على إمكانات الدول في ضمان التمتع بحقوق الإنسان، وهو ما يفرض على المجتمع الدولي بكل مكوناته تعزيز قواعد الوفاء بالالتزامات والتشبث بقيم التضامن والتعاون متعدد الأطراف قصد إعادة بناء مستقبلنا المشترك على متلازمة حقوق الإنسان والديمقراطية والتنمية المستدامة. ختاما، أتمنى لأشغال هذه الدورة كل التوفيق والنجاح، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker on the list for this meeting. We will now have a short technical break and will reconvene in a few minutes to continue with a high-level segment. I hereby close the first meeting of the 46th session of the Human Rights Council.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare open the second meeting of the 46th session of the Human Rights Council. We will continue with the high-level segment. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Felipe Carlos Sola, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina. Excellency, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente, la Argentina viene a reafirmar su compromiso con la construcción de sociedades más igualitarias, más justas, más solidarias, más diversas y más inclusivas. Frente al falso dilema entre salvar vidas o salvar la economía que nos impuso la pandemia del COVID-19, nuestro país eligió guiarse por un enfoque de derechos humanos como fundamento de las políticas públicas desplegadas frente a la crisis. Todos tenemos derecho a la salud y a un trabajo digno. Todos tenemos derecho a acceder a los medicamentos, a las vacunas y a las tecnologías médicas esenciales para prevenir y tratar el contagio del COVID-19. Pero no todos los países tenemos la misma capacidad de respuesta. Para salvaguardar esos derechos, la Argentina debió realizar un esfuerzo sin precedentes en términos de inversión sanitaria, de inversión social y de inversión productiva. Todo eso en medio de un complejo proceso de reestructuración de nuestra deuda externa a fin de hacerla sostenible en el tiempo. Hemos conducido esa negociación con apego a las resoluciones de este Consejo de Derechos Humanos y de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, por las que se llama a los Estados y a las instituciones financieras privadas y públicas a garantizar que el cumplimiento de los compromisos derivados de la deuda externa no socaven los derechos humanos de la población, en particular sus derechos económicos, sociales y culturales. Señor Presidente, la pandemia del COVID-19 puso de manifiesto varias inequidades con las que ya convivíamos, pero que hoy resultan más evidentes aún. No solo la de los que tienen en relación a los que no tienen. Hoy somos más conscientes de la grave incidencia de desigualdad y la violencia de género en todas las esferas de la vida de las personas. Para nuestro país, el logro de la igualdad sustantiva entre varones y mujeres es una prioridad y además es un pilar central de la democracia. Hemos instrumentado por eso un enfoque de género en la medida de protección social y laboral en el marco de la pandemia. Cada una de esas medidas ha sido hecha según este enfoque de género. Y hemos promovido la corresponsabilidad y una distribución más justa en las tareas de cuidado. Como país también estamos orgullosos de haber sancionado la ley de interrupción voluntaria del embarazo. Somos conscientes de que aún enfrentamos importantes desafíos. Tenemos el deber de poner fin a la cultura del silencio y la impunidad en torno a los ataques contra las mujeres, actuando con todas las herramientas y recursos de los que disponemos como Estado y haciendo que los responsables de la violencia de género rindan cuentas ante la justicia. Los efectos de la pandemia en nuestro país han impactado en el acceso a los derechos de otros grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad. Las niñas y los niños, las personas afrodescendientes, los migrantes, las personas con capacidad y los pueblos indígenas, entre ellos. En el caso de las personas mayores, la pandemia ha remarcado la necesidad de contar con un instrumento de protección universal que sea jurídicamente vinculante. La Argentina continuará trabajando en el plano nacional y en el plano internacional para erradicar la discriminación y asegurar el pleno goce de los derechos de los grupos vulnerables. Durante el año 2020, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de garantizar los derechos de las personas LGBTI. Hemos podido cumplir con demandas históricas en mi país, como el cupo laboral para personas trans, travestis y transexuales. Esta medida busca reparar la desigualdad estructural que históricamente ha sufrido este colectivo, brindando herramientas concretas para su inclusión. Señor Presidente, las múltiples acciones de la República Argentina en materia de derechos humanos tienen como piedra fundacional nuestro propio proceso de memoria, verdad y justicia. El mismo que hizo posible erradicar la impunidad con los crímenes de lesa humanidad cometidos durante la última dictadura cívico-militar. Desde la recuperación de la democracia, la sociedad argentina ha impulsado de forma sostenida una agenda de igualdad y ampliación de derechos, sin exclusiones ni discriminaciones. Esta gesta, que contó con la contribución inestimable de nuestras abuelas y madres de Plaza de Mayo, hizo de la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos como política de Estado una parte esencial de nuestra identidad como miembros de la comunidad internacional. Tenemos el orgullo de haber colaborado activamente con el desarrollo progresivo de los derechos humanos, impulsando iniciativas que han permitido luchar contra la desaparición forzada de personas. Han permitido también velar por el derecho a la verdad y promover el uso de genética forense en el campo de los derechos humanos. Aprovecho esta oportunidad para hacer un llamado a todos los países a que adhieran a la Convención Internacional para la Protección de todas las personas contra la desaparición forzada. Acabamos de lanzar junto a Francia una nueva campaña global para promover la universalización de esta convención. La convención es una muestra del compromiso de la comunidad internacional con el fortalecimiento del sistema universal de protección de los derechos humanos. Esperamos poder continuar aportando a estos desarrollos y también a la labor del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Y en ese contexto esperamos contar con el apoyo de los estados presentes a nuestra candidatura para el periodo 2022-2024, en estas elecciones que próximamente tendrán lugar. Señor Presidente, finalmente estamos convencidos de que el examen periódico universal tiene un rol primordial como mecanismo interpares universal. En tal sentido, la Argentina continuará participando constructivamente para dotar al EPU de mayor capacidad transformadora, buscando asegurar el diálogo y promoviendo la cooperación técnica para todos los estados que la requieran. Valoramos fuertemente el trabajo de la Alta Comisionada para los Derechos Humanos y apoyamos las acciones que con tanto compromiso realiza su oficina. Y hemos dado muestras durante el año de este apoyo, claramente, en todos los lugares en donde pudimos hacer. Nuestro país mantiene una invitación abierta y permanente a todos los procedimientos especiales de este Consejo. Creemos, en definitiva, que el Consejo de Derechos Humanos debe seguir desempeñando un rol fundamental para motorizar el diálogo entre países, para acercar posiciones y para intercambiar experiencias, evitando la polarización o la estigmatización y promoviendo en su lugar una mayor cooperación internacional. Nuestra historia nos ha enseñado que ese es el único camino posible. Ese es nuestro compromiso, también con este Consejo de Derechos Humanos.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Georgi Radulovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. I am pleased to address you today on behalf of the government of Montenegro. At the outset, I wish to congratulate Madam Nazat Shamin Khan on her election as the President of the 15th Human Rights Council cycle. Madam President, we are confident that under your strong leadership, the Council will continue to fulfill its important mission in these challenging times. Further on, I would also like to express our gratitude to the former President, Madam Elizabeth Tichy-Filsberger, for her dedicated work and successful completion of all 3 HRC regular sessions despite the financial constraints and COVID-19 crisis that continues to challenge all of us. Finally, allow me to congratulate Madame Michelle Bachelet and her office's leading role in addressing challenges that the pandemic has been posing to all of our societies. Montenegro appreciates your actions in keeping the focus on the importance of protection and promotion of human rights worldwide. Montenegro welcomes the announcement of the United States of America to rejoin Human Rights Council as an observer, thereby reaffirming its commitment to this important UN body and the role it has in the system of human rights at a global level. Today, we face an unprecedented global crisis that spills over into all segments of our lives. Economic and social impact of the pandemics is still impossible to fully comprehend. What is particularly alarming is that the current crisis has further demonstrated fragility of human rights, especially the vulnerable groups, and the urgent need for the additional actions in their protection. Our success in dealing with all these adversities depends on how willing we are to work together. Solidarity and a sense of common purpose should be a driving force behind all our actions in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences. Montenegro strongly believes that principles supporting and promoting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law should remain at the heart of all activities, plans, and policies for effective crisis governance and recovery. Therefore, we welcome the development of policies that provide universal and equal access to social and health care, which should now, more than ever, be demonstrated in the fight against the current health crisis, enabling the main tool in this fight, the vaccine, to be available to all on equal terms. Madam President, in these exceptional circumstances, the role of Human Rights Council is even more important. HRC needs to remain a crucial human rights mechanism at the global level, capable of addressing all the major crises, thus accelerating its preventive role. Therefore, Montenegro advocates for strengthening the visibility, efficiency, and financial sustainability of the HRC in the UN system in general. We continuously confirm our commitment to the human rights agenda by actively participating in the work of the Council, as well as in all sessions of the UPR. We wish to further strengthen our contribution also through active membership in this important body, which is why we have submitted our candidacy for the period 2022-2024. Montenegro remains strongly committed to strengthening the UN human rights system and will continue to provide strong support for the preservation of integrity, independence, and functionality of the OHCHR, what we have also confirmed by increasing our voluntary national contribution to 10,000 euros. We recognize the important role and contribution of NGOs, human rights defenders, and other civil society stakeholders to the human rights mechanisms, and we support their active participation and interaction. Montenegro strongly condemns the continuation of massive, systematic, and widespread human rights violations, which include attacks on civilians, journalists, and human rights defenders. These violations demand our determined reaction to bring the perpetrators to justice, and impunity is not an option. Therefore, we consider it important to advance cooperation with the ICC and other criminal tribunals and fully implement obligations of the Rome Statute. Ladies and gentlemen, Montenegro is continuously working to improve the institutional and legislative framework in the field of human rights and continues to cooperate openly with OHCHR special procedures and mechanisms. Montenegro's priorities in the Human Rights Council are an integral part of the European agenda, which focuses on the rule of law, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. The reforms we are implementing in the EU accession process are complementary to achieving the 2030 development goals, while almost 2/3 of the SDG targets are covered in this way. We remain committed to creating equal conditions and opportunities for all and are committed to strengthening the fight against all forms of discrimination. We are continuously implementing reforms to achieve gender equality and eliminate all forms of violence against women, reduce social exclusion and discrimination, to promote and protect rights of the LGBTI persons, migrants and displaced persons, Roma and minorities, persons with disabilities, etc. Montenegro has been recognized through the report Realizing Rights, Challenging Lives, the Impact of the UN Human Rights System on the Enjoyment of Child Rights as one of the 6 most successful in terms of exercising the rights of the child. We are constantly working to ensure media freedom and freedom of expression. We are aware of our achievements, but also of the challenges and further tasks in terms of improving the protection of human rights. More work needs to be done. We will stay committed to achieve the set goals and to overcome the existing shortcomings and gaps. Thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا جزيلا. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Heiko Maas, Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to stand still means to lose ground. This is all too true for human rights. We are witnessing every day that we cannot take human rights for granted. In many places, journalists and activists who voice criticism are detained. We see discrimination and persecution based on ethnicity, religion, and gender. In armed conflicts worldwide, parties violate human rights every second of every day. The members of this council have been elected to counter such dangerous trends. If we don't hold the ground on human rights, we will lose the ground that our international community is built on. Ladies and gentlemen, this quest for human rights starts at home for all of us. In Germany, we have stepped up efforts to counter racism, anti-Semitism, and xenophobia. But more still needs to be done to build a truly inclusive, fair, and equal society for all of our citizens. And in the European Union, we have recently adopted a human rights sanctions regime, because those who trampled on human rights have no right to enjoy their holidays in European capitals or to park their money in our banks. To hold our ground on human rights also means keeping up with new challenges. Climate change increasingly threatens human rights. We are working to address this issue in all United Nations bodies and in the Alliance for Multilateralism. The digital revolution and new technologies create human progress, but also risks. Hate speech is triggering violence. Artificial intelligence can worsen discrimination. Protecting freedom of speech, human dignity, and privacy in the digital age should therefore remain at the top of our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, tackling these challenges requires a stronger United Nations human rights architecture, with the Human Rights Council at its core. This is especially true in times of a global pandemic that also poses threats to human rights. And that is why Germany will increase its voluntary contribution to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights by almost 50% to $11.5 million this year. We continue advocating a closer link between the Human Rights Council and the Security Council. Sustainable peace depends on respect for human rights. And we welcome the renewed commitment of the United States to this council. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been much criticism of the composition of the Human Rights Council after last year's election. On the one hand, different perspectives trigger debates and lead to better outcomes. And inclusiveness strengthens the Council's credibility. But let me be clear. Different cultural backgrounds or national perspectives cannot be an excuse for member states to hamper the Council's work. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Every state, especially those elected to this Council, is bound to defend this commitment and the other 29 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That is why this Council was right in speaking up on the overthrow of a democratically elected government in Myanmar. Our commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights also leaves no room for the arbitrary detention of ethnic minorities like the Uyghurs in Xinjiang or China's crackdown on civil liberties in Hong Kong. We must speak up against severe violations of civil liberties in places like North Korea and Syria. And we have to highlight the growing restrictions imposed on civil society, whether in Iran, Venezuela, or elsewhere. And we will not be silent when peaceful protesters and opposition leaders are attacked and imprisoned, as has occurred in Belarus or Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting human rights means putting those who suffer from violations at the center of our efforts. That is why we have launched a program sponsoring short-term stays of human rights defenders in Germany and other places. It allows them to get out of the line of fire, at least for a while. And as a member of the Security Council in the last 2 years, we invited a record number of briefers from the civil society, most of them women. They confronted the Council with their first-hand experiences of conflict and violence. And we are committed to making their voices heard, here in the Human Rights Council as well. Madam President, Germany looks forward to working with you and with all our fellow members on this Council to respond to new challenges, to advance human rights, and to stand our ground. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. الآن يشرفني أن أعطي الكلمة للسيد إيفاريست بارتولو وزير الخارجية والشؤون الأوروبية لمالطا. معاليك لك الكلمة.
Madam President, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. For the first time in its history, a small island Pacific state is heading the Human Rights Council, a body which is fundamental for international dialogue to advance and protect human rights as the UN's main intergovernmental body responsible for human rights. I would like to congratulate Ambassador Nazat Shamim Khan, permanent representative of Fiji, on her election as President of the Human Rights Council for 2021, and wish her well for her term in office. Madam President, we are living in challenging times. For over 12 months, the world grappled to bring the COVID-19 pandemic under control, which has caused immense suffering and hardship across all continents. It has highlighted critical human rights aspects linked to the rights to life and death, international cooperation, and more solidarity among nations. Also, when it comes to vaccine distribution, where you live should not be the reason whether you live. At the same time, we have witnessed an increasing erosion in respect for human rights, heightening broader concerns over worldwide democratic backsliding in recent years. We continue to be inspired by the Secretary General's call to action for human rights, whose overarching principles point to ways in which we can transform hope into concrete action. In the circumstances, we believe that member states need to engage more, not less, within the multilateral system, including with this body. In this spirit, Malta warmly welcomes the re-engagement of the United States of America with the Human Rights Council. Madam President, putting into practice the Council's preventative mandate and prerogative is crucial. There is much work to be done in terms of reaching global solidarity on migration and preventing more tragedies and loss of human lives in the Mediterranean. I have stated before that no country, no matter its size, can unilaterally solve the problem of irregular migration. We should keep on making the basic point that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is universal. It was formulated after the catastrophe of the Second World War by persons coming from different civilizations and political systems, and all agreed that we are one world and a common humanity, and we should feel the pain and suffering wherever the person is and whoever he, she is. Respect for freedom of expression, assembly, and the right to enjoy one's culture has nothing to do with borders and political systems. Making this point cannot be dismissed as interfering in internal affairs. At the same time, we should defend and promote human rights everywhere and not be selective, and should avoid using double standards and attack only those governments which is convenient for us to attack. Weaponizing human rights undermines them and benefits nobody. Each individual state has the responsibility to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. Furthermore, Malta continues to condemn the application of the death penalty and calls on countries still applying it to abolish it, or at a minimum, introduce a moratorium as a first step towards full and legal abolition. Madam President, the full realization of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by women and girls, as well as their empowerment, is a priority for my government. We plan to shortly present a bill to commence a gender quota in Parliament. Around the world, women journalists and human rights defenders continue to be targeted. I concur with what many special procedures mandate holders and civil society organizations have been maintaining over the past months, that the COVID-19 crisis cannot be solved with public health and emergency measures only. The Council has made important strides in identifying the causes of violence and discrimination against people due to their gender identity and sexual orientation. Malta will continue to place a special emphasis on promoting at the UN the human rights of LGBTIQ persons, and domestically through the implementation of the LGBTIQ Equality Strategy and Action Plan for 2018-2022. I was pleased to see that for the 5th year in a row, ILGA Europe Rainbow Organization has ranked Malta first from the 49 countries assessed. As the world increasingly takes stronger positions against racial injustice, Malta recently inaugurated a hate crime and speech unit, which will be tasked with supporting victims of racially based hate crime and hate speech, offline and online, through the provision of free therapeutic and legal services. We are also in the process of formulating our first national action against racism and xenophobia. Madam President, Malta is committed to ensuring the safety of journalists and that all those involved in Daphne Caruana Galizia's murder are brought to justice. The investigation is ongoing. The judicial process has started for those who allegedly carried out the assassination and also for the alleged mastermind. The fight against impunity remains crucial, also with regards to reprisals and intimidation against those cooperating with the United Nations. We should use all available tools to fulfill our commitments to human rights, including in the HRC, General Assembly, and the UN Security Council. As part of Malta's bid for a seat on the United Nations Security Council in 2023-2024, we have stepped up our efforts to commit to the Women, Peace and Security agenda by launching our first national action plan and appointing our first ambassador. I stress the importance of the protection of the rights of the child, including their right to education. In the words of the late UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, education is a human right with immense power to transform. On its foundation rest the cornerstones of freedom, democracy, and sustainable human development. Children should not bear the brunt of conflicts and be used as instruments of war. Malta will continue to work through the UN to address violations against the rights of children in armed conflicts. Madam President, in closing, I would like to convey my government's appreciation for High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet and her office, and call on all states to respect her independence, to cooperate for the effective delivery of her mandate, and to ensure adequate financing. Global challenges such as climate change, migration, and cybersecurity all have important human rights implications. Member states need to engage more, not less, within the multilateral system, including with this body. Looking ahead, Malta underlines that all UN members, especially HRC members, should uphold the highest standards in the promotion and protection of human rights and fully cooperate with the Council and its mechanisms. My message for the Council in 2021 is one of determination to face our common challenges with one objective. A multilateral approach is our best guarantee that global issues are tackled head-on for our mutual benefit. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. الآن يشرفني أن أعطي الكلمة لفخامة كاترين إجنبرجر وزيرة الخارجية والعدل والثقافة لليختنشتاين. فخامة الوزيرة لك الكلمة.
Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address the Human Rights Council, even though I would have preferred to be in Geneva right now and meeting you all in person. We were pleased to see that the Council managed to function throughout the last year and fulfill its program of work, notably as the only UN body. This was only possible due to the tremendous efforts by former President of the Council, Ambassador Elisabeth Tichy-Fisselberger from Austria and her team. We are also very pleased to see Ambassador Nasat Khan from Fiji to have the presidency of the Council for 2021. During the COVID-19 pandemic, existing inequalities have further exacerbated. We are concerned about the negative impact of the pandemic on women and children, who have been more exposed to domestic violence as a result of the measures taken to address the pandemic. Under the current circumstances, it is important that we show flexibility in the modalities of the Council in order to keep it running. Liechtenstein, together with a large group of states, has led on a resolution to allow e-voting for the General Assembly in exceptional circumstances, when the Assembly is unable to meet in person for a prolonged period of time. As a subsidiary organ of the General Assembly, the Human Rights Council may also apply that procedure. We encourage the President to keep this option in mind as we begin a new cycle. Madam President, together with Germany, Brazil, Mexico, and Austria, Liechtenstein will run a resolution at this session of the Human Rights Council to renew the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the right to privacy in the digital age. We are convinced that the situation of surveillance, the additional threats of artificial intelligence, machine learning, tracking, and profiling will only increase the importance of the Council addressing this issue. Liechtenstein will continue to stress the importance of accountability for serious human rights violations and violations of international law, in particular when it comes to the most serious crimes. The current situation of the pandemic also created difficult challenges for dedicated mechanisms such as the IIIM, and we were very pleased to see that they found creative ways to continue their important work, while underscoring that this should not be precedents for their functioning. We are appalled by the recent removal of the civilian government in Myanmar by the military, as the coup represents a clear danger of additional escalation of the already serious pre-existing human rights crisis in Myanmar. Liechtenstein calls upon the Myanmar military to immediately lift the state of emergency and release all arbitrarily detained persons. Independent investigations into all human rights violations need to be ensured. The proceedings of the ICC, albeit on a limited set of crimes in the absence of a Security Council referral, continue to be the most promising pathway to criminal accountability in Myanmar, alongside full cooperation with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and with the Human Rights Council and its mandate holders, in particular the IIM. We are furthermore concerned about the situation in Syria, as the conflict faces a sad 10-year anniversary. Liechtenstein continues to call on the government of Syria and other states to fully cooperate with the international, impartial, and independent mechanism for Syria, the IIIM, and reiterates its principled position that the situation in Syria should be referred to the ICC by the Security Council. There is no sustainable future for Syria without justice for the countless atrocities committed and still ongoing. We are concerned about the recent wave of arbitrary arrests, allegations of torture, and the closure of civic space in Belarus in the aftermath of the presidential elections in summer 2020, which were neither free nor fair. We call on the government of Belarus to immediately stop the violence against peaceful protesters and thoroughly investigate all allegations, to release arbitrarily arrested people, bring perpetrators of human rights violations to justice, and fully cooperate with the Human Rights Council and the OSCE. Madam President, it is my pleasure to inform the Human Rights Council about progress made by Liechtenstein in the implementation of international human rights treaties. On 8 September 2020, we have signed the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and are preparing for its ratification. Moreover, Liechtenstein is currently finalizing the preparatory work concerning the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. In the course of the ratification process, a further strengthening of the protection of victims and witnesses of gender-based, sexual, and domestic violence in civil rights procedures is planned. Before concluding, please let me touch upon one issue that is important for Liechtenstein and also for me personally. Liechtenstein strongly believes that civil society actors are key players in ensuring that the Human Rights Council can fulfill its mandate. Liechtenstein is very concerned about the increasing attacks and reprisals, both online and offline, against human rights defenders in many countries, as well as against individuals and groups seeking to cooperate or having cooperated with the United Nations. In particular, we are concerned of the use of COVID-19 measures to silence civil society actors. All this is unacceptable. We strongly condemn any reprisals against civil society and its representatives under any circumstances. Last but not least, I would like to express our support to you, Madam President. Liechtenstein will, in its national capacity and its capacity as the coordinator of the WEOG group for 2021, stand ready to work constructively with you. I thank you.
شكرا. الآن يشرفني أن أعطي الكلمة للسيد ألان غنو وزير الخارجية التكامل الإقليمي والتجارة الدولية لجمهورية موريشيوس. الكلمة لك معالي الوزير.
For Human Rights, Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of immense pleasure and honor for me to address this august assembly for the first time since I have assumed office as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mauritius. Allow me at the very outset to congratulate you, Ambassador Khan, on your election as President of the Human Rights Council for the 15th cycle. Mauritius looks forward to working with you and other members of the Council to strengthen the human rights dialogue. Madam President, the promotion and protection of human rights is of utmost importance to Mauritius, and in our Constitution, a number of provisions have been enshrined to ensure that our citizens are able to exercise effectively their civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights, irrespective of their race, place of origin, political opinions, color, creed, or sex. This commitment saw us become one of the founding members of the Human Rights Council. The values, aspiration, and ethos of the Council are very much present in our national policies as they continue to guide us in having a right-based approach. It is against this backdrop that Mauritius will shortly be promulgating the Children's Bill, which brings together different pieces of legislation dealing with children under one legislative umbrella. The bill will allow us to better administer frameworks to protect our children, for we should not forget that children have rights that cater for their specific needs, in addition to enjoying the same general rights as adults. Our children are the future of our country, and the protection of their rights should be our priority. Two important aspects of this act are the enforcement of the minimum age of marriage to 18 years and setting age of criminal responsibility to 14 years, in line with recommendations set at the UN and African Union. Together with the Children's Bill, we will also shortly promulgate the Child Sex Offender Register Bill, which will establish a register with a view to reducing and preventing the risk of sexual offences against children. To supplement these two legislation, a children's court will be created to enable the expedient administration and delivery of justice to the children of Mauritius. These landmark legislations have taken into account international yardsticks are the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and have successfully integrated and entrenched the four cardinal principles of the best interest of the child, the non-discrimination against the child, the survival and development of the child, and the right of the child to be heard. They will make of Mauritius a better and safer place for our children. Madam President, Excellencies, today, as we reaffirm the need to strengthen our human rights approach, we are challenged by two external variables, invisible threats, and common enemies to our present: the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. While they have both affected our enjoyment of rights, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been more immediate and visible. As I speak, more than 100 million people have been affected by the pandemic, with more than 2 million casualties. Millions of jobs have been lost. Restriction in movement of people and a rise in domestic violence has been experienced. We still face major threats to the access of food, health, medication, and the pandemic has taken over many of our priorities. We have witnessed individual interests taking over the common benefit of mankind. The pandemic is feared by all socio-economic actors of the globe and has put a sudden end to a period of 10 years of sustained growth since the 2008 financial crisis. While this terrorizing pandemic is unprecedented, we surely know that this will surely not be the last. This is the reason why we should all come together to build a resilient system which prioritizes human dignity, diversity, and equality. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the COVAX initiative, which is working to accelerate the development and manufacture of COVID-19 vaccines and guarantee its fair and equitable access for every country in the world. We need to ensure the vaccination of all people in our world to avoid the risk of further mutations of the virus. In this respect, Mauritius supports the proposal made by India and South Africa at the WTO for a temporary waiver of certain TRIPS obligations in response to COVID-19. We believe the waiver will ensure better affordability and accessibility of vaccines and therapeutics to populations. Human rights and the sanctity of health and life cannot be overridden by commercial or other distribution access considerations, particularly in times of global pandemic. While we respect intellectual property laws, a temporary waiver as prescribed by the WTO laws will help achieve the universal access to health, especially for small economies and LDCs. Madam President, on the other hand, the impact of climate change are long-lasting. Not only SIDS like Mauritius, but all economies, small or big, are facing the impacts of climate change, ranging from the extended periods of droughts in South Africa and Namibia to the bushfires in Australia and hurricanes like Irma. Internal and international displacement arising due to climate change, threat to food security, threat to education and schools as witnessed in the Pacific, have been ignored for way too long. As such, we appreciate the re-engagement of world leaders in the climate dialogue in Mauritius. Therefore, warmly welcome the return of the United States of America to the Paris Agreement, and we are confident that such unity of the international community will enable us to meet our non-discriminatory obligations towards our people. As one of the main sponsors of the Resolution 1910 on the human rights and environment, Mauritius continues to pursue the agenda of putting people first in order to achieve the right to food, the right to decent living, and the right to safe, healthy, and sustainable environment. It is in this spirit that the government of Mauritius has promulgated the Climate Change Act with a view to have a greener economy and meet our obligations under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. Madam President, we regret till today that our citizens, including women and girls, were forcefully displaced from the Chagos Archipelago, a territory of the Republic of Mauritius. Despite judgments of the International Court of Justice and the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, recognizing the sovereignty of Mauritius, our citizens cannot, till now, rightfully exercise their rights to return and their right to live where they rightfully belong from. I would just like to make an appeal to the international community to continue support the process of decolonization of Mauritius. Madam President, the road ahead of us is not easy. We are climbing a mountain without any knowledge of its height. However, I am confident that with cooperation at all levels, we shall provide our people with the rights they deserve. I assure you of the continued support of my delegation to the work of the Council. I wish you all a very successful and fruitful 46th session. Thank you.
Shukran jazilan. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jep Kofod, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mrs. President, Excellencies, colleagues, the global pandemic has highlighted the importance of multilateral cooperation, the importance of human rights, and the importance of this Council's responsibility to uphold all human rights for everyone. As Council members, we must adhere and aspire to the highest human rights standards. Membership must never be a shield against critique. Rather, the Council must be a watchdog over human rights violations wherever they may occur. Mrs. President, let me highlight a few specific country situations of great concern while also referring to the Danish statement under the relevant Council agenda items. In Belarus, our continued calls on the authorities to immediately cease all violence have gone unanswered. Nevertheless, all perpetrators of these grave human rights violations must be brought to justice and accountability must be ensured. In Russia, the human rights situation is continuously worsening. We urge the authorities to guarantee the right to peaceful assembly and freedom of speech and to release all peaceful protesters immediately. I strongly condemn the military coup in Myanmar. My message is clear. Release arrested leaders, restore civilian government, and respect human rights and the rule of law. Denmark stands with the people of Myanmar in their fight for democracy. Fundamental rights continue to be violated in Hong Kong, despite promises to protect human rights and to live up to legally binding international obligations. The implementation of a national security law goes well beyond question of national security. The EU and Denmark call on the authorities in China and in Hong Kong to allow democratic freedoms and right to be restored and peacefully exercised. In Ethiopia, concerns remain around allegations of human rights violations in Tigray. Denmark encourages and supports impartial and transparent investigations into these allegations to ensure accountability. Mrs. President, we see increasing violence regarding freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, and freedom of information. We see attacks on human rights defenders and shrinking civil space. It is deeply worrying, which is why we have increased the Danish engagement to promote and enable space for civil society and protect human rights defenders. We need to preserve a safe, open, and interoperable internet based on the respect for human rights and international law. Only cooperation between states, tech companies, and civil society will solve the common challenge. The Danish strategy for technological diplomacy reaffirms our commitments to this work. Despite the absolute prohibition of torture, reports of the use of torture persist. Denmark continue this fight and present a resolution on the role of responsibility of police and law. We stand firm on women and girls' rights to decide over their life, body, and future. We will never tolerate going back on years of gains, and we must include women and girls when we build back from COVID-19. To this end, I'm proud that we co-lead the SRHR Action Coalition. Mrs. President, we remain deeply committed to human rights and look forward to our last year as member of this very important council. Thank you very much.
Shukran jazilan. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Dominic Raab, First Secretary of State and Secretary of Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, the UK places the promotion and protection of human rights at the very top of our list of international priorities. So we're very pleased to return to the Human Rights Council, and we will continue to uphold and defend the international rule of law and the rights and freedoms of people right around the world. We place a particular focus on championing freedom of religion and belief, defending media freedom, and also championing the values of liberal democracy. We will use all of the diplomatic and development levers available to us to pursue these ends, support states to meet their human rights obligations, and uphold the values on which the United Nations was founded. The Human Rights Council has a key role to play. And at this moment, when we see the democratic dominoes falling across the world, when we see appalling human rights violations, and when we see some governments using COVID as a pretext to row back on personal freedoms, this Council's role is even more important than ever. But like any institution, we know the Council's not perfect. Some members don't meet the human rights standards we vow to uphold, and the Council's agenda doesn't consistently reflect where the most pressing human rights issues are. We need to address that, as well as other institutional concerns. For our part, the UK will continue to engage with all sides to find ways to do so. For example, we must find ways to reduce the practical barriers to small island developing states engaging fully. This Council lives up to its best traditions of the United Nations when it shines a spotlight on the very worst violations of human rights and demands accountability for those responsible. So let me highlight some of the most pressing human rights situations that we see today. The position in Myanmar gets worse. The violations and abuses are well documented, including arbitrary detention and draconian restrictions on freedom of expression. And that crisis presents an increased risk to the Rohingya and other ethnic minorities. That's why the UK and the EU led a special session of the Council on this issue earlier in the month. It resulted in a consensus resolution demonstrating the strength of feeling in the Council about the actions of the military. The UK has also led strong statements from the G7 and the UN Security Council condemning the situation. The UK is sanctioning individuals for serious human rights violations that took place during the coup. The military must step aside, civilian leaders must be released, and the democratic wishes of the people of Myanmar must be respected. That's why at this session we will again co-sponsor the resolution renewing the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on Myanmar so he can continue his essential work. Let me now turn to Belarus. Last year's rigged presidential elections and Mr. Lukashenko's brutal crackdown against those calling for change has resulted in a human rights crisis. There is no other way to describe it. The UK has been at the vanguard of the international response. This includes an OSCE investigation, an urgent debate at the Council in September, and greater support for civil society and the independent media. With Canada, we acted decisively in implementing sanctions against Lukashenko and his inner circle. Now, this Council must continue with a comprehensive investigation of human rights violations, including accusations of torture, cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment. The Belarusian authorities must stop their campaign of repression, agree to meaningful dialogue, and now hold new elections. The UK will support initiatives to keep Belarus on the Council's agenda for as long as it is necessary, and until the Belarusian people are able to enjoy their democratic rights and their fundamental freedoms. Now turning to Russia, where we face a truly dire and shocking situation from a permanent member of the UN Security Council. The authorities there must respect citizens' human rights, including the right to freedom of expression, the right to a fair trial, and the freedom from torture. We are deeply concerned by the legislative amendments and the constitutional changes which amount to a wholesale attack on individual rights and freedoms. That includes allowing ordinary individuals to be treated as foreign agents. It is disgraceful that Alexei Navalny, himself the victim of a despicable crime, has now been sentenced on arbitrary charges. The UK has sanctioned 6 individuals and an entity responsible for Mr. Navalny's poisoning. His treatment and the violence inflicted on peaceful protesters can only further reinforce the world's concerns that Russia is failing to meet its international obligations. We've made our concerns clear here in this Council, as well as at the G7, at the OSCE, and in the Council of Europe. And we call on other members of the Council to consider whether Russia's actions are in line with its international human rights obligations and the values that we seek and that we have pledged to uphold. Now I must address China. And we stand with the growing number of international partners, UN experts, NGOs concerned about the deteriorating human rights situation that we see in China. No one can ignore the evidence anymore. In Hong Kong, the rights of people are being systematically violated. The national security law is a clear breach of the Sino-British Joint Declaration and is having a chilling effect on personal freedoms. Free and fair legislative elections must take place with a range of opposition voices allowed to take part. Looking in Tibet, the situation remains deeply concerning, with access still heavily restricted. And meanwhile, we see almost daily reports now that shine new light on China's systematic human rights violations perpetrated against the Uyghur Muslims and other minorities in Xinjiang. The situation in Xinjiang is beyond the pale. The reported abuses, which include torture, forced labor, and forced sterilization of women, are extreme and they are extensive. They're taking place on an industrial scale. It must be our collective duty to ensure that this does not go unanswered. UN mechanisms must respond. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights or another independent fact-finding expert must, and I repeat, must, be given urgent and unfettered access to Xinjiang. And if members of this Human Rights Council are to live up to our responsibilities, there must be a resolution which secures this access. The UK will live up to our responsibilities. So last month I announced measures aimed at ensuring that no company profiting from forced labour in Xinjiang can do business in the UK, and that no UK businesses are involved in their supply chains. We will continue to raise our voice for the people of Hong Kong and for minorities in China suffering from this appalling treatment. And we urge others who share our commitment to open societies and universal human rights to speak up. Finally, we will continue to lead action in this Council on Syria, as we do at each session, on South Sudan, and on Sri Lanka, where we will present a new resolution to maintain the focus on reconciliation and on accountability. Madam President, we want to see an effective international human rights system that holds to account those who systematically violate human rights. And the Human Rights Council must be ready to play its role in full, or I fear we will see its reputation sorely damaged. The UK wants the Council to succeed, and we will work with our international partners. We will continue to speak up in this Council for what is right, and we will continue to back up our words with actions. Thank you.
شكرا. الآن يشرفني أن أعطي الكلمة للسيد ألكسندر شالينبرغ وزير خارجية النمسا. معالي الوزير لك الكلمة.
Madam President, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. When I last addressed this Council a year ago, the world was completely different. Since then, a global pandemic has wreaked havoc on people's lives and livelihoods. This global crisis has not only been a health and economic crisis, but also a crisis for human rights. This is why multilateral bodies, such as the Human Rights Council, which acts as the human rights conscience of the world, are as important as ever. In this context, I warmly welcome the decision by the United States to re-engage with the Human Rights Council. This is an important step in our joint endeavor to protect human rights. We need more involvement, not less. No crisis and no pandemic should prevent us from standing up and speaking out for human rights. They are the fundamental pillars of any open and free society. And I am proud of Austria's contribution to these efforts within the Human Rights Council through the presidency of Ambassador Elisabeth Tichy-Fisselberger. Last year, against all odds, the Council proved itself again as the organization best placed to shed light on human rights violations and to speak up for those whose voices are suppressed. It continued to provide an indispensable platform to openly address urgent and challenging issues, such as the situation in Belarus, racism and police brutality, the situation in Hong Kong, or the attack against Alexei Navalny. I would like to thank Ambassador Tichy-Fisselberger for her efforts and her work. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the shadow of the global pandemic, some seem to believe that they have a carte blanche to limit fundamental rights and freedoms. It is up to us to ensure that human rights receive the attention and respect they deserve. And the to-do list seems to be never-ending. From the fight for the rights of minorities around the globe, whether it is the Uyghurs or the Rohingya or any other minority, to the drama unfolding in Belarus, where we call for the release of peaceful protesters and opposition leaders, to the manifest mistreatment of Alexei Navalny. In Myanmar, the military openly ignores the result of democratic elections and the rule of law. And while in Ethiopia, a humanitarian emergency arises before our eyes, the people of Yemen are still forced to endure one of the worst crisis situations worldwide. What is more, with the pandemic, we have also seen an alarming rise in extremism, hate speech, misinformation, and restrictions on civic space. Indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic has fast become an infodemic, with misinformation spreading faster than the virus. In this fight, free quality media and access to reliable information are our best allies. But they are under attack. In 2020, despite the global lockdown, more than 40 journalists and media staff have been killed, and over 400 media freedom violations have been monitored in the context of COVID-19. Austria will continue to be a steadfast ally in international efforts to protect journalism. The pandemic has made us even more reliant on digital technologies. Rapid developments in artificial intelligence, automation and robotics raise significant questions about the impacts on human rights. When digital technologies become instruments of repression, when the digital divide reinforces existing discriminations and vulnerabilities, and when we lose meaningful human control, as in the case of autonomous weapon system. Let me be clear, whether something takes place offline or online should never make a difference as far as human rights are concerned. New technologies are no new space where human rights do not apply. Yet some seem to believe that. Hence, we need a real political discourse on how to ensure that our existing international legal norms are fully implemented and effective in all spheres of life. Ladies and gentlemen, even in these challenging times, we have to prove again and again that our joint commitment to universal human rights and the rule of law does not know any lockdown. In this regard, Austria took its third Universal Periodic Review before the Council in January very seriously. And I can assure you that we will carefully consider all your recommendations and questions and accept as many of them as possible. Austria has been and will remain a strong supporter of the international human rights system. Exactly 1 year ago, when the Secretary General launched his global call to action for human rights, he spoke of no less than a global human rights crisis. Today, the warning lights are still flashing. This is why we must not waver in our determination and our work to protect the human rights for everyone, everywhere, and by all of us. Whether governments or civil society, international organizations or the private sector, rule of law and human rights concern us all. So we must all join up as partners. And while much in our current world is unstable, one thing is certain. On human rights, you will always have a reliable partner in Austria. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hishamuddin Tun Hussein, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is my honor and pleasure to have the opportunity to address this august body for the first time in my capacity as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. Undoubtedly, COVID-19 is pushing us to the limits, testing our resilience across all sectors of the economy and areas of development. It is an unprecedented challenge, from public health care to social protection, governance systems to information sharing, and even our economic policies. And in addressing the impacts of the pandemic, it is important for us to come to grips with the fact that the most vulnerable and marginalized are always the hardest hit. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, how do we get out of this? There seems to be a light at the end of the tunnel as vaccinations have begun across the globe. Malaysia is also proud to share that we will begin our national vaccination rollout at the end of this month. But nevertheless, there is the fear that the tide of nationalism that swept the world last year will affect our response and delay the distribution of the vaccine. The vaccine race, it is often referred to, might push producing nations to hoard the shots for domestic use. Malaysia's stand is clear on this. The vaccine must be available to all in sufficient quantities, accessible to all without discrimination, and acceptable scientifically and medically. Universal access is crucial. Vaccination is a human right that must be respected, protected, and fulfilled. This is a global moral responsibility that must triumph over nationalism. The social value of a safe and effective vaccine is almost immeasurable as we recover from this pandemic. Malaysia has always been consistent on this. Since the pandemic began, the government has provided free COVID-19 testing and treatment to everyone in the country, including refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants, regardless of their immigration status. Now we are staying true to our principle and have pledged to provide vaccination to all for free, covering roughly 80% of our population, irrespective of citizenship status. This is fundamental in our efforts to achieve herd immunity, as COVID-19 does not discriminate, and our response should not too. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest asset a nation has is its people. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has highlighted shortcomings in our societies, and worse, intensified them. And to mitigate this, the government has so far launched 5 stimulus packages totaling $80 billion, benefiting 20 million individuals and 2.4 million businesses. Food baskets have also been distributed by the Social Welfare Department to the needy, a program that is still ongoing since last year. On cases of domestic violence, awareness campaigns have been intensified with safe places and shelters provided for the victims. Safeguarding and protecting women remains a key priority with helplines set up, online advocacy, and counseling services provided. In prioritizing gender-responsive assistance, the government has also provided cash transfers for single mothers, childcare subsidies, and flexible work arrangement incentives. This is part of a larger whole of society approach to safeguard the welfare of the vulnerable during the pandemic, involving government agencies, the civil society, the private sector, and individual members of our communities. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia remains steadfast in our commitment towards the promotion and protection of human rights. Our engagements with the Council and the Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights have always been important, especially because it contributes towards the advancement of our own national human rights agenda. In 2019, we hosted our first ever visit of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights to Malaysia. We also then agreed to host a human rights advisor in the country, appointed by the High Commissioner. These steps are testament of our strong commitment towards the cause. We are also pleased to continue our voluntary annual contribution to the OHCHR. The role of the Human Rights Council is now more vital than ever, as the pandemic has presented us with an opportunity. The opportunity to work harder and find common ground, to come together in solidarity to show our joint resolve, all in our efforts to safeguard the rights of our most vulnerable. As our nations lay the groundwork for a sustained and inclusive recovery, human rights must be kept at the center of all our efforts. It is in this spirit that Malaysia offers itself as the candidate for the membership of the Human Rights Council for the term 2022-2024. We believe we can contribute to our common goal of building back stronger if we can create equal opportunities for all. If elected, Malaysia endeavors to be a facilitator for conciliation, enabler for cooperation, and builder of consensus. We will also continue robust advocacy for the rights of peoples who have long been subjected to human rights abuses, such as the Rohingyas and the Palestinians. We are ready to play our role as a constructive partner and work closely with member states to advance the global human rights agenda as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. With that, it is my sincere hope that we will receive your support for Malaysia's candidacy in unity for humanity. I thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. يشرفني الآن أن أعطي الكلمة للسيد أوغوستو سانتوس سيلفا وزير الدولة والخارجية للبرتغال. معالي الوزير لك الكلمة.
Senhora Presidente do Conselho de Direitos Humanos, Senhora Secretária-Geral das Nações Unidas, Senhora Alta Comissária para os Direitos Humanos, caros colegas, caros embaixadoras, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. É uma honra dirigir-me ao Conselho de Direitos Humanos em nome de Portugal. Permitam-me que comece por felicitar a embaixadora Nazat Khan, das Fiji, pela sua recente eleição como presidente deste Conselho. Desejando-lhe, naturalmente, os maiores sucessos na sua missão. O Conselho tem muito a ganhar com a participação ativa dos pequenos Estados insulares em desenvolvimento. O Conselho precisa de todos os países, grandes ou pequenos. Esta é mesmo a base do multilateralismo. Permitam-me que felicite também o Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas e a Alta Comissária para os Direitos Humanos pelo empenho e dedicação que colocam na promoção, proteção e realização dos direitos humanos. A pandemia da Covid-19 agravou as desigualdades já existentes e colocou desafios inimagináveis, quer a nível local, quer nacional e internacional, e a liderança do Secretário-Geral e da Alta Comissária têm sido valiosas. Ambos recordam-nos a necessidade de combater a pandemia mantendo os direitos humanos no centro das nossas ações. Temos de reconstruir melhor e isso significa caminhar para um mundo mais igual e equipado para fazer as transições digital e verde. A pandemia evidencia como o nosso mundo e o nosso bem-estar estão interligados. Salienta a necessidade de reforçar o multilateralismo com os direitos humanos no seu centro e a importância de trabalharmos em conjunto na recuperação pós-pandemia. Senhora Presidente, Portugal, enquanto Presidência do Conselho da União Europeia, alinhou as prioridades do seu mandato com os tempos atuais. Portugal organizará uma conferência de alto nível para celebrar o 10º aniversário da Convenção do Conselho da Europa para a prevenção e o combate à violência contra as mulheres e a violência doméstica, mais conhecida como a Convenção de Istambul. A pandemia teve um efeito desproporcional nas mulheres, as principais vítimas de violência doméstica, a qual aumentou durante o confinamento. É essencial combater todas as formas de violência contra as mulheres e as raparigas, nomeadamente a violência sexual e doméstica, que é um grande obstáculo para alcançar a igualdade de género e a participação plena, igual e significativa de todas as mulheres em todas as esferas da vida pública. O que inclui o acesso universal à saúde e aos direitos sexuais e reprodutivos de qualidade e acessíveis. Portugal foi, há mais de 150 anos, um dos primeiros países do mundo a abolir a pena de morte. Orgulhamo-nos desta conquista e sentimos um dever inabalável de honrá-la. Opomos-nos à aplicação da pena de morte em qualquer circunstância e continuamos ativamente empenhados na sua abolição. A pena de morte é uma violação dos direitos humanos, é ineficaz, é irreversível. Temos de ser claros e estar prontos para oferecer toda a assistência e cooperação necessárias àqueles que a solicitam. Esta é uma prioridade constante na nossa ação externa. Portugal organizará também uma conferência de alto nível sobre a proteção contra a discriminação racial e a intolerância relacionada. Concentrar-nos-emos no combate ao discurso de ódio, no papel da educação em direitos humanos, no ensino da história e dos meios de comunicação social. Focar-nos-emos na xenofobia, no antissemitismo e no anti-ciganismo. Portugal criou recentemente um grupo de trabalho composto por peritos e organizações da sociedade civil para avaliar a situação nacional, refletir sobre os mecanismos existentes, identificar áreas e necessidades prioritárias e preparar um conjunto de propostas a incluir num plano nacional de luta contra o racismo e a discriminação. Celebramos o 20º aniversário da Declaração de Durban e do Programa de Ação, cumprindo mais um dos seus compromissos. Senhora Presidente, o impacto da Covid-19 é alarmante na realização dos direitos económicos, sociais e culturais. Voltaremos a apresentar uma resolução sobre a realização destes direitos em todos os países. A pandemia mostrou-nos em particular a importância do direito à saúde mental, onde infelizmente graves consequências serão sentidas durante muitos anos. Além disso, consideramos que a educação é um direito humano essencial em si mesmo e que também é vital para o gozo de todos os outros direitos humanos, bem como para o desenvolvimento comunitário. Também é importante como caminho complementar para os refugiados. Por isso, apoiamos a Plataforma Global para o Ensino Superior nas Emergências e o seu mecanismo de resposta rápida, iniciativas desenvolvidas pelo antigo Presidente de Portugal, Jorge Sampaio. Gostaria de convidar todos a apoiar da mesma forma estas louváveis iniciativas. Senhora Presidente, Em 2020, Portugal celebrou 10 anos do seu Mecanismo Nacional de Implementação, Reporte e Acompanhamento, a Comissão Nacional para os Direitos Humanos, criada na sequência da nossa primeira revisão periódica universal. Orgulhamo-nos do que conseguimos ao longo destes anos. Temos as nossas obrigações junto dos órgãos dos tratados em dia e temos uma maior coordenação interna em matéria de direitos humanos. Em 2020, a Comissão elaborou um documento intitulado Portugal e a Promoção e Proteção dos Direitos Humanos em Tempos de Pandemia, compilando informações sobre as principais medidas adotadas pelo governo português nesse âmbito. Por exemplo, a garantia de que os cidadãos estrangeiros com processos de regularização pendentes, no momento da declaração do estado de emergência, estariam temporariamente numa situação regular no território, podendo assim aceder a apoio social, bem como a estar isento de taxas para o diagnóstico e o tratamento da Covid. Todos têm o direito a um ambiente de vida humano, sadio e ecologicamente equilibrado, e todos têm o dever de o defender. Estou a citar a Constituição da República Portuguesa. Reconhecemos este direito desde o início da nossa democracia e agora acreditamos que é tempo de o reconhecer internacionalmente. Temos também a responsabilidade de responder a alertas precoces para evitar a deterioração das situações de direitos humanos, bem como de agir em conjunto para pôr termo às violações e abusos, para garantir que os autores sejam responsabilizados e que as vítimas sejam protegidas e compensadas. Utilizemos todos os mecanismos disponíveis no Sistema de Direitos Humanos das Nações Unidas para garantir que as violações e abusos dos direitos humanos não se repitam. Há um ano, o Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas emitiu o seu apelo à ação pelos direitos humanos. Em tempos de escuridão como os que vivemos hoje, lutando contra uma pandemia global e a ascensão de forças antidemocráticas, temos de aspirar a fazer melhor, temos de aspirar a ser melhores. Temos de agir continuamente para melhorar o nosso registro, para estarmos abertos às críticas dos nossos pares. Temos de combater as desigualdades e combater a tentação de sermos guiados pelo medo. A Declaração Universal de Direitos Humanos emergiu de um período assustador da nossa história e os direitos humanos ajudaram-nos e ajudar-nos-ão a recuperar melhor. Muito obrigado.
شكرا. شرفني الآن أن أعطي الكلمة لمعالي تيد أنطونيو وزير خارجية أنغولا. معالي الوزير لك الكلمة.
Senhora Presidente, Excelências, a realização desta sessão vem no momento certo, exatamente um ano após o início da pandemia da Covid-19. Todos os Estados-membros continuam a arcar com o peso das múltiplas consequências sociais e econômicas da pandemia. As aspirações para a realização dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentáveis, ODS, encontram-se significativamente comprometidas, incluindo os esforços nacionais envidados para a realização dos direitos humanos, tal como delineados na Agenda 2030. Angola acredita ser este o momento oportuno para repensar os nossos compromissos assumidos de maneira coletiva, a fim de aumentar a resiliência das nossas sociedades, reconstruindo melhor e de modo a não deixar ninguém para trás. Mais do que nunca, a pandemia da Covid-19 exige solidariedade global e cooperação multilateral, particularmente com a nova ameaça dessa doença e que optamos chamar variantes. Angola reitera, portanto, a importância e a necessidade de acesso seguro, equitativo e universal aos medicamentos e às vacinas contra a Covid-19. A pandemia concentrou todas as atenções e alterou o ritmo de execução de importantes projetos em curso, devido ao agravamento de vulnerabilidades socioeconômicas causado pela Covid-19. A graduação de Angola para o país de rendimento médio foi adiada para 2024. Contudo, com base no novo modelo de governação do Executivo presidido por Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Angola não perdeu a visão relativamente ao principal objetivo da sua agenda nacional: melhorar o bem-estar e as condições de vida dos angolanos. Paralelamente, o impacto das medidas restritivas adotadas pelo Estado sobre a realização dos direitos humanos fez-se igualmente sentir, em particular relativamente ao exercício dos direitos civis e políticos, obrigando o Estado a tomar diferentes iniciativas com vista a garantir o respeito, a proteção e a defesa dos direitos humanos e das liberdades fundamentais à luz do novo contexto sanitário. No que concerne os direitos econômicos, sociais e culturais, os efeitos da pandemia tiveram principalmente uma repercussão na luta contra a pobreza multidimensional, tendo seriamente pressionado o setor informal da economia, ameaçado a segurança alimentar e os meios de subsistência. Neste contexto desafiante, o governo angolano implementou uma série de medidas para atenuar os efeitos da crise sanitária no setor-chave da vida do país, desde a disponibilização de uma linha de crédito às empresas, a implementação do programa bem-sucedido de transferência monetária Quenda a favor das categorias mais vulneráveis da população, passando pela revisão intercalar do Plano de Desenvolvimento Nacional, inicialmente projetado até a adesão à iniciativa da suspensão do serviço da dívida, entre outras. Excelências, conscientes dos desafios nacionais existentes em matéria de direitos humanos, e embora Angola tenha terminado o seu terceiro mandato como membro do Conselho, o Executivo angolano continua comprometido com a Agenda Nacional e Internacional dos Direitos Humanos. Ao nível nacional, Angola prossegue com a implementação da Estratégia Nacional dos Direitos Humanos 2019-2022, que visa o reforço da arquitetura nacional de promoção e proteção de direitos humanos, bem como o reconhecimento do importante papel das organizações da sociedade civil a favor da realização cada vez mais efetiva de direitos humanos no país. Acreditamos também que uma administração mais perto da população contribui de uma maneira significativa à realização ativa dos direitos humanos e dos ODS. É neste quadro que Angola se prepara para a instauração das autarquias locais, quando as condições legislativas, administrativas, financeiras e sanitárias forem possíveis. Ao nível internacional, Angola continua engajada no cumprimento das suas obrigações internacionais e numa cooperação construtiva com os mecanismos regionais e internacionais de direitos humanos. Angola está igualmente empenhada na implementação das recomendações aceitas saídas do terceiro ciclo da Revisão Periódica Universal. O combate à corrupção e à impunidade permanece um dos pilares do novo paradigma da governação do governo angolano, por representarem uma grave ameaça ao desenvolvimento sustentável da sociedade e impactam de maneira negativa a realização dos direitos humanos. A este respeito, Angola toma nota do projeto em curso do Alto Comissário relativo às linhas diretrizes para a recuperação de ativos, como base na iniciativa do Grupo Africano sobre o impacto negativo do não repatriamento dos fundos de origem ilícita. Angola apela mais uma vez à plena implementação e cooperação dos Estados-membros da Convenção das Nações Unidas contra a Corrupção, a fim de facilitar a recuperação de ativos necessários para o financiamento de projetos de desenvolvimento nos países requerentes. Angola acredita que o multilateralismo continua a representar a melhor, se não a única barreira contra as tentações isolacionistas ou competitivas exacerbadas, e considera que a promoção e a proteção de direitos humanos devem obrigatoriamente passar pelo fortalecimento de um multilateralismo altruísta, comprometido, mas não intrusivo, determinado, mas não menos humano. O ano 2021 será, sem dúvida, um ano crucial para o futuro e o papel dos órgãos de direitos humanos da organização neste contexto. Aproveito a oportunidade para felicitar Sua Excelência Embaixadora Nazat Khan, representante permanente do Fiji junto da ONU em Genebra, pela sua eleição como presidente do 15º ciclo do Conselho, e a quem Angola reitera todo o seu apoio e confiança para o seu mandato à frente deste órgão que materializa o terceiro pilar do sistema das Nações Unidas. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ivan Korchok, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovakia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished President of the Human Rights Council, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I would like to welcome and congratulate Ambassador Shamin Khan of Fiji for assuming presidency of the Council. At the same time, I wish to appreciate and thank for the former President Ambassador Tichy Fisselberg of Austria for her incredible job in steering this body. Given the extremely difficult circumstances of COVID-19 pandemics and the UN financial crisis, it was a privilege for my country to serve as a vice president. We have full confidence in the current president, her team, the Bureau and the Secretariat to keep the Council's efforts to promote the human rights agenda. Madam President, human rights are the path towards the advancement of humanism. Human rights represent absolute and universal values, simple but profound concept that every person should live in equality, dignity, and freedom. Yet in too many parts of the world, people's dignity and humanity are victims of conflict and repression. Too many people continue to suffer from extremism, discrimination, xenophobia, or other forms of hatred. And eyes of all these people turn at the United Nations to seek protection. Madam President, former UN Secretary General Mr. Kofi Annan said that there is no peace without development and there is no development without peace. Still, we cannot pursue neither of them without human rights and the rule of law. Human rights are the backbone of security and development. Suppression of the human rights is a matter of concern wherever and whenever it happens. Protection of the human rights is a 24/7 service with Human Rights Council playing an important and indivisible role. When rights are at risk, we must act, not only react, but also prevent. If there are signals, if there are warnings, we need to engage early. I agree with those who say that today's human rights violations are the causes of tomorrow's conflicts. If we are serious about conflict prevention, we must place human rights at its heart. Even today, while struggling with the COVID-19 pandemics, fundamental rights and freedoms must be respected. COVID-19 can't serve as a pretext to grave violation of people's dignity and rights, irreversible and undemocratic changes or even conflicts. It is the states which bear the primary responsibility for this and should be held accountable if their response to pandemics affect one's rights and freedoms beyond reasonable limits. Madam President, the Slovak Republic is an active member of the Media Freedom Coalition. It is our responsibility to ensure that all journalists can work in a free and safe environment and that all crimes against them are identified and prosecuted. The Slovak Republic and its government is making every effort to protect freedom of speech, especially today, amid COVID-19 crisis, when access to regular, objective and reliable information is more important than ever before. Besides this, the Slovak Republic also actively supports religious freedom in the Council, UN General Assembly, and as a member of the International Religious Freedom or Belief Alliance. In the government's manifesto, we committed ourselves to participating in activities of the international community in the religious freedom agenda. Freedom and religion or belief was also among priorities of our membership in the Council. It was the experience of the Council member that led us to strengthen the human rights dimension of our foreign policy, including by creating new tools and projects and providing respective financial resources. We want to make human rights and freedom agenda an important part of both our bilateral interactions and multilateral engagement. Madam President, as a recent Council member, we have seen it promptly address many important issues. Unfortunately, we have also seen delays in responding to human rights violations. We must do more and help brave people who have taken to the streets risking their lives, like those in Belarus or elsewhere, because their own state is denying them their basic rights and freedoms. These people deserve our acknowledgement and respect for standing up for the right to live in a free and fair society. And we, the Human Rights Council, have its obligation to act. We must take an action, put the violators on the spot, take the advantage of our toolbox and hold those responsible to account. Madam President, Slovakia fully supports the independence and integrity of the mandate of the High Commissioner, her office and the special procedures created by the Council in order to ensure impartial, objective and effective scrutiny of countries' human rights records and provide assistance if needed. The office of the High Commissioner must be sufficiently equipped for such engagement. We must ensure that requests for the office's involvement, which are growing in number, are covered by adequate resources, human right and financial. United Nations must be equipped to provide its services and address requests in the most sufficient way in terms of time and quality. Slovakia stands ready to join and work with all partners in achieving this goal and supporting efforts to protect rights, freedoms, and dignity of people across the world. I thank you, Madam President.
شكرا. الآن يشرفني أن أعطي الكلمة لمعالي رياض المالكي وزير الخارجية لدولة فلسطين. معالي الوزير لك الكلمة.
سعادة السيدة رئيسة مجلس حقوق الإنسان، سعادة السيدة المفوضة السامية، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة. يسعدني بداية أن أتقدم بالتهنئة الخالصة إلى السيدة نزهة شميم خان على انتخابها رئيسة للمجلس، متمنيا لها ولأعضاء مكتبها كل التوفيق والنجاح. ويطيب لي كذلك أن أشيد بجهود المفوضية السامية لحقوق الإنسان ومكتبها في فلسطين، وبالمفوضة السامية السيدة ميشيل باشيليت، معربا عن ثقة دولة فلسطين في قدرتها على الدفع بتعزيز واحترام حقوق الإنسان وكرامته. لقد مر عام على لقائنا السابق حيث اجتمعنا آنذاك تحت سقف مجلسنا الموقر، ونحن اليوم نجتمع متباعدين بسبب جائحة كوفيد-19، ولكننا متحدون على إعلاء قيم العدالة والمساواة وحقوق الإنسان. وهنا أعبر عن تعازينا الحارة إلى كل الشعوب والعائلات التي فقدت أعزائها بسبب هذه الجائحة. لقد علمتنا هذه الجائحة أننا بشر متساوون وأن القيم الإنسانية تجمعنا وهي أهم ما نملك. السيدة الرئيسة، على الرغم من الجائحة والنداءات المتكررة من المؤسسات الأممية ومن الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة لتعزيز التعاون الدولي وتغليب المبادئ الإنسانية والقانون الدولي، إلا أن إسرائيل سلطة الاحتلال غير الشرعي تستغل هذه الجائحة لترسيخ استعمارها الاستيطاني وترفض أن تتحمل مسؤولياتها كقوة احتلال، بما فيها لتوفير اللقاحات اللازمة للشعب الفلسطيني، بل وترفض السماح للقاحات بأن تصل إلى الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة وخاصة إلى قطاع غزة المحاصر. إن سبب تمادي إسرائيل بجرائمها وسياساتها وانتهاكاتها الممنهجة واسعة النطاق ضد أبناء شعبنا هي الحصانة والإفلات من العقاب وغياب المساءلة والمحاسبة وعدم اتخاذ دول المجتمع الدولي لمواقف واضحة لرفض هذه الممارسات. فقد قامت إسرائيل بأدواتها المختلفة، بحكومتها، بجيش احتلالها، بمستوطنيها الإرهابيين، بمضاعفة وتصعيد اعتداءاتهم وإرهابهم على حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني كافة وعلى أرضه بمعدل يزيد عن 200% في بناء المستوطنات غير الشرعية وفيما يسمى بE1 وسرقة الأراضي ومصادرتها وتخريب الأراضي الزراعية واقتلاع الأشجار وهدم المنازل وترحيل أبناء شعبنا قسرا وإحلال المستعمرين مكانهم والإعدام الميداني وتهويد مدينة القدس والاعتداءات على الأماكن المقدسة والحرم الشريف وحصار قطاع غزة والاعتقال التعسفي بما فيه استهداف الأطفال وتصعيد القمع والعقاب الجماعي والهدم المتكرر لخربة حمصة والمناطق البدوية وما رافقه من تشريد للعائلات وتدمير للمرافق بما فيها المياه والحرمان من الحقوق الأساسية كالحق بالصحة واستهداف المستشفيات والحق في التعليم واستهداف أكثر من 54 مدرسة لهدمها وتدنيس دور العبادة وتقويض حقنا بالحياة. كل هذا السيدة الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة، وما زال هناك البعض ممن يريدون إلغاء البند السابع آيتم 7 من أجندة مجلسنا الموقر في اتساق مع مطالبات إسرائيل القوى القائمة بالاحتلال لإسكات صوت الضحايا وإغلاق كافة المنابر الدولية التي تتحدث عن العدالة وحقوق الإنسان ومنح مجرمي الحرب الحصانة والإفلات من العقاب. السيدة الرئيسة، إن البند السابع هو بند أصيل على أجندة المجلس، وهو إحدى الآليات التي تشكل بعض أشكال الحماية للشعب الفلسطيني في ظل غياب أي وسائل للمساءلة الفعلية على انتهاكات الاحتلال. كما أن هذا البند يتناول حالة حقوق الإنسان للشعب الفلسطيني وليس منحازا ضد أحد، وإن من يحاول إلغاء هذا البند ينحاز ضد حقوق الإنسان ويشجع إسرائيل سلطة الاحتلال غير الشرعي على جرائمها المستمرة منذ أكثر من 54 عاما ويستهدف تثبيت وضعها ويميزها كدولة فوق القانون. وقد أصبح جليا لنا بأن القضية ليست وجود البند السابع من عدمه بقدر ما هي محاولات لتقويض حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني وحرماننا من اللجوء إلى المنظومة الدولية وأدواتها القائمة على الحقوق وعلى القانون. السيدة الرئيسة، إن جرائم الاحتلال لا تنتهي، وإن من يدعم ويمنح الحصانة لهذا الاحتلال هو شريك بالجريمة. ولذلك فإننا نؤكد على إبقاء البند السابع الخاص بحالة حقوق الإنسان في الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة بندا ثابتا على أجندة مجلس حقوق الإنسان حتى إنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. السيدة الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة، وعلى الرغم من عديد ملاحظاتنا على تخاذل دول المجتمع الدولي في تحمل مسؤولياتهم في الدفاع عن القانون وحماية الضحايا وحقوق الإنسان وتفعيل وفرض المساءلة والمحاسبة، إلا أننا مستمرون في حث دولكم للالتزام بمبادئ وقواعد القانون الدولي والحقوق المشروعة لشعبنا الفلسطيني في تقرير المصير، في الاستقلال والعودة. كما نطالب دولكم بمواجهة منظومة الاستعمار الاستيطاني الإسرائيلي بكافة السبل القانونية، وندعو بعدم تقديم المساعدة أو التمويل لهذه المنظومة، وضرورة تجفيف مستنقع الاستيطان، وعدم السماح بشراء بضائع المستوطنات، ومنع دخولها إلى دولكم، ومنع التعامل التجاري المباشر أو غير المباشر معها بما فيها منع دخول المستوطنين إلى دولكم. كما ندعو المفوضة السامية إلى تطوير وتحديث قاعدة البيانات للشركات العاملة مع المستوطنات، باعتبار أن منظومة الاستيطان غير الشرعي هي إحدى أكثر أشكال انتهاك حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني جسامة. السيدة الرئيسة، إننا مستمرون في الدفاع عن حقوق شعبنا في كافة الميادين، ونعمل على تفعيل كافة أدوات المساءلة الدولية. وقد رحبنا بالقرار الأخير للمحكمة الجنائية الدولية الذي يؤكد على ولايتها القضائية والاختصاص الإقليمي على الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة بما فيها القدس الشرقية، باعتباره انتصارا للقانون الدولي، ويعيد الأمل والثقة في مسار المساءلة والعدالة التي طال انتظارها. وندعو المدعية العامة بسرعة إعلان فتحها التحقيق الجنائي في جرائم الحرب والجرائم ضد الإنسانية التي ارتكبت وترتكب في أرض دولة فلسطين المحتلة، بما يضمن العدالة والإنصاف ويشكل رادعا لمرتكبي هذه الجرائم. فالعدالة عنصر أساسي لتحقيق السلام والإنصاف لضحايا شعبنا الفلسطيني. ولكن للأسف أصدرت بعض الدول بيانات ذات طابع سياسي ضد قرار المحكمة الجنائية الدولية، وفي تسييس وتدخل واضح في عملها ونزاهتها واستقلاليتها. وهدف هذه الدول منح المجرمين الإسرائيليين الحصانة والإفلات من العقاب والمساءلة، وذلك لحرمان الشعب الفلسطيني واستثنائه من سبل الإنصاف والعدالة، ولتقويض دور المحكمة ومصداقيتها. وهو أمر مستهجن ومرفوض تماما ويحرف الأنظار عن الجرائم الحقيقية. وندعو هذه الدول لمراجعة مواقفها وعدم الوقوف على الجانب الخاطئ من التاريخ والأخلاق. السيدة الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة، لقد أصدر السيد الرئيس محمود عباس رئيس دولة فلسطين مرسوما رئاسيا دعا فيه إلى إجراء انتخابات تشريعية ورئاسية فلسطينية، وكذلك انتخابات المجلس الوطني الفلسطيني. وهذا جزء لا يتجزأ من جهود استئناف حياتنا الديمقراطية وتحقيق المصالحة والوحدة الوطنية. ونتطلع إلى دعمكم لهذه الجهود والمساعدة لضمان سير هذه الانتخابات، بما في ذلك من خلال المساعدة في إزالة أي عقبات قد تضعها إسرائيل أمام إجرائها، لا سيما في القدس الشرقية. وندعوكم إلى احترام نتيجة هذه الانتخابات. سيدتي الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة، يقول جان جاك روسو بأن الحرية هي صفة أساسية للإنسان وحق غير قابل للتفاوض، فإذا تخلى الإنسان عن حريته فقد تخلى عن إنسانيته. كذلك الشعب الفلسطيني الرازخ تحت الاحتلال، فإنه لن يتخلى عن حريته وعن حقه في تقرير المصير، وهو حق ليس هدية من أحد. وممارسة هذا الحق يجب أن لا يكون رهينة لقبول المحتل الإسرائيلي به، وهو حق غير قابل للتفاوض أو للمساومة. وعلى المجتمع الدولي واجب في حماية الحقوق الأساسية واتخاذ خطوات تجاه ضمان تحقيق هذه الحقوق، بما فيها من خلال جهد جماعي دولي ودعم مبادرة الرئيس محمود عباس في عقد مؤتمر دولي للسلام بحضور الأطراف المعنية كافة، وإحياء الرباعية الدولية لإطلاق عملية سياسية ذات جدوى مرتكزة على قواعد القانون الدولي وقرارات الأمم المتحدة ومرجعيات عملية السلام المتفق عليها، بما فيها مبادرة السلام العربية، بما يفضي إلى إنهاء الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وضمان العدالة للشعب الفلسطيني وتحقيق حقوقه غير القابلة للتصرف، وعلى رأسها حقه في تقرير المصير والاستقلال في دولة فلسطين وعاصمتها القدس، وحق العودة للاجئين إلى ديارهم التي هجروا منها تنفيذا للقرار 194. وشكرا لاستماعكم.
شكرا. I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Anzi Loger, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Slovenia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The year that has just passed has been marked by a devastating pandemic, bringing grief to so many families, challenging their health system and changing our way of life. Sadly, it also exposed the dire situation which parts of our society have been pushed into. Further deepening of the pre-existing inequalities is one of the most tragic consequences of the pandemic. It is imperative for the international community and for the Human Rights Council to address the challenge of fair and just protection of human rights. They are and must remain inalienable, universal, and indivisible. It is our responsibility to address this issue without any hidden agenda. In this respect, I greet the new members of the Human Rights Council. I wish the new composition of the Council to work swiftly, efficiently, and with extensive support from all of us. Slovenia welcomes the recent decision of the United States of America to re-engage with the Human Rights Council. We look forward to constructive cooperation and joint efforts to enhance Council efficiency with global protection of human rights as our common goal. Let me stress that Slovenia too stands ready to take its part in international human rights efforts as a member state of the Human Rights Council in the period from 2026 to 2028. Ladies and gentlemen, Slovenia is concerned about the overall effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on the human rights of groups in vulnerable situations. It is important to pay a special attention to the root causes which pandemic has so bluntly exposed and enhanced. We should go beyond the pain the pandemic caused and look for the opportunities instead. The recovery after pandemic should include actions aimed at achieving greater equality, loyal solidarity, and social protection. For building back safe, healthy, and sustainable environment, the globally recognized linkage between human rights and environment should become one of our common goals. Slovenia, together with other members of the core group on the subject, is stepping up its work in the process of the global recognition of the right to a healthy environment. This process is now reaching its most important stage. I call upon all countries to provide their highly valuable and needed support. More than 150 countries already include the right to a healthy environment in their national legislation. Additionally, the support for action by the interested public is wide. The pandemic has also served as a wake-up call for worldwide action on environment, for our benefit, but even more so for the benefit of future generations. We have to take this opportunity to act now. Ladies and gentlemen, the impact of new technologies and the digitalization on the human rights is becoming a topic that increasingly demands our full attention. Rapid developments of breakthrough technologies and on artificial intelligence present both many opportunities as well as a number of potential risks. Through its International Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, under the auspices of the UNESCO, Slovenia strives for responsible, human-centered and human rights-based development of artificial intelligence. Least, but definitely not less, the Human Rights Council has the mechanism and responsibility to respond swiftly to human rights violations around the globe. Deteriorating human rights situation in Belarus demands our continuous active engagement and response. The ongoing violation, among them harassment and the arrest of representatives of civil society, independent media and political opposition, are unacceptable. Those responsible must be held accountable. Slovenia is concerned by the recent verdict against the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny and calls for his immediate and unconditional release. The same goes for all peaceful protesters and journalists who have been detained while exercising their rights to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression. When speaking about democratic political process, let me also recall that the EU closely monitors the situation in Hong Kong and has urged the authorities to respect the rule of law, human rights, democratic principles, and high degree of autonomy under the one country, two system principle. The situation in Myanmar, followed by the military coup and the removal of the civilian government, is a matter of concern as well. The military must restore democratic institutions and return elected authorities to power. 30 years ago, Slovenia's independence was built upon our nation's aspiration to fully enjoy human rights and fundamental freedom and to determine its own future through democracy. That's why Slovenia remains sensitive to violation of human rights and rule of law wherever they might occur, and will continue to voice its concerns over such situation. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that in the past years, important steps have been taken to ensure higher efficiency of the UN human rights pillar. We are all aware that there are still challenges to address and improvements to be made. Securing stable and adequate funding of the Council and the Office of the High Commissioner is a part of this effort. The effectiveness and reputation of the Council depend on its willingness and capacity to contribute to the prevention of human rights abuse and to ensure full respect for the principles of democracy and the rule of law. Their promotion and protection worldwide should be our common goal. Thank you.
شكرا. يشرفني الآن أن أعطي الكلمة لمعالي السيد أندريس ألمان وزير خارجية تشيلي. معالي الوزير لك الكلمة.
Alta comisionada, excelencias. Me dirijo a ustedes en representación de Chile durante el segmento de alto nivel de esta sesión del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. El mundo está siendo azotado por una pandemia global sin precedente. Sean nuestros primeros pensamientos para las víctimas y sus familias. Los devastadores efectos de la pandemia se han hecho sentir en todos los ámbitos, incluyendo el plano sanitario, social y económico. En efecto, la pandemia ha traído mayores niveles de pobreza, más alto desempleo, creciente dificultad de acceso a la educación e incremento de la violencia contra las mujeres, por mencionar solo algunos aspectos de gran preocupación. El año recién pasado, el Consejo de Derechos Humanos tuvo la importante misión de recordar a los estados que las medidas para enfrentar la pandemia no podían justificar el incumplimiento de las obligaciones relativas a los derechos humanos. Chile, como todos los países, ha sido duramente afectado por el COVID-19. La primera preocupación del gobierno fue resguardar la salud de sus habitantes, adoptando múltiples medidas para proteger a la población, la que aún en los momentos más críticos siempre dispuso de atención de urgencia en el sistema hospitalario. En tal sentido, el gobierno que represento actuó rápidamente en las áreas sanitaria, social y económica, adoptando diversas medidas para cautelar la vida y la salud de las personas. Entre estas destacan, entre otras, el proteger a las mujeres frente a la violencia doméstica, garantizar la seguridad de las personas privadas de libertad, dar continuidad a los servicios de protección de niños, niñas y adolescentes, adoptar protocolos en las residencias de personas mayores, continuar con la prestación de servicios para las personas con discapacidad e implementar planes de protección del empleo y de reactivación económica. Actualmente estamos implementando con gran rapidez y alentadores resultados un programa de vacunación masiva de carácter universal que ha recibido elogios en Chile y en el extranjero. En el plano internacional, Chile reconoció tempranamente la necesidad de fortalecer la actual arquitectura jurídica global de la salud para enfrentar de mejor manera las futuras pandemias, recogiendo las experiencias ganadas y fortaleciendo la solidaridad internacional. De esta manera, propusimos en mayo del año pasado el establecimiento de un nuevo instrumento jurídicamente vinculante que permita enfrentar de mejor manera, con mayor solidaridad y cooperación, las futuras emergencias sanitarias. Tal iniciativa actualmente es compartida por otros países y actores internacionales que han asumido la necesidad de crear un nuevo tratado complementario a la normativa actualmente existente. Tal iniciativa es un desafío a la vez técnico y diplomático al que Chile quiere contribuir con todas sus capacidades. Ahora bien, por otro lado, la posibilidad de acceder a una vacuna entrega esperanzas para salir de esta grave crisis. Coincidimos en que el acceso rápido y eficaz a la vacuna para todos los países y particularmente para las poblaciones más necesitadas debe ser una prioridad para la comunidad internacional. Asimismo, se requiere de un trabajo conjunto entre el Estado y la sociedad civil a través de instancias participativas e inclusivas para permitir que los intereses de los grupos más vulnerables estén siempre justamente representados. Señora Presidenta, estimados representantes, en octubre del año 2019, Chile, pese a su trayectoria de 30 años de progreso económico, avance social, estabilidad democrática y respeto a los derechos individuales, vivió un estallido social con jornadas de protesta y movilizaciones masivas que derivaron en una grave crisis política. Hoy, a más de un año, Chile ha recuperado su normalidad gracias a un proceso democrático e institucional. Mediante un plebiscito, los chilenos decidieron reemplazar la actual constitución política a través de una convención constituyente, entre cuyos rasgos destacan la paridad de género de sus integrantes, la representación de pueblos originarios y la participación de candidatos independientes, es decir, no vinculados a partidos políticos, es decir, provenientes de la sociedad civil. Chile se apresta a avanzar pacíficamente, esto es, sin violencia, hacia una democracia más fuerte, caracterizada por una alta participación ciudadana y el respeto a sus instituciones, y hacia una sociedad más integrada, junto a una economía más inclusiva, con menores desigualdades y mayor equidad en las oportunidades. Para Chile, el respeto al Estado de Derecho y la vía democrática no solo son el camino para promover el cambio político y social y la canalización de las aspiraciones ciudadanas, sino valores en sí mismos. Señora Presidenta, estimados representantes, Chile reconoce al Consejo de Derechos Humanos como el principal espacio de cooperación, diálogo y consenso en materia de derechos humanos de Naciones Unidas. Chile defiende la necesidad de un orden multilateral que reconozca la interrelación profunda entre las dimensiones de paz y seguridad, democracia y participación, desarrollo sostenible e inclusión y los derechos humanos. Chile aboga por el fortalecimiento de los mecanismos multilaterales de promoción y protección de los derechos humanos, tanto universales como regionales. En tal sentido, Chile aprovecha esta oportunidad para respaldar la labor que realiza la alta comisionada de Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos, señora Michelle Bachelet, cuya voz independiente, unida a las múltiples acciones emprendidas bajo su dirección, son de la mayor relevancia para cautelar la vigencia de los derechos humanos en las complejas circunstancias del tiempo presente. Por último, corresponde reiterar el compromiso de Chile en orden a seguir trabajando para ser cada día un miembro activo de la comunidad internacional que está llamada a la noble tarea de lograr el mejoramiento constante del escenario de los derechos humanos en todos los rincones del mundo. Muchas gracias.
شكرا جزيلا. يشرفني الآن أن أعطي الكلمة للسيد فيصل المقداد وزير الخارجية والمغتربين للجمهورية العربية السورية. معالي الوزير لك الكلمة.
السيدة الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، أسهمت حزمة البناء المؤسسي التي توافقت عليها الدول الأعضاء في الأمم المتحدة عند إنشاء مجلس حقوق الإنسان في إرساء توازن دقيق لتمكين المجلس من مناقشة أوضاع حقوق الإنسان في كافة الدول من خلال حوار إيجابي يحترم الخصوصية والتنوع الثقافي والحضاري لعالمنا المعاصر، وبالاستناد إلى التعاون التقني لمساعدة الدول على بناء قدراتها وفقا لأولوياتها الوطنية. وبعد 15 عاما من إنشاء هذا المجلس يؤسفنا أن تستمر دول الغرب في استخدام منصة المجلس وآلياته لفرض مقاربة تقوم على المعايير المزدوجة والانتقائية في التعامل مع حقوق الإنسان، واتهام الدول غير المنسجمة مع توجهاتها السياسية ووصمها بانتهاك حقوق الإنسان، واتخاذ ذلك ذريعة للتدخل في شؤونها الداخلية. وتمثل المبادرات التي تم توجيهها ضد سوريا من قبل بعض الدول داخل هذا المجلس خلال السنوات العشر الماضية النموذج الأوضح عن كيفية استثمار القرارات الخاصة بفرادى الدول لإنشاء آليات مسيسة وتنظيم جلسات طغت عليها مختلف أشكال التضليل والتحريض والمعايير المزدوجة، ولم تساهم سوى في نشر الإرهاب. وللأسف فإن بعض من تبنى مشاريع القرارات المتعلقة بسوريا وغيرها هم من أكثر الحكومات التي تنتهك حقوق الإنسان. السيد الرئيس، لا يزال الإرهاب يتصدر التحديات العالمية التي تواجهها الأمم المتحدة ودولها الأعضاء مع اتخاذه أنماطا متعددة وجديدة، وتتزايد مخاطره مع احتراف بعض الدول صناعته واستخدامه وتوجيهه لتدمير دول وحضارات ومجتمعات بأكملها باستثمار النتائج للتغطية على جرائمها تحت عنوان حقوق الإنسان من خلال صناعة أخرى وثيقة الصلة بها ولا تقل خطورة عنها، هي صناعة الأخبار الكاذبة. فالأزمة التي شهدتها الجمهورية العربية السورية والتي انطوت على معاناة أمنية واقتصادية وتعليمية وإنسانية وغذائية ما تزال بعض فصولها مستمرة في ظل سعي حثيث من قبل بعض الدول لاستغلال معاناة السوريين من خلال ترويجها لمعلومات مضللة وإصدار تقارير وقرارات وعقد جلسات هدفها ممارسة الضغط السياسي على الحكومة السورية ورفض الاعتراف بأن الإرهاب الذي صنعته ووظفته هذه الدول هو السبب الجذري لهذه المعاناة. إن سوريا عازمة على استمرارها في مكافحة الإرهاب وممارسة حقها القانوني لإنهاء أي وجود غير شرعي له على أراضيها. ففي ظل الاحتلال التركي والأمريكي والإسرائيلي تواصل المجموعات الإرهابية وميليشيات قسد الانفصالية ارتكاب انتهاكات جسيمة وممنهجة لحقوق الإنسان خدمة لمصالح مشغليها وداعميها، ويشكل قطع المياه كعقاب جماعي عن مليون مواطن في محافظة الحسكة أحد الأمثلة عن الانتهاكات الجسيمة والممنهجة التي ترتكبها قوات الاحتلال التركي ومجموعاته الإرهابية على الأراضي السورية. السيد الرئيس، بعد تحرير معظم الأراضي السورية من الإرهاب تعمل مؤسسات الدولة لإعادة إعمار ما دمره الإرهاب وتهيئة بيئة ملائمة لعودة كافة السوريين بكرامة وطوعية إلى مدنهم وقراهم وبلداتهم. وقد أتى مؤتمر اللاجئين الذي انعقد أواخر العام الماضي ضمن جهود الدولة السورية في خلق أرضية مناسبة لعودة اللاجئين السوريين والتعاون مع الدول والمؤسسات الراغبة في دعم جهودنا في هذا المجال. وخلافا للدعوات التي أطلقها الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة والمفوض السامي لحقوق الإنسان لرفع الإجراءات القسرية أحادية الجانب لتمكين الدول المستهدفة من مواجهة المخاطر الصحية لجائحة كوفيد-19 والتغلب على آثارها الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والمعيشية السلبية، لجأت الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والاتحاد الأوروبي إلى فرض المزيد من الإجراءات القسرية على الشعب السوري. ويكذب من يدعي أن هذه الإجراءات لا تطال المواطنين العاديين، لأن الإجراءات القسرية لا تطال أصلا إلا هؤلاء المواطنين في احتياجاتهم الأساسية. إن الإجراءات القسرية الأحادية هي أحد أوضح الأمثلة على الانتهاكات الجسيمة والممنهجة لحقوق الإنسان التي تطال شعوب البلدان المستهدفة بهذه التدابير غير القانونية. ويعد إلغاء هذه التدابير ضمانة أساسية لإزالة تحديات جسيمة أمام الإعمال التام لحقوق الإنسان. ولذلك تدعو الجمهورية العربية السورية مجلس حقوق الإنسان إلى وضع الانتهاكات الجسيمة والممنهجة وواسعة النطاق الناجمة عنها على رأس أولوياته. مع اختتام اجتماعات الجولة الخامسة للجنة الدستورية التي انعقدت بتسهيل من الأمم المتحدة في مدينة جنيف مؤخرا، أود التأكيد من جديد بأن اللجنة هي سيدة نفسها وصاحبة القرار الحصري بتقرير مسار عملها والنتائج التي يمكن أن تخلص إليها، وبأن نجاحها في المهمة الموكلة إليها يتطلب الالتزام بسير هذه العملية بقيادة وملكية سورية وبعدم التدخل الخارجي في شؤونها من قبل أي طرف كان، واحترام الحق الحصري للشعب السوري في تقرير مستقبل بلده. السيد الرئيس، لا يزال الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ماضيا في انتهاكاته الممنهجة لحقوق الإنسان في الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة بما فيها القدس الشرقية وفي الجولان العربي السوري المحتل، من خلال ممارسات تمييزية وقمعية تنتهك مبادئ ثابتة ومستقرة في القانون الدولي أكدتها ترسانة من قرارات الأمم المتحدة لا تزال محلا لتجاهل القوة القائمة بالاحتلال وداعميها. من هنا فإننا نجدد دعمنا الكامل للبند السابع من جدول الأعمال في هذا المجلس، والذي يرتبط ارتباطا عضويا باستمرار الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وتصاعد وتيرة انتهاكاته، ونؤكد أن الحق الثابت للجمهورية العربية السورية في الجولان السوري المحتل هو حق تكفله مرجعيات دولية وأسس راسخة ومتفق عليها من القانون الدولي، وأن التصرفات الأحادية التي تحاول استغلال الظروف الاستثنائية التي تمر بها للذهاب عكس هذه الحقيقة هي إجراءات لاغية وباطلة وأوهام لا قيمة قانونية لها. إن الطريقة اللا إنسانية التي تتعامل بها سلطات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي مع المواطنة الجولانية نهال المقت تستحق التنديد والإدانة من قبلكم جميعا، وإنهاء إسرائيل فورا للإجراءات المتخذة بحق هذه المواطنة. تجدد سوريا دعمها الثابت لحق الشعب الفلسطيني في إقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس على حدود 4 حزيران لعام 1967 مع ضمان حق اللاجئين بالعودة تنفيذا لقرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة ودعمها لتحرير ما تبقى من أراضٍ لبنانية محتلة. السيد الرئيس، إن التعاون الدولي القائم على احترام أحكام ميثاق الأمم المتحدة هو حجر الأساس في حماية وتعزيز حقوق الإنسان، وسوريا مستعدة لمواصلة العمل المشترك في إطار المجلس بما يعزز دوره كآلية دولية لتعزيز الاحترام العالمي لحقوق الإنسان وفقا لمبادئ الحياد والموضوعية والشمولية. وشكرا لكم.
شكرا. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Tomáš Petříček, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic is without a doubt one of the most serious challenges we have experienced in our lifetime. More than 100 million people infected and more than 2 million deaths worldwide is a dreadful toll we had to pay. While the numbers are still rising, new variants of the virus emerge and the long-term impact of the disease on our health is not yet fully known. Yet, as if this merciless health, economic and social crisis was not a big enough challenge, we have witnessed in a number of countries that some governments use this situation as an opportunity to push their own non-democratic agenda, further restrict civil and political rights, and crack down on political opponents. This very pandemic is a painful lesson learned about the importance of freedom of information and freedom of media. However, instead of focusing on cooperation with civil society, we could see a surge in arrests of independent journalists, human rights defenders, and pro-democracy activists. These are the situations when the Human Rights Council has to speak up and prove its raison d'etre. Say it loud and clear that the current pandemic situation cannot be misused for silencing democracy, attacking human rights, and the rule of law. I use this opportunity and reiterate our full support for the mandate and for the work of the High Commissioner. Members of the Council need to strive for the highest possible human rights standards, and they must respect and implement these standards in their own countries. Only then the Human Rights Council can sustain its credibility. We need to lead by example. The Czech Republic has entered the last year of its current membership. I'm proud to say that together with our core group partners, we have been able to actively contribute to the work of the Council and present relevant resolutions and joint statements in both our national initiatives, equal participation in political and public affairs, and freedom of peaceful assembly and association. Promotion of human rights is a traditional priority of the Czech foreign policy and will remain so. Building on a unique legacy of President Václav Havel and on our experience with transition to democracy, we are determined to support democratic values and human rights also in the years to come. Therefore, with your kind support, we aspire for a membership in the Human Rights Council for the term 2025-2027. Madam High Commissioner, the Czech Republic supports a strong multilateral human rights system, which has the ability to swiftly respond to the human rights violations and abuses around the world. No country has a spotless human rights record. Identifying the problem is the first step towards a positive change. The Human Rights Council represents a key forum in this regard. Adequate financing of the human rights pillar, including through UN regular budget, is crucial. Unfortunately, examples of violations of human rights, including the right to participate in public affairs, abound. We highly appreciate the work of the High Commissioner and the fact-finding mission in Venezuela. Those responsible for extrajudicial killings, arbitrary detention, or torture must be held accountable. The legislative elections held on the 6th of December 2020 in Venezuela were illegitimate. Only credible, inclusive, and transparent presidential and legislative elections and unconditional release of all political prisoners can contribute to finding a way out of the crisis. We call once again for the resumption of a political dialogue between the regime and all sectors of democratic opposition, including the interim president, Juan Guaido. We have similar concerns as regards the situation in Belarus. According to the Professor Benedek's Moscow Mechanism report, the allegations that the presidential elections in Belarus of August the 9th, 2020 were not transparent, free, and fair were only confirmed. The human rights abuses were found to be massive and systematic and proven beyond doubt. One of his recommendations to the international community is to establish an independent international body for the in-depth investigation of human rights violations in the context of the presidential elections. We fully agree that effective measures that would help to end impunity and ensure accountability should be put in place. We are also extremely concerned by the Russian authorities' continued attempts to shrink the space for opposition, civil society, and independent voices in the country. Detention of political opponents is against Russia's international commitments. Similarly, legislation on undesirable organizations should be repealed and brought in line with Russia's own commitments under European and international human rights law. The Czech Republic strongly opposes disproportionate legal and administrative restrictions on civil society organizations worldwide, as they unacceptably close the space for the civil society, an essential component of democratic and inclusive societies. We condemn the recent military coup in Myanmar and express our support to the country's legitimate leadership. Results of the November 2020 parliamentary elections must be respected. The Czech Republic has always supported transition to democracy and efforts to promote lasting peace, freedom, human rights and prosperity for all the people of Myanmar. The Czech Republic consistently puts an emphasis on respect for the principles of democracy and the rule of law. A state's readiness to protect human rights should be measured also by its fulfillment of international law commitments. The Czech Republic would like to emphasize the need to respect Hong Kong's autonomy and all democratic principles guaranteed by the Hong Kong Basic Law. Madam President, I wish you and the whole Bureau all success in steering the Council. You can count on our full support. Madam High Commissioner, you have our full support too. We have trust in your leadership and look forward for an open cooperation with you and your office. Thank you.
شكرا. يشرفني الآن أن أعطي الكلمة لمعالي جيهون بايراموف وزير الخارجية لأذربيجان. معالي الوزير الكلمة لك.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Ambassador Nazhat Shamin Khan on her appointment as the President of the Human Rights Council and wish her every success in her upcoming endeavors. Our session takes place in a time when the COVID-19 continues to pose a major challenge to humanity. Azerbaijan immediately responded to the pandemic and implemented effective containment measures to halt the spread of COVID-19 by adopting human rights-based approach to ensuring socio-economic problems. Azerbaijan did not confine its effort to domestic achievements. The government of Azerbaijan has donated $5 million to the World Health Organization and in support of global efforts and adopt additional $5 million in its capacity as the chair of NAM to support the most affected NAM countries. Azerbaijan has also provided urgent humanitarian aid to more than 30 affected countries on a bilateral basis. The special session of the UN General Assembly on COVID-19 convened upon the initiative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan in his capacity as the incumbent chair of NAM on 3rd-4th December 2020, reaffirmed the importance of coordinated global response based on unity, multilateral cooperation, solidarity, and respect for human rights. The international community needs to act now in solidarity, with not only to respond to the ongoing health crisis, but also to build a just and sustainable future. The President of Azerbaijan, in this regard, expressed his serious concern over unequal and unfair distribution of vaccines against COVID-19 between developing and developed countries. Using this opportunity, we call on all states, international organizations, international donor community, vaccine producers, and other stakeholders to ensure affordable, unhindered, timely, and equitable access by all countries to the vaccines against COVID-19. Madam President, strengthening democracy and protection of human rights are among top priorities of the Republic of Azerbaijan. The ongoing reforms carried out in the country encompass a wide range of activities, including the recent initiation of dialogue with political parties, support to the development of media, creating better conditions for people with disabilities, empowerment of women and youth, widening the scope of transparent and efficient public service delivery. Azerbaijan enjoys fruitful cooperation with UN human rights mechanisms in order to support the important work of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Azerbaijan regularly makes and will continue to make financial contribution to the OHCHR. We recognize the important role of the special procedure mandate holders of the Human Rights Council in promoting human rights through cooperation and dialogue with member states. Therefore, we have extended standing invitation to all mandate holders. Madam President, 2021 has been proclaimed as the International Year of Peace and Trust by the relevant UNGA resolution. This year will also be remarkable for Azerbaijan, since it enters into post-conflict recovery and rehabilitation phase following the liberation of its territories from almost 30 years lasting occupation. Having exploited the political settlement process, as well as Azerbaijan's commitment to this process for almost 30 years, Armenia took consistent steps to consolidate the results of occupation of territories of Azerbaijan, aiming at their annexation. These included, among others, implantation of settlers into the occupied territories, destruction, pillage and looting of historical and cultural heritage, illegal exploitation of natural resources, misappropriation of private and public property in the seized lands. Series of great crimes have been committed by Armenia against the civilian population of Azerbaijan, as well as its cultural and infrastructure throughout the years of occupation. The recent aggression by Armenia, starting from 27 September 2020 against Azerbaijan, was not an exclusion. It was accompanied by grave violations of international humanitarian law, tantamount to war crimes and crimes against humanity, in order to seed the panic among the civilian population of Azerbaijan. For this purpose, Armenia deliberately attacked the densely populated civilian settlements of Azerbaijan, located far from the conflict zone, as a result of which 101 civilians were killed, more than 400 seriously injured. There have also been undeniable facts depicting a number of human rights violations by Armenian servicemen against Azerbaijani captives, including acts of humiliation and ill treatment, such as physical assault, verbal abuse, executions through beheadings, and ill treatment of dead bodies. Azerbaijan is determined to take all measures stemming from its right under relevant bilateral and multilateral mechanisms to bring the perpetrators of those crimes to justice. Armenia, in an open attempt to cover up its above-mentioned wrongdoings, brazenly accuses Azerbaijan of the same, with a view to diverting the attention of the international community, and to that end carries out a massive campaign of fake news. UN human rights mechanism, including the OHCHR, treaty bodies and mandate holders have also been subjected by Armenia to its fake propaganda. The occupation of territories of Azerbaijan paves the way for hundreds of thousands of displaced persons to exercise their right to safe and dignified return to their places of origin. Yet, unprecedented magnitude of destruction of public and private property, critical civilian infrastructure, including educational and medical facilities, as well as historical and cultural heritage and environment in the conflict-affected territories, places a huge task ahead of the government of Azerbaijan in terms of rehabilitation and reconstruction of these territories. The government has already initiated practical steps in order to enable safe and dignified return of the displaced population and ensure peaceful coexistence within the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is resolute to reintegrate its citizens of Armenian origin residing in the conflict-affected territories into its political, social, economic space, guaranteeing the same rights and freedoms with all the citizens of Azerbaijan, regardless of their ethnic, religious affiliation. The Constitution of the Republic of Azerbaijan provides the solid legal framework in this regard. Sustaining peace, rehabilitation and reconstruction activities, providing humanitarian assistance to those in need, including returning IDPs and refugees, should be absolute priority. To this end, Azerbaijan is ready to work with relevant international partners, including ICRC, UNHCR, and other UN agencies, as well as individual states willing to contribute to peace and stability in the region, in full compliance with the UN guiding principles on humanitarian assistance of 1991. Such an approach is based on international law, relevant resolutions and documents regulating UN's activities in the fields of humanitarian assistance, post-conflict rehabilitation and reconstruction, and will serve as a confidence-building measure aimed at healing the wounds of the conflict. The Israeli statement of 10 November 2020, signed by the leaders of Azerbaijan, Russia, and Armenia, commits both Armenia and Azerbaijan to cease all military activities while taking serious steps aiming at elimination of the decades-long conflict. Azerbaijan attaches vital importance to full implementation of this document, both in letter and spirit, and to healing the wounds of the bloody conflict on the basis of normalization of interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It is our firm belief that the international community, led by the UN, has an important role to play in supporting implementation of the trilateral statement, which promises restoration of good neighborly relations in the region. Thank you.
شكرا. الآن شرفني أن أعطي الكلمة لمعالي إيني إريكسن سوريد وزيرة خارجية النرويج. معالي الوزيرة لك الكلمة.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. When we met in Geneva 1 year ago, we were only a few short weeks before our world changed. And since then, the pandemic has altered our way of life and challenged our fundamental freedoms in ways we never imagined. The health crisis has become a human rights crisis. And over the past year, we have seen governments use the pandemic as an excuse to concentrate power and to introduce restrictive and disproportionate measures. Freedom of the press has deteriorated, and in many countries, information about the spread of COVID-19 has been curtailed and censored. Violence and harmful practices against women and children have increased. All COVID-19 measures, including response and recovery efforts, must be based on human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law. They must be gender sensitive and non-discriminatory, and they must be part of a joint global effort and multilateral cooperation. Only then can we hope to succeed, all of us. President, the pandemic has highlighted the importance of the right to health, the right to education, and the right to information. Economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights are interdependent and are all essential to build back better and fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm especially concerned about how the pandemic and government's mitigating measures have impacted children. School closures, lockdowns, movement restrictions, and a subsequent increase in domestic violence and abuse have seriously affected children's rights, health, and well-being. The weakening of protections for ethnic, religious, and sexual minorities is deeply concerning. President, according to Varieties of Democracy, 54% of the world's population now live in autocracies. And I'm deeply concerned about the backsliding of democracies around the world, a concern made stronger by the fact that it's also taking place on my own continent. Freedom of expression, of association, and of assembly, as well as the rule of law, must be respected. Since we last met a year ago, we have seen people across the globe courageously defending these essential rights and defend democracy, even defying violent repression, and we commend their bravery. Human rights defenders and civil society's contribution to building free and prosperous societies must be recognized. We call on all states to enable and safeguard their work. President, for the third year in a row, we see the rule of law deteriorating globally. Where leaders seek to expand their own power at the expense of their peoples and institutions, they often first seek to undermine the judiciary and the media. An independent judiciary is an absolute prerequisite to safeguard fundamental human rights. Vibrant civil societies and a free and independent media uphold democracy and the rule of law. However, journalists and media workers are at risk of violence and persecution. Judges and lawyers are also experiencing reprisals and violence for defending and promoting the rule of law and respect for human rights. These are individuals that continue to take great risks, even to their own lives, to uphold the norms that we states have agreed on. I'm alarmed by this development and its consequences. For the individuals that are attacked and threatened, and for our societies at large, these are attacks on the norms that underpin free and democratic societies. President, it is regrettable that the past year we have spent more time defending existing human rights standards rather than developing and strengthening the normative framework. We must step up the national implementation and adherence to our human rights commitments. Norway will continue to build cross-regional alliances with other countries to prevent backsliding and the erosion of rights. The dedicated work and independence of the High Commissioner and her office is as important as ever. We have a common responsibility to make sure that the human rights pillar is sufficiently empowered and financed. Norway maintains our strong commitment to universal human rights and to those who defend them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ernesto Henrique Fraga Arau, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, and Her Excellency Ms. Damares Alves, Minister of Women, Family and Human Rights of Brazil. Excellencies, you have the floor.
Senhora Presidente, Embaixadora Nazat Chamin, Senhora Alta Comissária, membros do Conselho de Direitos Humanos, senhoras e senhores, tenho a satisfação de dirigir-me a todos nesta 46ª sessão do Conselho de Direitos Humanos da ONU, ao lado de minha querida colega, a ministra Damares Alves, ministra da Mulher, da Família e dos Direitos Humanos. O Brasil valoriza este Conselho como espaço indispensável, onde nações soberanas podem debater as questões mais urgentes que afetam os direitos humanos no mundo. Acreditamos que o Conselho enfrenta hoje alguns dos desafios mais sérios desde sua criação. As bases do direito internacional dos direitos humanos foram assentadas pela Declaração Universal dos Direitos Humanos de 1948, que definiu claramente as liberdades fundamentais como elemento determinante da dignidade de todas as pessoas. No entanto, as liberdades fundamentais são hoje ameaçadas por desafios crescentes, e a crise da Covid apenas contribuiu para exacerbar essas tendências. Sociedades inteiras estão se habituando à ideia de que é preciso sacrificar a liberdade em nome da saúde. Não critico as medidas de lockdown ou semelhantes que tantos países aplicam, mas não se pode aceitar um lockdown do espírito humano, o qual depende fundamentalmente da liberdade e dos direitos humanos para exercer-se em sua plenitude. Assim, reafirmamos nossa determinação de, em conjunto com todas as nações, trabalharmos por uma ordem internacional que honre os padrões estabelecidos na Declaração Universal e em outros tratados internacionais de direitos humanos diante dos desafios do presente. E o grande desafio de hoje é aquilo que chamo de tecnototalitarismo. Do bloqueio de plataformas e sites até o controle de conteúdos e informações, das medidas judiciais e leis que criminalizam atividades online até o emprego abusivo ou equivocado de algoritmos, a maré crescente de controle da internet por diferentes atores, movidos por objetivos econômicos ou ideológicos, precisa ser detida. As tecnologias de informação e comunicação trouxeram-nos a promessa de novas plataformas para a liberdade de expressão, de acesso mais fácil e amplo à informação. Mas essas tecnologias têm sido cada vez mais submetidas à censura, à vigilância e à criação de mecanismos de controle social. Qualquer tecnologia traz um potencial de libertação, criatividade e bem-estar, e ao mesmo tempo traz também um potencial destrutivo. Ao longo de toda a aventura humana, desde a descoberta do fogo até a energia nuclear, o desafio de cada época foi sempre o de incorporar as novas tecnologias em favor do bem da humanidade. O século XXI é o século da tecnologia da informação e da inteligência artificial, e nossa tarefa é garantir que essas tecnologias sirvam para libertar e engrandecer o ser humano a partir da sua dignidade intrínseca e não para submetê-lo ou apequená-lo, transformando cada homem e cada mulher numa simples coleção de dados a serem explorados. Está em nossas mãos garantir que a tecnologia trabalhe a favor e não contra os direitos humanos, a democracia e o Estado de Direito. Com espírito de abertura e diálogo, o Brasil conclama todos a discutir com urgência e profundidade o tema da liberdade de expressão diante das novas tecnologias. Uma discussão que talvez venha a ser lembrada pelas gerações futuras como o grande debate do nosso tempo. E convida a estabelecer instrumentos para garantir que, mais uma vez, a humanidade seja capaz de realizar um salto tecnológico sem cair no abismo da autodestruição.
Senhoras e senhores, é com grande satisfação que me dirijo ao Conselho de Direitos Humanos das Nações Unidas. A Covid-19 impôs ao mundo inteiro grandes desafios na área dos direitos humanos, especialmente entre os grupos mais vulneráveis. Para enfrentar essa realidade, o governo brasileiro apresentou planos de contingência estruturado nos eixos saúde, proteção social e proteção econômica, visando atender às necessidades de idosos, pessoas em situação de rua, pessoas com deficiência, famílias em localidades urbanas vulneráveis, além dos povos e comunidades tradicionais. Indígenas, quilombolas e outros povos isolados, por exemplo, foram beneficiados com mais de 700 mil cestas básicas para que se mantivessem em suas comunidades, longe de áreas de contaminação. Estamos cuidando não só da Amazônia, mas sobretudo do seu povo, que hoje é no número de quase 30 milhões de pessoas. Com o programa Abrace Marajó, por exemplo, vamos investir mais de 900 milhões de dólares até 2023. O Abrace Marajó é o nosso novo modelo de desenvolvimento sustentável da Amazônia, com ênfase na proteção da floresta e principalmente de quem vive nela. Criamos uma nova política nacional de busca de pessoas desaparecidas, com o lançamento de um novo cadastro nacional de pessoas desaparecidas, visando a implantação do alerta AMBA em território nacional. Na defesa dos direitos das mulheres, o governo brasileiro executou em 2020 o maior orçamento para a área dos últimos 5 anos, com investimento 5 vezes maior que o ano de 2018. O Brasil tem priorizado também políticas públicas e iniciativas direcionadas às crianças e aos adolescentes. Equipamos mais de 500 conselhos tutelares que atuam na ponta, na defesa de crianças e adolescentes vítimas de violência. Mas para o Brasil, proteger a pessoa idosa é prioridade. Em 2020, em iniciativa inédita, repassamos mais de 30 milhões de dólares para mais de 3.900 instituições de longa permanência para que garantisse o abrigamento seguro durante a pandemia da Covid-19. Em dezembro de 2020, deflagramos em território nacional uma ampla operação policial que apurou mais de 13 mil denúncias de violência contra idosos em todo o país, que resultou em mais de 3 mil inquéritos criminais. Já em 2021, garantimos a vacinação prioritária da população idosa, realizada em paralelo com a dos profissionais de saúde e dos povos tradicionais. Para concluir, quero reiterar que o Brasil continua firme na defesa da democracia, da liberdade, da família e da vida a partir da concepção. Continuaremos a trabalhar com esse Conselho na promoção dos direitos humanos para todos, tanto no Brasil como em qualquer lugar do mundo, sempre lembrando que ninguém ficará para trás.
Shukran. I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Turkey. Excellency, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we left behind a historically difficult year. COVID-19 showed how vulnerable and interdependent we are. We need a renewed commitment to multilateralism. And human rights-based approach is the essential in responding to the pandemic. We should give attention to the needs of vulnerable groups, including women, children, elderly, migrants, refugees, and persons deprived of their liberty. Equitable and affordable access to vaccines, medicines, and medical equipment is essential. These are the principles behind our global assistance efforts and our provision of free healthcare to all at home. Indeed, we assisted 157 countries and 12 international organizations in their efforts against the pandemic. And in Turkey, we provide free treatment and vaccination for COVID-19 to all, including migrants and refugees. Ladies and gentlemen, the promotion and protection of human rights remain a top priority for our government. Over the last 2 decades, we have undertaken significant reforms. Obviously, there is always room for improvement. Despite threats by multiple terror organizations, our commitment to human rights, democracy, and rule of law remains firm. Judicial reform strategy and the 3 legislative amendment packages adopted last year, as well as the Human Rights Action Plan to be announced soon, are concrete examples. Excellencies, let me share our views on some major issues where human rights and dignity are at stake. Xenophobia, racism, Islamophobia, and hate speech are on the rise. The pandemic further increased these dangerous trends. Offensive publications and hate speech against Islam and Muslims insult nearly 2 billion believers around the world. Yes, freedom of speech is key to any democracy, but this freedom doesn't give the right to insult the sacred values of others. Unless we promote a culture of living together, we risk damaging our common democratic values and social cohesion. Terrorism remains one of the leading global threats targeting human lives. Just recently, PKK terrorist organization murdered 13 innocent lives in northern Iraq, and the world is silent again. Without international solidarity and with the current double standards, we cannot eradicate this threat. Having lost innocent lives to various terror groups, including the PKK, YPG, Daesh, and FETÖ, we know well that terror has no specific ideology. In Syria, people continue to suffer from the ongoing military offensives by regime forces and terrorist attacks. In addition to 3.7 million Syrians under temporary protection in Turkey, we contribute directly to the safety and well-being of 5 million civilians in northern Syria. Turkey is the only corridor for UN cross-border humanitarian aid to Syria, and even this corridor is under attack. It is essential to maintain this assistance. As the largest refugee hosting country in the world, we uphold our international obligations as well as the human rights and dignity of the people we are hosting. However, we are deeply concerned by the persistent practice of pushbacks occurring before the eyes of the European Union and Frontex. Israel continues to act with absolute impunity in the occupied Palestinian territories. The inhumane blockade in Gaza and expansion of illegal settlements by Israel remain a violation of human rights. Turkey will continue to support the legitimate quest of Palestinians for an independent and sovereign state of Palestine based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. In Libya, each day, new mass graves are discovered in Tarhuna. Human Rights Council should contribute to bringing the perpetrators to justice. Although they made every effort towards a settlement, the Turkish Cypriots continue to suffer inhumane embargoes and unjust isolation. Despite these pressures, the Turkish Cypriots have their state, which functions as a vibrant democracy. In Nagorno-Karabakh, there is now a historic opportunity for a sustainable peace. We will continue to support initiatives for peace and prosperity in the South Caucasus based on regional ownership. And we hope that Armenia chooses to be a partner of peace. Turkey will reciprocate any positive steps taken by Armenia. We will also continue to support the peaceful resolution of the Abkhazia and South Ossetia conflicts while ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Georgia. Turkey supports Ukraine's territorial integrity, including Crimea. We will continue to support Crimean Tatars' aspirations to live freely and safely in their historical homeland. Turkey closely follows the human rights situation in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The findings of the UN and other international reports are cause for concern. We share our concerns and expectations on the matter with the Chinese authorities. We expect transparency on this issue. While respecting China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, Turkey underlines the importance of protecting the human rights of Uyghur Turks and other Muslims. We continue to follow the developments regarding the possible visit of the High Commissioner's team to the region, and upon China's invitation, we will also send our own national team to visit the region. We reiterate our call to the Indian government to ease the current restrictions in Jammu Kashmir. We wish for the resolution of the issue through peaceful means on the basis of relevant UN resolutions and the legitimate expectations of the people of Jammu Kashmir. Human rights violations in Myanmar, especially crimes committed against Rohingya, remain a source of concern. We also condemn the military takeover of the government by the Myanmar armed forces. Madam President, Turkey will continue to engage with the Council for the protection and promotion of human rights for all. Thank you.
Shukran. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker on my list for this meeting. We will now have a short technical break and reconvene in a few minutes to continue with the high-level segment. I hereby close the second meeting of the 46th session of the Human Rights Council.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare open the third meeting of the 46th session of the Human Rights Council. Before we resume the list of speakers, I wish to inform you of a slight change of our program of work today. In order for us to accommodate the full list of dignitaries scheduled for this afternoon, we will continue the high-level segment until we conclude today's list of speakers, which we anticipate will proceed until approximately 4:45 p.m. The annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming would then begin immediately thereafter. On behalf of the Council, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to UNOC and especially to the interpreters for their flexibility and willingness to stay with us for some extra time today. We will now continue with the high-level segment. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Maria Ubach Font, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Andorra. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Madame la Haute Commissaire aux droits de l'homme, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un honneur de représenter la Principauté d'Andorre à la 46e session du Conseil des droits de l'homme, malgré les circonstances exceptionnelles que nous vivons depuis un an. Cette année, nous célébrons le 20e anniversaire de la déclaration de Durban contre le racisme et la discrimination. Cet anniversaire nous rappelle combien il est urgent de remplir les engagements adoptés en 2001. En effet, la crise de la Covid-19 a exacerbé les inégalités dans nos sociétés et a mis à mal la réalisation de l'agenda 2030. C'est la raison pour laquelle l'Andorre est en faveur de l'adoption de mesures claires aussi bien au plan national qu'international. L'Andorre est une terre d'immigration depuis la seconde moitié du XXe siècle. Pour faciliter l'intégration et prévenir les discriminations de populations aux cultures et nationalités diverses, nous avons misé essentiellement sur notre système éducatif. Le résultat de cette politique est très positif puisque nous constatons une forte cohésion sociale, bien que les citoyens de nationalité andorrane ne représentent aujourd'hui que la moitié de la population totale. Notre expérience démontre qu'une éducation de qualité pour tous constitue la clé de voûte pour une coexistence harmonieuse et enrichissante. L'éducation est sans nul doute un facteur majeur de consolidation de la cohésion sociale. Elle est indispensable à une société solidaire et respectueuse. Le gouvernement que je représente s'est attelé à maintenir cette qualité éducative tout au long de la pandémie. Ce fut un défi qui a demandé de l'inventivité et des initiatives telles que le prêt de matériel informatique à toutes les familles qui en ont exprimé le besoin. Les dimensions réduites de notre pays ont permis au gouvernement de privilégier une approche personnalisée des difficultés rencontrées par chaque élève. Nous avons proposé aux familles ayant des revenus modestes de prendre en charge les frais d'accès à Internet afin que tous les enfants puissent suivre les cours à distance pendant la période de confinement. Je suis convaincue que l'accès à l'éducation pour tous contribuera à moyen terme à la réduction des inégalités, ce qui permettra de réaliser l'objectif de développement durable 10 de réduction des inégalités. Cette conviction se reflète également dans notre engagement en matière de coopération au développement pour l'accès à l'éducation de qualité pour tous et notamment pour les filles et la formation des femmes. Je voudrais rajouter que depuis une dizaine d'années, l'Andorre s'emploie au niveau national et européen, notamment dans le cadre du Conseil de l'Europe, à promouvoir l'éducation pour une citoyenneté démocratique. Madame la Présidente, il nous paraît par ailleurs indispensable d'associer la société civile aux initiatives promouvant la lutte contre les discriminations. Cette collaboration permet une meilleure compréhension et acceptation des mesures prises et donne aux législateurs la possibilité de mieux saisir l'ampleur des discriminations. L'association de la société civile permet parfois de découvrir des inégalités et des discriminations non dénoncées aux autorités. À cet égard, le gouvernement andorran et les ONG ont travaillé conjointement pour élaborer en 2019 la loi sur l'égalité et la non-discrimination, dont l'objectif est la mise en place des principes d'action des pouvoirs publics et des mesures destinées à prévenir, éliminer et corriger les discriminations. Une proposition de loi pour l'égalité de fait entre les femmes et les hommes sera soumise au Parlement pour son adoption dans les prochaines semaines. Un secrétariat d'État pour l'égalité et la participation citoyenne, dépendant directement du chef du gouvernement, a été créé en 2019, dès le début de la législature. Il en a découlé, le 19 février 2020, la création d'un observatoire pour l'égalité dont la mission est l'obtention des données précises en matière du non-respect de l'égalité. Madame la Présidente, la pandémie a intensifié certaines discriminations et elle a eu un effet néfaste sur les violences intrafamiliales, en particulier les violences envers les enfants et les femmes. Les différents confinements auxquels nos sociétés ont dû faire face ont décuplé les risques encourus par les victimes. Les violences de genre et les maltraitances envers les enfants sont des fléaux communs à toutes les sociétés, indépendamment des cultures, des origines ou des classes sociales. Afin de répondre aux situations urgentes qui ont été plus fréquentes en période de confinement, nous avons décidé de multiplier les aides apportées aux victimes. Pour protéger les victimes, nous avons diversifié des solutions de relogement, des aides sociales, des aides psychologiques et juridiques. L'égalité de genre est également un sujet qui a longuement été abordé lors de la présentation de notre rapport au cours du processus de révision périodique universelle qui va être adopté au cours de cette session. Mon pays dispose de ressources humaines limitées. Toutefois, nous nous efforçons de répondre le mieux possible à l'ensemble de nos engagements internationaux. Par ailleurs, notre législation nationale prend systématiquement en compte les avancées en matière de protection des droits humains. Je tiens à réitérer notre plein soutien aux différents mécanismes de révision qui participent à l'amélioration du respect des droits humains et des libertés fondamentales, tout en garantissant le respect des engagements internationaux des États. Ces mécanismes ont une incidence directe sur la vie des citoyens et sont la démonstration de l'importance du multilatéralisme dans la protection et la promotion des droits humains et dans la mise en œuvre des objectifs de développement durable de l'agenda 2030. Je vous remercie.
I thank you very much, and I have the honor to give the floor now to Mr. Rodolfo, His Excellency Mr. Rodolfo Solano Quiros, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Estimada señora Presidenta, señor Secretario General, señora Alta Comisionada, señoras y señores. Para Costa Rica es un honor celebrar el inicio de la primera sesión anual del Consejo de Derechos Humanos en un contexto global completamente transformado y reflexivo de los desafíos inéditos que enfrentamos como humanidad, tanto por la pandemia como por los dilemas preexistentes vinculados con la persistente desigualdad y retos en materia de desarrollo sostenible, democracia y derechos humanos. En los esfuerzos de los países por adaptarse a las nuevas condiciones dejadas por la pandemia y en nuestro afán por reconstruir nuestras economías, Costa Rica considera que el reconocimiento irrestricto de todos los derechos humanos, su protección y tutela deben seguir siendo un eje prioritario para la acción. Precisamente por ello, las sesiones de este Consejo son espacios fundamentales para promover respuestas globales a las actuales crisis sanitaria, económica y ambiental. Debemos continuar los esfuerzos para asegurar un mejor futuro para todas las personas, sin discriminación alguna y sin dejar a nadie atrás. Para mi país es vital avanzar todas las agendas desde un enfoque de derechos humanos. Esto implica un compromiso con los objetivos del desarrollo sostenible, con las medidas para hacer frente a la crisis climática y con una respuesta efectiva y solidaria ante la crisis sanitaria, que garantice el acceso equitativo y las vacunas y tratamientos contra el COVID-19. Señora Presidenta, Costa Rica celebra este año el bicentenario de su independencia. Históricamente, hemos hecho lo posible por dejar una huella positiva y constructiva en la agenda global, promoviendo el diálogo sobre la base de una cultura de derechos humanos, paz, desarrollo y sostenibilidad. Hoy me gustaría resaltar 3 áreas de especial interés para las discusiones de este Consejo. Primero, nuestro compromiso con el medio ambiente y los derechos relacionados a su disfrute, que nos lleva a considerar que las discusiones en torno al derecho a un ambiente seguro, limpio, sano y sostenible deben tomar mayor relevancia en el sistema de Naciones Unidas. Más de 55 países ya reconocemos este derecho, conscientes de que la relación entre la disminución en la calidad de vida, los altos niveles de contaminación, la degradación ambiental y el impacto del cambio climático representan una amenaza latente y potencialmente irreversible. Costa Rica considera además este reconocimiento jurídico como un elemento esencial para las acciones nacionales y globales dirigidas a la protección del ambiente. En esta misma línea, conscientes de la degradación de la diversidad a nivel mundial y sus repercusiones, Costa Rica colidera, junto con Francia, la iniciativa Coalición de Alta Ambición para la Naturaleza y las Personas, que busca incrementar las áreas protegidas y la conservación del planeta a un 30% para el 2030. En segundo lugar, el derecho al más alto nivel posible del disfrute de la salud. Con más de 70 años de garantizar la cobertura universal de la salud, Costa Rica es un firme promotor de este derecho. Por ello, hemos promovido activamente el acceso equitativo a tratamientos y tecnologías para salvar vidas a través del llamado a la acción solidaria y su plataforma CETAP, impulsado conjuntamente con la Organización Mundial de la Salud y 40 estados. El CETAP ha sido concebido para acelerar el desarrollo y manufactura de tecnologías necesarias para la prevención, detección y tratamiento del COVID-19 con potencial para ayudarnos en futuras amenazas sanitarias. Además, en aras de contribuir a la solidaridad y a la cooperación como condiciones indispensables para la protección del derecho a la vida y a la salud de todas las personas, mi país se adhirió al mecanismo COVAX Facility, porque estamos convencidos de nuestro deber de asegurar el acceso equitativo a las vacunas en todas las regiones del mundo, y este Consejo debe velar por ello. Por último, pero no menos importante, consideramos imperativo redoblar esfuerzos para que nadie se quede atrás. Mi país defiende y promueve la participación de las personas afrodescendientes, las jóvenes, las que tienen discapacidad, las personas de los pueblos indígenas, de la población LGBTI y las poblaciones en movimiento, migrantes y refugiadas. Estamos convencidos que los esfuerzos globales para derribar las barreras estructurales que limitan su dignidad y el ejercicio pleno de sus derechos requieren del diálogo inclusivo, honesto y autocrítico, acompañado de medidas efectivas. La reconstrucción debe combatir todas las desigualdades sociales, especialmente la pobreza y la desigualdad de género. Las brechas que impiden a niñas y mujeres ejercer sus derechos en condiciones de igualdad y las expone a la violencia y abusos deben desaparecer con urgencia. Como comunidad global, estamos compelidos a promover la igualdad, eliminar la discriminación y proteger la vida y la integridad de todas las mujeres. Señoras y señores, nuestros planteamientos no solamente obedecen a la necesidad de adaptarse a la nueva realidad, sino también representan los valores y pilares que nuestra política exterior y nuestro ferviente compromiso con el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y con la agenda de desarrollo sostenible. Con base en todo lo anterior, quisiera reiterar el compromiso de Costa Rica con el Sistema Universal de Derechos Humanos y con mucho entusiasmo traer a su atención la candidatura de Costa Rica al Consejo de Derechos Humanos para el periodo 2023-2026. Para mi país será un gran honor asumir el puesto con la mayor humildad y responsabilidad. Finalmente, quisiera reiterar la importancia de observar con detenimiento las situaciones que veremos en esta sesión del Consejo y las necesidades de atender los nudos estructurales que nos atañen. A todas y a todos, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. And I now would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I congratulate Ambassador Nazat Shamema Khan upon your election as President of the Human Rights Council. It is my great pleasure and honor to address this 46th session of the Human Rights Council. This session is taking place amidst the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, which has impacted our lives greatly and changed the way we work. This Council has rightly and consistently called for the global protection of the rights and most vulnerable members of our societies. The same principled approach must be employed for the protection of those highest at risk from suffering severe disease and COVID death from COVID-19 in all parts of the world. Uganda joins the call for equitable distribution of the vaccines and commends the countries supporting the COVAX facility. The protection and promotion of human rights are respected as enshrined in our Constitution. For the past 35 years, the government of Uganda has resolutely pursued democratic development in Uganda with the promotion and protection of human rights as a central pillar of governance. It is because of our firm belief that it is important for our country and people. Through the deliberate actions of government, a strong and robust legal framework for the promotion and protection of human rights was established in Uganda. The implementation of these laws is supported by independent institutions such as the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the Equal Opportunities Commission. The government's human rights approach to governance is reflected in our National Development Plan, which is the main policy tool for the Executive, Parliament, and the Judiciary. Madam President, I am happy to inform this Council that despite the pandemic, general elections were held successfully in Uganda from 14th of January 2021 to 3rd February 2021. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, the government of Uganda in its approach prioritizes and protection of human life, since without right to life, it is impossible to enjoy other rights. To ensure that the country responded adequately and mitigated the impact of the pandemic, the government, through the Ministry of Health, developed guidelines and standard operating procedures to align and standardize its response to prevent and curb the spread of COVID-19. All candidates were urged to comply with the SOPs and frequently reminded to adhere to them. However, the conduct of some of the presidential candidates and their supporters from the very first day of presidential nomination on 2nd and 3rd of November was open defiance to these measures. One of these presidential candidates repeatedly and willfully breached the SOPs, organizing mass rallies, while putting the lives of people at risk in the midst of the pandemic. As a result of this open defiance, he was arrested by the police on 18th November. This arrest was followed by premeditated violent riots, during which regrettably led to the loss of about 54 of their lives. First with the rioters armed with clubs, firebombs, rocks, hammers threatening to cause grievous harm to the public and security personnel, law enforcement agencies took action to protect the public against violence, crime, and other harmful acts. No country would countenance such a state of lawlessness and lawless behavior. These resulted in the arrest of a number of suspects, Some were charged in courts of law and released on court bail or police bond, while others were remanded in prison. An investigation into each of the deaths is ongoing to ensure accountability, and anyone found culpable for loss of innocent life will be held accountable. Let me emphasize that the law enforcement agencies of the Republic of Uganda recognize the sanctity of life and have always upheld human rights in the execution of their constitutional duties. The government regrets the unfortunate loss of lives and has extended condolences to the families who lost loved ones. Ugandans have chosen to exercise their liberty to resolve their political disputes through functional national institutions established by law for that purpose. Unfortunately, some of the political leaders who lost in the election continued thereafter making inflammatory statements aimed at inciting people to violence. The government urged them to desist from making such statements, and if they felt aggrieved, seek peaceful and lawful means of redress. Uganda strongly believes that the media is an important part of a democratic society and is essential to the protection of human rights, fundamental freedoms, and socio-economic transformation. We also believe that people need free media to provide them with accurate information and informed analysis, and also hold government to account. However, during the recently held elections, some individuals and groups began using social media platforms as a tool to distribute their vile messages, incubating their hate online and encouraging it to spread. This is why, when severity and viciousness became apparent, the government decided to temporarily shut down the internet. This was a necessary step to stop vitriolic language and incitement to violence, which was a threat to our democratic process and the security of the country and its citizens. The internet has since been reinstated. I'm pleased to inform the Council that notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic, the government ensured favorable space for free, fair, and peaceful and inclusive election at presidential, parliamentary, and local government levels to canvass support from the electorate. As government, we are proud of the historic milestones achieved in these elections to have Ugandans all around the country come out in large numbers to freely and peacefully express their democratic right. Madam President, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the Durban Declaration and program of action as an opportune time for all of us to reflect on our national and collective strategies employed in addressing racism, xenophobia, racial discrimination, and other forms of intolerance. Success against this pandemic will require addressing systemic racism and other forms of discrimination, including against migrant workers, asylum seekers, and refugees. National and international systems that make some sections of society more vulnerable to disease than others have been proven to fuel the pandemic. We call upon the Council to focus equally on the protection of human rights that affect the daily lives of ordinary people seeking to obtain basic needs such as food, shelter, and decent work. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's now my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Buja Osmani, Minister for Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia. You have the floor.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased and honored to address for the first time the high-level segment of the Human Rights Council. The Council's work and its mechanisms are critical for timely addressing the challenges to the fundamental human rights and freedoms, nationally and globally. Its activities have become even more important with the COVID-19 crisis and its implications to the enjoyment of human rights across the globe. The COVID-19 has had serious consequences in the Republic of North Macedonia, both in terms of health and economy. The government adopted 4 packages of measures in order to mitigate the consequences of the crisis caused by the pandemic, including financial assistance to the poorest categories of citizens. The 5th package of measures is about to be adopted, which will be directed towards economic recovery and helping the most vulnerable economic sectors in the country. Politically, despite the challenge of the pandemic, the Republic of North Macedonia in July 2020 conducted early parliamentary election that OSCE and the international community assessed as fair and democratic, which in turn largely speaks of the degree of awareness and democracy in our society. On the other hand, measures are continuously taken to strengthen the legislation regarding the independence of the judiciary, guaranteeing gender equality, prevent and sanction any form of violence, including gender-based. Undoubtedly, tackling corruption remains a serious challenge, to which the government remains consistently committed and will continue its enhanced effort by drafting a 2020-2024 corruption prevention national strategy in order to have accountability, transparency and responsibility. Regarding the increase of cases of hate speech and discrimination in accordance with the upward trend of spreading it through social media, measures are taken to solve the cases, to sanction the perpetrators, as well as to raise public awareness of the need to respect diversity on all grounds. In that context, the establishment of the Commission for Protection Against Discrimination and appointment of its members in late January 2021 represents a positive step. Regarding the impact of the pandemic on the freedom of the media and expression, the government continuously takes measures to guarantee conditions for professional and independent action by journalists and media workers. By undertaking specific activities and measures by the Agency for Audio and Audiovisual Media Services and the Association of Journalists of Macedonia, guidelines for safe and professional reporting on the incidence of the coronavirus have been defined, which at the same time offer practical guidance for professionalism and guaranteeing the protection and safety of media workers. In addition to all the efforts to improve the human rights situation at the national level, the Republic of North Macedonia remains consistent with the efforts for active participation and cooperation with international organizations and initiatives at the global level. In this context, we have put forward our candidacy for the Human Rights Council membership for the 2025-2027 period. North Macedonia remains determined to contribute further to the effective implementation of the Human Rights Council's mission for protection, promotion, and advancement of fundamental human rights and freedoms. Ladies and gentlemen, while the world faces serious challenges that affect all of us, we witness ongoing conflicts and tensions that in many countries around the world still prevent the enjoyment of human rights and cause serious suffering to the civilian population, some of which are crimes against humanity and call for international accountability of the perpetrators. Furthermore, the exposure to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing challenges that question the enjoyment and fulfillment of fundamental human rights and freedoms have reaffirmed the need to strengthen the common mutual cooperation and coordination of the international community as a whole. All of this has reconfirmed the call for more multilateralism as a basic driver in the protection and promotion of fundamental human rights and freedoms. We can successfully prevent the erosion of the fundamental principles of humanity, solidarity, and humanness only by advocating for the adoption and implementation of measures that will basically focus on the human dimension. To this end, by joint efforts, let us continue to implement Agenda 2030 and the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, fighting for gender equality, reducing growing inequalities, mitigating the effects of climate change, assuring sustainable development and sanctioning any form of discrimination by enabling equal enjoyment of fundamental human rights and freedoms by every individual. Let me conclude with a quote from the statement by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Bachelet. Like the climate emergency, COVID-19 reminds us that we are bound together as one humanity. We must act. Working together, we can recover better. With strong solidarity, we can build a world that is more resilient, sustainable, and just. End of quote. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Et maintenant, j'ai l'honneur de donner la parole à Son Excellence, Madame Louise Michikebabo, secrétaire générale de la francophonie.
Madame la Présidente du Conseil des droits de l'homme, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Madame la Haute Commissaire des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, c'est pour moi tout à la fois une première et un honneur de prendre part en ma qualité de Secrétaire général de la francophonie aux travaux du Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies à l'occasion de ce segment de haut niveau de la 46e session. La francophonie, ce sont 88 États et gouvernements présents sur les 5 continents qui constituent une communauté de partage. Partage d'une langue, le français, mais aussi des valeurs, au premier rang desquelles se trouve la solidarité. Une solidarité qui se traduit par la mobilisation de notre organisation aux côtés des pays et des populations. Une solidarité qui s'incarne à travers un dialogue constant, exigeant, mais toujours respectueux, pour que progresse la paix, la démocratie et les droits de l'homme dans l'espace francophone. La francophonie, qui a fêté son 50e anniversaire l'année dernière, 2020, est ainsi fortement engagée dans la promotion des droits et des libertés. Nous tenons ce mandat de la volonté de nos États membres qui ont adopté en novembre 2000 la déclaration de Bamako. Cette déclaration est le texte normatif et de référence de notre organisation qui fixe notre action en matière de promotion et de sauvegarde de la liberté, de la démocratie et des droits de l'homme. Si des progrès ont pu être enregistrés au cours des dernières décennies, nous devons collectivement reconnaître que le combat pour les droits humains et les libertés fondamentales demeure d'une pressante actualité. L'action conduite par le Conseil des droits de l'homme et le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme est à cet égard essentiel. Le travail fondé sur le dialogue et la coopération œuvre à prévenir les violations des droits de l'homme et à assurer leur protection. La francophonie a également fait du plein respect des droits de l'homme l'un des axes majeurs d'intervention dans ces pays. Au-delà du plaidoyer constant que nous conduisons pour encourager la ratification et le respect par nos États membres des instruments internationaux, nous nous engageons sur le terrain au plus proche des acteurs nationaux. Nous œuvrons ainsi tout particulièrement en faveur des droits des femmes. Nous travaillons à promouvoir la liberté d'expression tout en luttant contre ce fléau mondial qu'est la désinformation. Nous accompagnons nos États pour améliorer l'enregistrement des naissances et systématiser l'établissement d'actes d'état civil afin de permettre aux individus d'accéder à tous leurs droits. Droit à l'éducation, droit à la santé, droit de vote, etc. Mesdames, Messieurs, les effets économiques, sociaux, humanitaires, politiques et sécuritaires de la crise sanitaire qui perdure sont considérables. Dans ce contexte d'incertitude et de fragilité, nous devons redoubler de vigilance et d'engagement pour que les droits et les libertés des populations ne reculent pas. Car la crise sanitaire a creusé davantage les inégalités en termes d'accès aux soins, à l'éducation ou à l'emploi. Les populations déjà en situation de vulnérabilité sont les premières victimes de cette crise, au premier rang desquelles sont les femmes et les enfants. Avec cette crise sanitaire, les violences intrafamiliales se sont démultipliées. Cette pandémie est également un révélateur, voire un accélérateur de la crise que le multilatéralisme connaît depuis plusieurs années. Elle a renforcé les interrogations relatives à la performance du système multilatéral. Mais cette crise a aussi révélé un besoin accru de coopération internationale. Depuis sa création, l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie est un partenaire actif des Nations unies dans ses 3 piliers d'action, à savoir la paix et la sécurité, le développement et les droits de l'homme. L'accord de partenariat que nous avons conclu en 1997 avec le Haut Commissariat des Nations unies aux droits de l'homme nous a permis de conduire sur le terrain près de 40 projets touchant aussi bien les droits civils et politiques que les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels. Ce partenariat qui a été renouvelé en 2020, et je m'en réjouis, Madame la Haute Commissaire, va nous permettre de mener cette année encore des actions sur deux priorités conjointes. D'une part, la consolidation du mécanisme de l'examen périodique universel par le biais dans l'accompagnement de nos États et d'autre part, le renforcement des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme francophones, notamment en matière de surveillance du respect des droits durant le processus électoral. À travers nos actions conjointes, nous donnons corps à un multilatéralisme bâti sur la solidarité au service des populations et à même d'assurer la protection de leurs droits. Ce multilatéralisme rénové se doit d'être réellement représentatif de la diversité de ses membres et des réalités. Pour y parvenir, il est essentiel que nous veillions au respect du multilinguisme au sein des enceintes internationales afin de permettre une participation effective, équitable et éclairée de tous aux débats et décisions. À cet égard, et ce sera ma conclusion, je veux saluer le rôle déterminant des groupes des ambassadeurs francophones à Genève et à travers le monde, particulièrement actifs au sein de nos assemblées. Je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie, and I would now like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Marta Delgado Peralta, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. You have the floor.
Buen día. Primeramente saludo a mis colegas representantes de los distintos estados que participamos en el segmento de alto nivel del 46 periodo de sesiones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de las Naciones Unidas. Esta pandemia ha planteado enormes desafíos para nuestros países y generado limitantes para el ejercicio de algunos derechos. Por ello, México ha retomado su activismo internacional con un respaldo al multilateralismo como forma de atender los problemas comunes de las naciones. Creemos que las brechas de desigualdad solo han sido acentuadas por esta pandemia. La respuesta global a la pandemia no será efectiva si no es solidaria entre los estados. Se debe garantizar el acceso a la salud sin discriminación de ningún tipo, incluyendo la que se da por el origen, etnia, religión, situaciones socioeconómicas, discapacidades o situaciones migratorias. Nada ni nadie estaremos seguros hasta que todos estemos seguros. Esto incluye la necesidad de fortalecer la cooperación internacional para garantizar equitativamente el acceso global a medicinas, vacunas, equipo médico. Al mismo tiempo, se deben evitar prácticas monopólicas y especulativas que aprovechen la situación de vulnerabilidad de la población y entorpezcan el proceso de recuperación. Por eso, México ha impulsado una visión en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas a través de una resolución que fue copatrocinada por 179 estados en abril pasado, así como en diferentes foros como el G20, la Organización Mundial de la Salud y este mismo Consejo. La única respuesta efectiva a la pandemia va a ser aquella que tenga una perspectiva de género, que entienda y responda a la manera diferenciada en la que la crisis sanitaria ha afectado a las mujeres y las niñas. La pandemia ha exacerbado formas de violencia y discriminación preexistentes, las cuales siguen estando arraigadas en sistemas patriarcales del ámbito político, económico y social. Por eso, México adoptó hace un año una política exterior feminista. Con esto, la Cancillería pone a la vanguardia este tema y somos el primer país del Global South en hacerlo. Esto tiene un doble objetivo: que la perspectiva de género sea central en la política exterior y con ello comenzar el proceso progresivo para su verdadera adopción en las decisiones públicas dentro del país y reconocer que el aporte de las mujeres en la política exterior de México es muy importante. La labor de México en este Consejo ha sido vital también para impulsar cambios que contribuyen a la transformación de la sociedad mexicana y que se han exigido en las urnas para hacer efectivos todos los derechos humanos para todas y todos. Tan solo en el año que concluyó, y a pesar de las dificultades que conlleva la pandemia para el ejercicio de la función pública en todos los países, nuestro país, México, presentó 3 informes ante órganos de tratado y mantuvo un diálogo fluido con los procedimientos especiales para atender comunicaciones y programar visitas que estaban acordadas previamente. También deseo destacar la labor internacional de esta Cancillería, liderazgo del secretario Ebrard, con la ratificación y adhesión a 5 importantes instrumentos en materia de derechos humanos, donde destacan la ratificación del acuerdo regional conocido como Acuerdo de Escazú y el reconocimiento a la competencia del Comité contra las Desapariciones Forzadas de las Naciones Unidas para conocer los casos individuales, siendo congruente con la política de apertura y de apoyo al escrutinio internacional. Con estos, la Cancillería reconoce los grandes retos que tenemos las naciones en materia de derechos humanos y que tenemos que defender a quienes están en la línea de batalla de la defensa de los derechos humanos y la no discriminación. México tradicionalmente ha participado activamente en los trabajos de este Consejo y lo seguiremos haciendo, analizando los temas a debatir, las iniciativas presentadas con base en sus méritos y en apego al derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y sus principios constitucionales. México va a continuar impulsando medidas que contribuyan a la prevención de violaciones de derechos humanos, que impulsen una agenda progresiva para derechos de grupos específicos y que permitan el acceso de las víctimas a la justicia. En ese sentido, reconocemos a este Consejo como el espacio por excelencia para conocer y debatir sobre temas de preocupación en materia de derechos humanos y sobre todo para identificar las mejores prácticas y la cooperación que nos permitan seguir adelante hacia esos objetivos juntos en la comunidad internacional. Haremos también todos nuestros esfuerzos para que el Consejo siga funcionando de manera eficiente, de manera efectiva, debido a que es un elemento fundamental del sistema multilateral y representa una promesa de justicia y dignidad para millones de personas alrededor del mundo. Les deseo el mayor de los éxitos en los trabajos de este Consejo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Muchas gracias. And I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Wang, State Councillor and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. Excellency, you have the floor.
主席女士，各位同事，很高兴代表中国政府向联合国人权理事会第46届会议致辞。人类正在同新冠肺炎疫情进行艰苦卓绝的斗争，病毒是我们共同的敌人。战胜疫情是我们承担的使命，团结合作是我们唯一的选择。这场世纪大流行给全人类带来巨大灾难，1亿多人染疫，200多万生命消逝，1.3亿人口返贫，全球不平等加剧，南北差距拉大，发展权受到新的挑战。同时，种族主义和排外主义进一步抬头。虚假信息和仇恨言论泛滥，个别国家热衷于利用疫情搞政治化、污名化。广大发展中国家获得疫苗的正当要求没有得到重视和满足。面对100年未有之大变局和100年未遇之大疫情，如何促进和保护人权，这是我们必须认真思考、严肃回答的一个重大课题。中国主张：第一，坚持以人民为中心的人权理念； 人是人权之本，人民的利益是人权事业的出发点和落脚点，增强人民的获得感、幸福感、安全感是人权的根本追求和国家治理的终极目标。坚持以人民为中心，要体现在人民真正当家作主，参与国家治理和政治协商，体现在不断缩小贫富差距，促进人的全面发展。第二，坚持人权普遍性与各国实际相结合，和平发展、公平正义、民主自由是各国普遍认同的全人类共同价值。联合国宪章、世界人权宣言为全球人权事业确立了崇高目标，制定了基本原则，各国都应遵循和践行。同时，各国国情不同，历史文化、社会制度、经济社会发展水平存在差异，必须按照本国国情和人民的需求推进和保护人权。第三，坚持系统推进各类人权。人权内涵是全面的，既包括公民政治权利，也包括经济社会文化权利。其中，生存权和发展权是首要基本人权。各类人权需要统筹兼顾、整体施策、多措并进、全方位、全领域、全过程的系统推进。人权范畴是不断发展的，健康权利和环境权利也应当置于更加突出的位置。第四，坚持国际人权对话与合作。保护和推进人权是大家共同的事业，全球人权治理要由各国共同商量，人权发展成果要由各国人民共同分享。人权不是少数国家的专利，更不能成为向别国施压、干涉内政的工具。各国要恪守联合国宪章宗旨和原则，在平等和相互尊重的基础上，开展人权交流与合作，推动国际人权事业健康发展。各位同事，对中国而言，今年是一个极其重要的年份，我们将迎来中国共产党100年华诞，开启全面建设社会主义现代化国家的新征程。在中国共产党领导下，我们成功开创出一条得到人民广泛拥护的中国特色社会主义道路，也成功走出了一条符合中国国情和需要的人权发展道路。我们实现了现行标准下农村贫困人口全部脱贫，提前10年完成了2030年可持续发展议程的减贫目标，圆了中华民族的千年梦想，是具有里程碑意义的人权成就。中国的脱贫攻坚不仅体现在人民收入和生活水平的提高，更体现在确保每一个人的教育权、医疗权和住房权。中国建成了世界上最大的社会保障体系，这一保障体系涵盖养老、医疗、低保、住房在内方方面面。中国国内生产总值突破100万亿人民币，社会保持长期稳定，这些也为推进中国的人权事业奠定了坚实基础。面对突如其来的新冠肺炎疫情，中国政府坚持人民至上、生命至上，始终把每一个人的安全和健康放在第一位，全力捍卫人的生命价值和尊严。我们还开展了新中国历史上规模最大的全球紧急人道行动，向有需要的各国和国际组织施以援手，践行人类卫生健康共同体的理念。疫苗事关人民的健康权、生存权和发展权，是当前优先推进的工作。疫苗应当全球公平分配，尤其是确保发展中国家的可及性和可负担性。 中国是最早承诺将疫苗作为全球公共产品的国家。我们克服自身困难，正在向53个有需求的国家提供无偿援助，向22个愿意购买的国家出口疫苗。这些绝大多数都是发展中国家。我们希望所有有能力的国家携起手来，共同为此做出应有的贡献。各位同事，中国支持世界各国本着相互尊重的原则加强人权交流与合作，但我们反对以双重标准对别国攻击抹黑，反对借人权问题干涉别国内政。涉疆问题的本质是反暴恐、反分裂问题。中国新疆地区认真落实联合国制定的防止暴力极端主义行动计划，借鉴其他国家的类似做法，依法开展去极端化的工作，这完全符合联合国全球反恐战略的原则和精神。经过各族人民的努力，新疆地区已连续4年多没有再发生暴恐案件，社会安定、安全稳定，发展持续向好，人民安居乐业。2010年至2018年，新疆维吾尔族人口增加近255万，增长率达到25%，远远高于同期全疆人口13.99%和汉族人口2%的增幅。新疆各族劳动者根据自己的意愿选择职业，享有各项劳动权益，人身自由从未受到任何的限制。新疆依法保障各族民众宗教信仰自由的权利，建有24000多座清真寺，平均每530位穆斯林就拥有一座清真寺。这些基本事实表明，新疆地区从来就不存在什么种族灭绝、强迫劳动和宗教压迫。这些耸人听闻的说法源于无知和偏见，纯属恶意的政治炒作，与事实完全相反。新疆地区的大门始终是敞开的，到访过新疆的各国人士都能实地了解到事实和真相。我们也欢迎联合国人权高专访问新疆。香港的国安法弥补了香港地区在维护国家安全方面长期存在的法律漏洞，开启了香港形势由乱及治的重大转折，有利于一国两制实践行稳致远，也保护了香港居民根据基本法和人权两公约享有的各项权利和自由。将近300万香港市民自发地签名力挺香港国安法，将近70%的香港市民认为，香港在国安法实施之后更加安全稳定了。这充分说明，香港国安法已经深得人心，我们对香港的未来充满信心。主席女士、各位同事，我们刚刚迎来了中国农历牛年，牛象征着勤劳和力量，牛年预示着收获和希望。让我们携起手来，坚持以人民为中心，共同促进和保护人权，推动构建人类命运共同体。最后，预祝本届人权理事会取得积极成果。谢谢。
Thank you very much. And I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Ann-Christine Linde, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. You have the floor.
Madam President, High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address the Human Rights Council today. Although I regret that we are not able to meet in person in Geneva and enjoy the buzz of the Council this time, I see the fact that the Council continues to meet and work as a sign of strength of continued multilateral cooperation. 3 areas will be the focus of my address today: democracy, women's rights, and funding for multilateral cooperation. First, democracy. In many parts of the world, democratic space is shrinking, not least for civil society. We see human rights defenders, journalists and media workers being intimidated, harassed and exposed to violence for simply expressing an opinion or reporting on current events. Around the world, workers are being denied their rights and representation as trade union representatives are silenced, arbitrarily arrested, or even killed. This has to end. This is why the Swedish Foreign Service is mobilizing to shine a light on the situation of workers and the lack of respect for human rights in the world of work. Disinformation and misinformation are other serious threats to democracy, whether online or offline. In our rapidly changing reality, we need to ensure transparency and access to reliable and factual information. That includes strengthening free and independent media. The trend of democratic backsliding that we have witnessed this past decade has been aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Some states use and continue to use the situation as a pretext to undermine the rule of law, to place undue restriction on human rights, and to weaken democracy in its institutions. Any COVID-related emergency restrictions must be strictly in line with international law. Human rights, democracy, and the rule of law must be at the core of the pandemic response. Madam President, 2 years ago, Sweden launched the Drive for Democracy, a global and cross-regional initiative aiming to promote and strengthen human rights, including labor rights, democracy, and the rule of law worldwide. Our drive for democracy is a counter-narrative to democratic backsliding and authoritarian trends. It's about reducing inequalities, supporting democracy's principles, its institutions, and its voices. It is about strengthening civil society and everyone's right to be who they are and making their voices heard. At its core, ensuring the respect for the right to freedom of opinion, expression, and information. As this year's chair of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Sweden has also placed the human dimension commitments on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law at the core of our priorities. Now to my second point, women's rights. Women's rights are human rights. We have all agreed that this is the case. We need to walk the talk. Words must be translated into action in order to truly ensure women's and girls' full enjoyment of human rights. Gender equality serves all, men and women, boys and girls. It's about equal rights, representation, and access to resources. This benefits society as a whole. 6 years ago, when Sweden launched its feminist foreign policy, we were alone. Today, I'm glad to say that more and more countries are adopting a feminist foreign policy. Sweden will never stay quiet as long as there are women and girls suffering from unsafe abortions or harmful practices such as female genital mutilation or child, early and forced marriages. We must strengthen access to comprehensive sexuality education. I also want to stress the importance of safeguarding sexual and reproductive health and rights for all. We are all entitled to the same human rights irrespective of whom we love, our sexual orientation, or our gender identity. Our push for the protection of the human rights of the LGBTI persons is consistent and will continue unabated. Madam President, just as the efforts to promote gender equality cannot be carried out only by women, the fight against racism cannot be fought solely by those exposed. The fight against racism in all its forms must be fought by all of us who firmly believe in the equal value of all persons. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hatred and still prevalent today. This is why in October, Prime Minister Löfven will host the Malmö International Forum on Holocaust Remembrance and Combating Anti-Semitism. The aim is to take concrete steps ahead of these crucial issues. Now to my third point, funding for multilateral cooperation. At a time of global crisis, when human rights are increasingly under pressure, international cooperation and strong multilateral human rights system is more important and needed than ever. Sweden strongly supports the Secretary General's call to action on human rights. We urge all states to fully cooperate with the UN Office of the High Commissioner and the mandate holders. If states are to honor their obligations under international human rights law, adequate funding of the UN human rights system, primarily the Office of the High Commissioner, is essential. This will ensure that the building back after the pandemic is human rights-based and sustainable. Sweden has increased its non-earmarked core support to the office. Today, we are proud to be its largest donor of voluntary funding. On a final note, I'm pleased that Sweden has taken an important step towards creating a national human rights institution for the protection and promotion of human rights in Sweden, an issue that some of you raised with us during the Universal Periodic Review. Recently, my government referred as a concrete proposal for a human rights institute to our Council on Legislation. With that, I close my intervention. From a snowy Stockholm, I wish us all a successful Human Rights Council session. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's now my honor and pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stef Blok, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. You have the floor, Excellency.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks two important milestones, one tragic, one hopeful. 10 years have passed since the war in Syria broke out and the atrocities against the Syrian people resumed. And 10 years have also passed since the fight against religious intolerance gained ground with this Council's adoption of Resolution 1618. These milestones illustrate the immense power we humans possess, the power to harm and hurt, and the power to mend and make better. Over the past few years, I've witnessed some of that power. The power of individual people who took great pains to meet with me and other officials. Victims of abuses, brave defenders of democracy, courageous journalists. Calmly, they shared the most gruesome stories with one simple goal: to convince the international community to take action and end impunity. Their accounts left an indelible impression on me, but I was even more struck by their fearlessness. The courage of Dr. Amani Balour, who told me about the horrors she had seen in an underground hospital in eastern Ghouta. The bombings the city endured, the children with terrible injuries. And there is the courage of the Burundian journalist Gaga, who I met prior to the World Press Freedom Conference last year. He told me how he has been harassed, bribed, and almost killed. How his radio station has been set on fire. And how he is not even thinking about giving up. And there is the courage of Lilith Martirosyan, Armenia's first registered transgender woman and winner of the Dutch Human Rights Tulip Award. She too refused to give up the non-violent path to change, even when she received death threats. In her own words, my main goal is to be an encouragement to others and to soothe the pain of my community. No matter how great the obstacles on their path, these people don't throw in the towel. They are simply unstoppable. Such fearlessness is humbling, and it makes me wonder, what would I do if I were in such a situation? It's a hard question to answer, but what is clear to me is that there are specific actions that we must take as governments, as the international community, and as members of this Council. We can show courage by respecting human rights, reaching out to brave people like Amani, Gaka, and Lilith, and responding to human rights violations by fighting impunity for horrendous crimes, by ensuring individuals have the right to believe or not to believe, by protecting the most vulnerable against harassment, and enabling defenders of democracy to do their work. And we can show political backbone right here in this Council. Ending impunity is the only way forward. It's precisely for this reason that the Council responds to a situation of concern, and why this Council launches international investigations into major violations worldwide. It's why the Netherlands is holding Syria to account, and why the Netherlands has continued to push so hard for an EU human rights sanction regime. At the same time, we must commit to upholding universal human rights for all. We must defend the freedom of religion or belief and implement the 1618 Action Plan. In order to promote religious freedom, the Netherlands recently contributed $2.2 million to the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights to support the work of the Special Rapporteur. As members of this Council, we must also commit to protecting the most vulnerable, as well as LGBTI people and women, especially during the current crisis. And we have a responsibility to make sure that journalists and other defenders of democracy can do their work. Last December, the Netherlands hosted the World Press Freedom Conference, where almost 60 countries committed to investigating and prosecuting all forms of attacks on journalists, whether online or off. Ladies and gentlemen, political backbone is fundamental to what it means to be a member of this Council. With membership comes responsibility. That's why candidates must present their human rights programs and answer questions about their track records. And it's why this Council's members must stick to their promises. The hardest thing was choosing who would live and who would die. That's what Dr. Balour told me when I spoke with her last year. It's an inhuman choice that probably none of us has ever had to make. It's up to us to make another choice. Let's use our power to enable these brave people to do their work. Let's use our power to mend and make better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's now my honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ara Alvazian, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Armenia. You have the floor.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner, distinguished members of the Human Rights Council, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to join previous speakers in congratulating Ambassador Najat Shamim Khan on her election as the President of the Human Rights Council and to wish her success in this important endeavor. The very fact that in the time of unprecedented humanitarian crisis, this body has continued its work and fulfilled its mandate speaks about the centrality of human rights protection as one of the key deliverables of multilateralism. Throughout its first year of fully fledged membership in the Human Rights Council, Armenia ensured targeted and constructive engagement reflecting our principled position on prevention of genocide and unwavering stance on fight against impunity for this heinous crime, worked on strengthening the mechanisms aiming to protect forcibly displaced population, religious and ethnic groups, and their cultural heritage, as well as to combat hate speech and hate crimes. It is particularly encouraging that the HRC biennial resolution on the prevention of genocide, which my country has an honor to initiate, enjoyed a wide cross-regional support and was adopted by consensus. The evolutionary development of this resolution derives from the most urgent need to address the number of pertinent challenges, such as the need to effectively prevent and address grave human rights violations and serious breaches of international humanitarian law, patterned forms of discrimination, exclusion of protected groups based on their ethnic, racial, national, or religious background, hate speech, and incitement to violence, justification, biased accounts, and denial of the past crimes. The COVID-19 pandemic brought grave challenges. It shattered the very foundations of healthcare, economic and social protection systems. Fully cognizant about extreme vulnerability of the people residing in the areas of armed conflicts, Armenia was among the first states that unconditionally supported Secretary General's call for global ceasefire in response to COVID-19. Madam President, unfortunately, Azerbaijan not only neglected the call by the Secretary General and consequent Security Council Resolution 2532, but exploited and weaponized the global pandemic to launch a full-scale military aggression against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh. The leadership of Azerbaijan did not make a secret that it aimed at raising all traces of Armenians from Artsakh, and with the direct involvement of Turkey and latter's affiliated foreign terrorist fighters, perpetrated mass atrocities against Armenians. Thus, the horrors of the unpunished genocide against Armenians of the last century reoccurred in another forms of mass atrocities in our region under the incitement and complicity of the same perpetrator. The use of force to suppress the right to self-determination is a strict violation of the UN Charter, which clearly states that all international disputes must be settled by peaceful means. It is even more deplorable that the mercenaries and foreign terrorist fighters were widely used in a violent attempt to suppress human rights of Armenians of Artsakh, including their right to self-determination, something that was acknowledged by a variety of international actors, including special procedures of this august body. Throughout 44 days of the offensive, in a flagrant violation of international human rights law and international humanitarian law, Azerbaijani army committed horrendous crimes and atrocities, deliberately and systematically targeting civilian infrastructures, including schools, hospitals, maternity wards, markets, roads, communication systems, and other facilities, as well as vandalizing and destroying the Armenian cultural and religious heritage on the territory of Nagorno-Karabakh, including churches, crossstones, and various monuments. Being a significant component of the Armenian identity, the Ghazal-Chesod Cathedral in Shushi, Artsakh, was severely damaged after 2 air raids conducted by the Azerbaijani military. This deliberate attack on the historic symbol of the cultural and religious heritage of Artsakh is a gross violation of international law and the continuation of a pattern of the destruction of Armenian cultural memory by Azerbaijan, aimed at the eviction of Armenians from Artsakh and the destruction of the Armenian cultural presence thereon. Madam President, the execution of Armenian civilians in Hadrut region of Artsakh, captured by the Azerbaijani military, is one of the most egregious cases of the war against people of Artsakh, which already been defined by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights as a possible war crime. Unfortunately, aggression against Nagorno-Karabakh has shown that the UN early warning mechanisms didn't work, which means that we must continue our activity for their further improvement, including within the framework of HRC review process. The UN absence from Nagorno-Karabakh has been one of the aggravating factors of the lack of international protection. Armenia is of strong conviction that the humanitarian access to Artsakh should not be subjugated to any political considerations, and emphasizes the significance of the universal application and protection of human rights for all people, irrespective of the status of the territory where they reside. One of the hallmarks of this was that Azerbaijan made extensive use of social media platforms to intimidate the Armenian population. With the endorsement of the high-level leadership, the Azerbaijani officials and armed forces share videos on social media platforms which constitute evidence of degrading, inhuman and cruel treatment of the Armenian POWs and civilian detainees, including their humiliation, physical abuse, mutilations, ISIS-style beheadings. The perpetrators of the war crimes who publicly boast about decapitation of Armenians have been decorated with the high state awards, including national hero titles. Against this background, it's highly disturbing the fact that Armenian POWs and hostages remain in Azerbaijani custody, now nearly 4 months after the signing of the trilateral ceasefire statement on November 9, 2020. However, Azerbaijan has failed to fulfill the commitment to return all POWs and civilian detainees, and it continues to keep a number of them in captivity. The immediate return of the prisoners of war and civilians, including women, remains an extremely urgent issue and requires an instant solution. Madam President, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to those countries and organizations that spared no effort both during and post-war period and provided humanitarian aid to Artsakh, as well as input their full diplomatic and political potential. The plea for justice and peace for the people of Artsakh must be urgently addressed. The people who fought for their right to live, right to determine their future, free of coercion and occupation, at this very moment continue to face existential threat in the land of their ancestors. I thank you.
I thank you, and I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Said, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Maldives. You have the floor, Excellency.
Madam President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. While the world has endured numerous tragedies in the past, never did humanity envision, even for once, a pandemic that will change the course of global history forever. The COVID-19 pandemic has not only taken millions of lives, it has also crippled economies and redefined our idea of a normal world that exhibits safety and security. Today, with the united global effort and the rollout of vaccines, we have finally begun to see the light at the end of this long, dark tunnel and a possible end to this pandemic. This is the time to focus on building back more resilient economies and more equal societies to bridge the gap in our social security systems and to make sure that no one is left behind. As we chart the course of the recovery efforts, the values of basic rights and freedoms embodied in the UN Charter must remain at the heart of our efforts. Madam President, the Maldives is making significant progress in upholding and protecting human rights. We are where we are today because we placed human rights at the front of our democratic aspirations. Our journey has had its ups and downs, but we have persisted nonetheless. Today, it is an honor to narrate the significant events that has made this journey worthwhile. When President Ibrahim Mohammad Salih assumed office in November 2018, the Maldives witnessed the revival of its respect for human rights, democratic principles, and the rule of law. These guiding principles soon became the cornerstone of Maldives' foreign policy and development framework. As a result, we have accomplished numerous milestones in the field of human rights, both at home and abroad. I'm particularly proud to note that in December 2020, the Maldives ratified the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, soon after ratifying the third optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child the previous year. We had also hoped to welcome special procedures mandate holders during the past year, but unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the planned visits had to be postponed. However, our standing invitation for all special procedures mandate holders remains unchanged, and we look forward to welcoming them at their convenience. Last November, the Maldives also successfully completed its third cycle review at the Universal Periodic Review. We remain committed to the UPR process and appreciate the opportunity to engage constructively to further strengthen our national human rights framework. We are also determined to deliver on our commitment to implement the recommendations provided by the member states during our review. Madam President, despite several setbacks in the past, this administration has persevered in its promotion and protection of human rights in the domestic spheres. In this regard, the government has undertaken several steps to prevent human trafficking, to reform prisons, and to uphold the rule of law. In particular, I note the recent establishment of the Office of Ombudsperson for Transitional Justice, which has provided an avenue to redress past injustices to promote the rule of law. Madam President, the Maldives remains resolute in its efforts to ensure the protection and empowerment of women, children, and persons with disabilities. We have continued to promote equal professional growth for women in the workforce free from prejudice and launched a nationwide campaign against domestic violence. In order to protect the rights of juveniles, President Solih also ratified the first amendment to the Juvenile Justice Act of 2019 in December 2020. Despite the necessary restrictions of the pandemic, the government has also ensured that people with disabilities and the elderly have unhindered access to social and medical services. No threat is felt by SIDS, such as the Maldives, as acutely as climate emergency. Climate change infringes on the full enjoyment of a wide range of human rights, including people's right to health, water, and housing, all of which are at present further jeopardized by the COVID-19 pandemic. While climate justice remains a top priority for the Maldives, this is yet another aspect of sustainable development which is likely to lose substantial progress during this pandemic. Our government understands that we simply cannot afford to halt our investments in climate-resilient infrastructure and biodiversity protection because our people share a mutual relationship with nature. Our most vulnerable will face increased flooding, food insecurity, and displacement if we do not protect our fragile island ecosystems and if we do not continue progressing towards sustainable development goals. Madam President, as I speak about the international community, I wish to highlight certain humanitarian issues that the global community must address. The Maldives remains deeply concerned about the plight of the Palestinian people, particularly in the occupied territories. We continue to support the right to a sovereign and independent Palestine state with pre-1967 borders, in line with international law and relevant UN resolutions, with East Jerusalem as its capital. The Maldives continues to support the ongoing efforts to secure accountability for the perpetrators of genocide against the Rohingya people, whose suffering continues to this day. The decision of the Maldives to intervene in support of the Rohingya people in the case before the ICJ stems from our advocacy for justice for the Rohingya people. We also condemn the ongoing human rights violations in Myanmar and call on Myanmar to take immediate steps to protect the human rights of all its people and to restore democracy. The Maldives is committed to working constructively with the international community to further advance and build upon the accomplishments we have achieved so far. We also wish to share our experience and contribute to work of this august body. Therefore, the Maldives intends to stand as a candidate for this council for the term 2023 to 2025. We hope all member states will support us. In this critical juncture, Maldives remains steadfast in its belief that the Human Rights Council, which has carried the hopes of the international community since its inception, will bring peace and prosperity to the world during these dark times. I thank you.
I thank you very much, and it's now my honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Eva Maria Liimets, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address you today on behalf of the Republic of Estonia. I would like to start with a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt, who played an instrumental role in drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What you don't do can be destructive. End of quote. How relevant it still sounds today when international organizations must play an increasingly active role in defending human rights around the world. Allow me at this point to welcome the decision of the United States to re-engage with the UN Human Rights Council to maintain and secure international stability. The three pillars of the United Nations system, human rights, peace and security, and development, have to be increasingly integrated and form one powerful pillar with various facets. We support the Secretary General's call to action of human rights in this regard and hope that the tangible actions will follow. The protection of human rights is crucial for preventing violence and serious security threats. It is particularly dangerous and completely unacceptable when state authorities use violence against human rights defenders. These are the reasons why Estonia, as a member of the UN Security Council, has repeatedly brought urgent human rights issues to the agenda of the Security Council meetings. Women human rights defenders, who are often working in life-threatening circumstances, are particularly exposed to sexual and gender-based violence. There is mounting evidence that systematic and state-led strategies are used to silence defenders. Moreover, human rights defenders cooperating with the United Nations are often facing reprisals and must fear for their life. There has also been an increasing number of detentions and attacks against journalists, media workers, and bloggers. We are gravely concerned about the lack of accountability and the impunity of perpetrators. This has to be stopped. Estonia has been vocal in advocating for a free and secure internet and stresses the importance of freedom of expression online and offline. One of the ways Estonia is contributing to the promotion of these principles is its membership in the Freedom of Online Coalition and the Media Freedom Coalition. In this capacity, we are glad to host the Global Conference for Media Freedom in this year in Tallinn. Estonia remains a strong supporter of all the rights of indigenous peoples, including their participation of their representatives and institutions in meeting of relevant UN bodies and issues affecting them. Madam President, Estonia actively supports and promotes international efforts towards gender equality, the full enjoyment of all human rights by all women and girls, and their empowerment. We continue to prevent and combat all forms of sexual and gender-based violence offline and online, and hold perpetrators accountable. Rights of the child are high among Estonia's human rights priorities, and we pay special attention to the children in vulnerable situations. Estonia continues to strongly oppose all forms of discrimination, including on grounds of race, ethnic or social origin, sexual orientation, religion, political opinion, or disability. All persons have the inalienable right to enjoy fundamental freedoms and a full range of human rights. Madam President, Estonia is deeply concerned about the developments that have taken place in recent months in the European Union's immediate neighborhood, Belarus and Russia. In Belarus, after forced elections, the people took to the streets to demand new and fair elections peacefully. The authorities responded with unprecedented brutality and mass violence. We have learned about detentions, torture, enforced disappearances, rape, and other forms of horror and humiliations carried out on a mass scale. There are victims who have been killed by military special forces. These are crimes against peaceful protesters standing up for their right to be respected. The ongoing repressions against journalists seriously undermine the international community's objective view of the situation in Belarus. Unacceptable harsh tactics against protesters and journalists were used in cities throughout Russia. Tens of thousands of people gathered peacefully to protest against the arrest of opposition leader Alexander Navalny, who in August had been poisoned with a military chemical nerve agent of the Novichok group. Thousands of peaceful protesters were detained in Russia. This has followed years of tightening restrictions on and repressive actions against civil society, independent media, and the political opposition. As a member of the United Nations Security Council, Estonia considers conflict prevention as an essential part of the Security Council's activities and human rights violations, an early warning of potential more serious conflicts. It is highly important for all countries to cooperate and give access to special procedure mandate holders. Active and principled actions in protecting and promoting human rights are essential for global peace and security. I wish you a successful session. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's now my honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Francisco Bustillo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Uruguay. You have the floor.
Estimados amigos, Uruguay inicia el último año de su tercera membresía del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, órgano principal del Sistema de Naciones Unidas para la protección de derechos y libertades fundamentales. Lo hacemos en un contexto mundial de grave preocupación por la expansión de la pandemia. Nuestros países han visto amenazados la salud y la vida de su población, el desarrollo de su vida cotidiana y también la estabilidad de sus economías. Uruguay reconoce el gran esfuerzo realizado durante 2020 por la Oficina de la Alta Comisionada, el Sistema de Procedimientos Especiales y los órganos de tratados que proporcionaron guía técnica y recomendaciones a los estados para promover la implementación de enfoques de derechos humanos en las políticas de combate a la pandemia. Tenemos la esperanza que de la mano de la ciencia, el buen funcionamiento de las instituciones multilaterales y la cooperación internacional, podamos hacer frente exitosamente a esta emergencia sanitaria y tutelar así uno de los derechos fundamentales del ser humano, el derecho a la salud. Nuestro país ha ejercido su membresía en el Consejo inspirado por su firme compromiso con el sistema multilateral y su pleno apoyo al mandato de ese órgano. No existe en el sistema de Naciones Unidas otra instancia que desempeñe un rol tan significativo en la protección de derechos humanos en el mundo. Es responsabilidad de todos los países contribuir a su eficacia y al pleno ejercicio de su mandato. Es un orgullo poder informar que Uruguay ha cumplido con las promesas y compromisos voluntarios realizados al momento de presentar nuestra candidatura al Consejo. Hemos también reafirmado nuestra permanente voluntad de colaboración con el sistema, con invitación abierta a todos los procedimientos y mecanismos del Consejo para que visiten nuestro país. La universalidad, interdependencia e interrelación de los derechos humanos, el apego al derecho internacional y el respeto al principio de la soberanía de los Estados, manteniendo en todo momento la centralidad del ser humano en tanto sujeto de derecho, son principios básicos sobre los cuales Uruguay ha desarrollado un trabajo coherente y activo en el sistema internacional en general y en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos en particular. Desde la creación del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, Uruguay ha contribuido a fortalecer una cultura de diálogo que permite que, tal como lo establece su mandato, la negociación y la colaboración entre Estados sean los instrumentos de trabajo del Consejo, lo que deriva en que actualmente la mayor parte de sus decisiones sean adoptadas por consenso. La búsqueda del entendimiento y la cooperación deben ser los elementos distintivos de la labor del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, no así la confrontación. Hemos hecho nuestro aporte a la consolidación institucional del Consejo mediante una participación activa en sus trabajos, la puesta al día en la presentación de informes a los órganos de tratados y también llevado a cabo los 3 ciclos del examen periódico universal, habiendo aceptado todas las recomendaciones recibidas y perfeccionando los mecanismos nacionales destinados a su seguimiento e implementación. Uruguay apoya la labor de la Alta Comisionada para Derechos Humanos y su oficina, tanto en su rol de vigilancia, alerta y denuncia de las violaciones a los derechos humanos registradas en cualquier parte del mundo, como también su labor de asistencia y cooperación técnica para apoyar a los países en el cumplimiento de sus obligaciones internacionales de derechos humanos. Pese a las dificultades financieras que el país ha enfrentado debido a la actual pandemia, Uruguay realizó su tradicional contribución financiera sin destino fijo. Finalmente, quisiera señalar que Uruguay posee una larga tradición de respeto y compromiso con los derechos humanos. Esto forma parte de nuestra identidad como Estado y se proyecta a nivel internacional como parte de nuestras convicciones democráticas, nuestro apego al Estado de Derecho y la libertad como bienes supremos de convivencia y pilares de la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Seguiremos transitando por la senda del multilateralismo y contribuyendo a elevar los estándares internacionales de protección de derechos humanos, así como a promover su pleno respeto. Reflejo de ello es que Uruguay ha sido el primer país en ratificar el convenio número 190 de la Organización Internacional del Trabajo sobre violencia y acoso en el mundo del trabajo, avanzando en la protección de los derechos humanos individuales en todos los ámbitos, incluso precisamente el laboral. La protección de los derechos humanos es una causa universal y Uruguay se honra en colaborar con ella a través de su firme compromiso con los principios y valores que la inspiran, así como con su acción decidida y colaborativa como miembro de este Consejo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. And I would now like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Lolwa Rashid Al Khater, Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs of Qatar. You have the floor, Excellency.
السيدة رئيسة مجلس حقوق الإنسان، السيدة المفوضة السامية لحقوق الإنسان، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي في البداية أن أعبر عن سعادتي بمخاطبة مجلسكم الموقر في هذه الدورة التي تنعقد في ظل ظروف استثنائية بسبب استمرار انتشار جائحة كورونا، والتي نأمل أن تنجلي سريعا وأن تتجنب البشرية مزيدا من الخسائر في الأرواح والتبعات السلبية المختلفة المترتبة على هذه الجائحة. السيدة الرئيسة، إن دولة قطر تواصل جهودها في الارتقاء بأوضاع حقوق الإنسان وخطت خطوات كبيرة في هذا الشأن من خلال التنفيذ المضطرد لرؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 والاستراتيجيات المتعلقة بها، وحققت بذلك العديد من الأهداف التنموية المستدامة، وقد تبوأت مواقع متقدمة على مستوى دول المنطقة في تقارير التنمية البشرية للسنوات الأخيرة، حيث تصدرت قائمة دول الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا في ترتيب مؤشر السلام العالمي لعام 2020، واحتلت المرتبة الأولى عربياً في مؤشر الدول الأكثر أماناً وسلاما مجتمعياً، كما سجلت أعلى مستوى لمشاركة المرأة في القوى العاملة بالمنطقة بنسبة 58.3%. وفي إطار التصدي لجائحة كورونا، واصلت دولة قطر جهودها باعتماد استراتيجية تقوم على 3 محاور أساسية، وهي حماية المواطنين والمقيمين على حد سواء عبر تعزيز القطاع الصحي، وتقديم الدعم اللازم لقطاع الاقتصاد للحد من التأثيرات السلبية لهذه الجائحة، والمساهمة في الجهود الدولية للتصدي لهذه الجائحة من خلال تقديم الدول أو الدعم للدول المحتاجة والمنظمات الدولية المعنية. وفي إطار تعزيز المشاركة الشعبية لإتاحة مشاركة أوسع للمواطنين، قررت دولة قطر إجراء انتخابات لمجلس الشورى القطري في شهر أكتوبر المقبل ولأول مرة وفق نص الدستور الدائم لدولة قطر. وفيما يتعلق بتحديث المنظومة التشريعية في مجال تعزيز وحماية حقوق العمال، اعتمدت دولة قطر سلسلة من الإصلاحات التشريعية والمؤسسية الرائدة في المنطقة، والتي أدت إلى إلغاء نظام الكفالة وتحسين ظروف العمل والعيش اللائق لجميع العمال، ويشمل ذلك سن الحد الأدنى من الأجور وخلق بيئة آمنة ومتوازنة بما يتوافق مع معايير منظمة العمل الدولية، والتي استشهدت قائلة بأن دولة قطر ستصبح نموذجا للمنطقة فيما يتعلق بحقوق العمالة الوافدة عند دخول التشريعات حيز التنفيذ. السيدة الرئيسة، لا شك أن الجميع قد تابع ما توصلت إليه القمة الخليجية 41 التي انعقدت مؤخرا بمدينة العلا بالمملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة، والتي صدر عنها بيان العلا الذي أعلن إنهاء الأزمة الخليجية التي استمرت لأكثر من 3 سنوات، وذلك بعد أن سادت روح الحكمة والمسؤولية بين الجميع، وتم تجاوز الصعوبات لتحقيق المصالحة وترسيخ مبادئ الأخوة ولم الشمل. لقد رحبت دولة قطر بهذا الاتفاق انطلاقا من قناعتها الراسخة بأن الحوار البناء هو السبيل لحل الخلافات بطرق السلمية، استنادا إلى قواعد القانون الدولي ومبادئ حسن الجوار واحترام سيادة الدول واستقلالها. ولا شك أن إنهاء هذه الأزمة وتنفيذ اتفاق العلا سوف ينعكس إيجابا على تعزيز الدور المنشود لمجلس التعاون الخليجي في ترسيخ الاستقرار بالمنطقة وتوطيد أواصر النسيج المجتمعي الخليجي وتعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان. ونأمل أن تكون هذه الأزمة درسا نستلهم منه العبر ومحفزا لمزيد من التعاون والتضامن لتحقيق مستقبل أفضل للعلاقات بين بلداننا. ومن هذا المنبر تجدد دولة قطر تثمينها لجهود الوساطة الكويتية التي بذلها سمو الشيخ صباح الأحمد الجابر الصباح طيب الله ثراه أمير دولة الكويت الراحل، والتي استكملها حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ نواف الأحمد الجابر الصباح أمير دولة الكويت الشقيقة. كما نشكر جميع الدول الشقيقة والصديقة التي ساهمت في إنهاء هذه الأزمة. السيدة الرئيسة، ما زال العالم لا سيما منطقتنا العربية يواجه العديد من التحديات الخطيرة التي تهدد السلم والأمن الدوليين نتيجة استمرار الاحتلال والنزاعات المسلحة. ففي الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة تجدد دولة قطر إدانتها ورفضها لاستمرار الانتهاكات والممارسات العنصرية التي ترتكبها سلطات الاحتلال ضد حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق، لا سيما الإصرار على تنفيذ خطط بناء المستوطنات غير الشرعية، وذلك في انتهاك صارخ لأحكام القانون الدولي وقرارات الشرعية الدولية. كما تجدد إدانتها أيضا لاستمرار فرض إسرائيل الحصار الجائر على أكثر من 2 مليون فلسطيني في قطاع غزة، وندعو المجتمع الدولي إلى اتخاذ جميع الإجراءات اللازمة لإنهاء هذا الحصار غير المشروع وحماية الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق وعلى سلطات الاحتلال أن تدرك أن السلام العادل والشامل والدائم لا يمكن أن يتحقق إلا بإنهاء الاحتلال وإقامة دولة فلسطين على أساس حدود ما قبل 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. كما تذكر دولة قطر المجتمع الدولي بأن توفير لقاح الفلسطينيين في الأراضي المحتلة يعد من مسؤوليات سلطات الاحتلال أمام القانون الدولي والإنساني، وترسلها من هذه المسؤولية لا يمكن إلا أن يفهم على أنه نظام فصل عنصري يجب علينا جميعا إدانته واستنكاره. أما في سوريا، وبعد مرور 10 سنوات على الصراع الدائر في البلاد، لا يزال الشعب السوري الشقيق يدفع ثمنا باهظا من حياته وأمنه ومستقبله نتيجة مطالبته بالحرية والكرامة والعدالة. ويواصل النظام السوري مواجهة هذه المطالب المشروعة بارتكاب الانتهاكات الجسيمة لحقوق الإنسان وجرائم الحرب والجرائم ضد الإنسانية. وفي الوقت الذي نحذر فيه من هشاشة الأوضاع في سوريا وخطورة تدهورها على الأوضاع في المنطقة، ندعو جميع الأطراف السورية والمجتمع الدولي إلى العمل الجاد على إحراز تقدم حقيقي في التوصل إلى حل سلمي للصراع على أساس بيان جنيف 1 وقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2254 وضمان مساءلة مرتكبي جميع الانتهاكات والجرائم في سوريا. وفي ليبيا ندعو جميع الأطراف إلى الالتزام بمسؤولياتهم الوطنية وتجاوز خلافاتهم والمضي قدما في الحوار السياسي الليبي لترسيخ مبادئ دولة القانون والمؤسسات عبر انتخابات وطنية وديمقراطية تلبي مطالب الشعب الليبي الشقيق وتسهم في حماية وتعزيز حقوق الإنسان وتحقيق الرفاه والتنمية المستدامة. كما نأمل أن تدرك جميع أطراف الحرب في اليمن حجم المأساة الإنسانية التي أصابت البلاد والشعب اليمني الشقيق، وندعوهم إلى تنفيذ التفاهمات والاتفاقيات التي تمت، لا سيما اتفاق الرياض، للعمل على وقف القتال والمضي قدما نحو السلام بإرادة حقيقية تفضي إلى إنهاء الحرب وتحقيق المصالحة الوطنية وتلبية تطلعات الشعب اليمني الشقيق في الأمن والاستقرار والتنمية. السيدة الرئيسة، في الختام أؤكد على التزام دولة قطر الثابت في التعاون مع هذا المجلس ومع جميع آليات الأمم المتحدة الأخرى العاملة في مجال حقوق الإنسان ودعمها للقيام بمهامها وتمكينها من تحقيق الأهداف النبيلة التي أنشئت من أجلها. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Shukran. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alvin Boots, Deputy Minister for International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Michelle Bachelet, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be joining you today, utilizing this platform, the new normal, to speak to you in Geneva, the capital of peace and a symbol of multilateralism. Each session of the Council is an opportunity for all of us, and certainly South Africa, to commit ourselves to the promotion, protection, and practical realization and enjoyment of human rights and respect for the rule of international law. Having celebrated the United Nations 75th anniversary last year, and as observed in the declaration adopted on that momentous occasion, multilateralism is the only way to address the mirage of emerging global challenges we are experiencing in the more than 75 years of the existence of the United Nations. 2021 marks the beginning of the period that the General Assembly has reserved for the review of the Council. This period, 2021 to 2026, provides us an opportunity to have a genuine and deep reflection about whether the Council is able to rise to the occasion on its mandate as provided by the General Assembly. In so doing, we ought to ensure that we reinforce the credibility and authority of the Council itself amidst the new challenges that confront us in the international system. We need a strong and efficient Council that can contribute with solutions and guarantees promotion and protection of all the rights of all people. This Council must be true to the letter and spirit of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action by truly treating all human rights as universal, indivisible, interdependent and interrelated, and in a fair and equal manner, on the same footing and with the same emphasis. We need a council that responds to all violations and abuses, regardless of where they have been committed or who has committed them. We must therefore rid the council of its challenges and those that saw the demise of its predecessor, the erstwhile Commission on Human Rights. We must rid the council of politicization, selectivity and double standardization when addressing human rights matters, be it thematic or country-specific issues. Madam President, in 2023 we marked the 60th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which led to the 1965 International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. The adoption of this declaration was inspired by the events in South Africa, in particular the Sharpeville massacre on 21st March 1960. The adoption of both the declaration and the ICERD are indeed momentous occasions for South Africans and the international community. For South Africans, this was an important occasion as it gave a shot to the jugular of the apartheid regime. It also strengthened our faith and gave us hope that the United Nations was indeed up to the task of ridding our society of the ills of violations and abuses of human rights. It gave us further hope that the scourge of racism and racial discrimination would be eradicated. We welcome the progress achieved in many parts of the world, including my own country, South Africa, in the fight against racism and racial discrimination. Madam President, it is quite disheartening, though, to observe that 58 years on, and having convened the 4 world conferences whose purpose was to eliminate this scourge of racism and racial discrimination, are on the rise in some regions of the world, including during the current COVID-19 pandemic. Sadly, we have taken to politicize the anti-racism agenda and thus enabling the perpetuation of the scourge. We need to therefore work in unison to combat the scourge. The 20th anniversary of the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia and Related Intolerances provides us with such an opportunity. We welcome the decision of the General Assembly, as recommended by the Council, to convene the high-level meeting to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action. We therefore look forward to engaging with the international community on the outcomes of that meeting. We hope that the outcomes of the meeting will reaffirm and chart a path to the renewed commitment to the decisions taken by our leaders when they adopted the DTPA. Madam President, the international community is faced with increasing global challenges which have converged in a multi-front assault on human dignity. These challenges have manifested themselves through financial and economic crises, unemployment, climate change, displacement of peoples and other global problems, and lately the COVID-19 pandemic. In order for us to address these challenges, it will require a comprehensive, multilateral, and multi-stakeholder response. These trajectories therefore presents the opposite of the letter and the spirit of the founding principle and vision of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that gave birth to a modern international human rights movement promising freedom from fear and want, and declaring that everyone is entitled to a social and international order in which the rights and freedoms set forth in the Declaration can be fully realized. It is for this reason that we, the international community, sought to solidify a call for all human rights to enjoy equal importance and sought to end the qualitative division between civil and political rights and economic, social, and cultural rights. In addition, this process was aimed at giving credence to the narrative harbored by proponents of the right to development by asserting its relevance and or primacy against skeptics or rejectionists who continue to deny its very existence by relegating it to secondary importance. The Declaration on the Right to Development therefore provides an essential guide to the manner in which states, the international community, and all organs of society must act and cooperate to ensure an enabling environment for development that is sustainable, just, equitable, and inclusive. The Declaration therefore recognizes that the right to development cannot be realized, nor can all states fulfill their responsibilities without effective cooperation among states. To this end, it imposes on states and the international community a duty to cooperate to achieve this transformation vision. It is against this backdrop that South Africa, as a member of the non-aligned movement, remains resolute in the quest to ensure the realization of the right to development. We will therefore continue to support efforts to codify the right to development in international human rights law. Madam President, as the international community continues to grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic and all other emerging challenges, it is essential that we should not lose focus on other important issues that impact on human dignity and impedes the realization and enjoyment of human rights. One such issue is the question of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara and the continued systematic annexation of Palestinian land accompanied by human rights violations in the occupied territories. These realities are of great concern for South Africa. We believe that it is only initiatives developed with the full participation of the people of Palestine and Western Sahara that can achieve lasting peace, and so we remain unequivocal in our assertion that genuine, inclusive, and open dialogue is the only manner in which the current impasse may be resolved. On Palestine, we affirm and reaffirm that the only way to achieve peace and stability in the Middle East is through ensuring a lasting peace between Palestinians and Israelis themselves that should be worked through a negotiated settlement. The Palestinians, like everyone else in the world, should be allowed the opportunity to exercise their right to self-determination. We will therefore, South Africa, continue to support the quest for a viable two-state solution. Madam President, in conclusion, South Africa looks forward to contributing to the humanity's collective response in confronting the myriad of global challenges before us through a firm commitment to multilateralism and the promotion of human rights, human empowerment, and gender equality, the rule of law, sustainable development, and peace and security in 2021 and beyond. I wish you the greatest success in your deliberations and a very productive session. I thank you for your commitment with the validity of human rights and for your daily contributions to make the United Nations truly relevant for all of us. I thank you very much.
I thank you. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker on my list for the high-level segment for today. We will now continue with the annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We shall now proceed with the annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming, held pursuant to Resolution 16/21, to promote the mainstreaming of human rights within the United Nations system. The theme of this year's panel is the state of play in the fight against racism and discrimination, 20 years after the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Plan of Action, and the exacerbating effects the COVID-19 pandemic has had on those efforts. It is my honor to again welcome His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. António Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, and Ms. Michelle Bachelet, High Commissioner for Human Rights, who will deliver their opening statements by video messages, and Ms. Nada Al-Nashif, Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, who is with us here in the Assembly Hall. I also wish to welcome our distinguished panelist, Ms. Famzile Lambo Nguka, Executive Director of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, UN Women. I also wish to welcome Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, and Ms. Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, I would like to remind you that speakers are encouraged to intervene in an interactive way, through comments and questions, taking into account and reflecting on the interventions of panelists. Let me remind you that the speaking time limit is 2 minutes for all, and that a maximum number of 30 speakers will be accommodated. Representatives who have not been able to take the floor because of time constraints will be able to upload their statements to the online system to be posted on the extranet. I now have the honor to give the floor to the President of the 75th session of the General Assembly.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank Madam President for your invitation to this event to discuss mainstreaming human rights and how to end racism and discrimination. 75 years ago, the United Nations came into being because each signatory to the Charter was guaranteed equality, equal respect, equal speaking rights, and equal voting rights. Since then, more than 80 former colonies have joined the United Nations, and regardless of the genesis of their statehood, representatives sit alongside each other as nations united. The clear mandate set forth by the Charter regarding the principle of non-discrimination between nations was applied to the people of the world by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood, if you will permit me. Excellencies, I also like to think of this as the spirit of sisterhood. It is this spirit that is at the core of our discussion today. We know that discrimination, racism, xenophobia, and intolerance persist. No nation is free from discrimination. The widening chasm within and between nations is being exacerbated by armed conflict and climate change. Those who are furthest behind are at risk of being left behind. Today, the COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare the pre-existing vulnerabilities facing the most marginalized and disadvantaged groups. The reality is that COVID-19 may not discriminate, but its impact has been far from even. Even within wealthier countries, ethnic, religious, and racial minorities have poorer outcomes than the rest of the society. In marginalized communities, women and girls fare even worse than their male counterparts. That is why today I call upon you to support the equal and fair distribution of vaccines for all within the countries and between them. Despite a landmark political declaration in 2019, universal health coverage has not yet been achieved, and 100 million people are pushed into extreme poverty as a result of healthcare costs. Deep structural inequalities often obstruct the full enjoyment of all human rights across social, economic, civic, and political spheres. The onus is upon each of us to remove barriers, take proactive measures to prevent discrimination, collect data, and monitor the quality of and access to services if we are to end discrimination in healthcare. Excellencies, the 20th anniversary of the Durban Declaration and its program of action is a moment of reckoning. We must be honest when discussing where we have fallen short of the commitments made in 2001. Although many member states have improved legal regimes that protect rights and provide avenues for effective remedy and redress, there is often a lack of political will to enforce and implement these laws. Discrimination is unfortunately still entrenched in society. If we are to address long-standing forms of discrimination, we must listen to and learn from each other's lived experiences and recognize that privilege has arisen as a result of past injustices which have created current inequalities. Acknowledging past actions is the first step in adopting concrete measures towards reparatory justice. If we are to create more equal, just, and peaceful societies, we have no other choice. In this decade of action, we must recognize that we cannot achieve the targets of the 2030 Agenda, whilst racism and discrimination persists. Instability, economic disparities, and social inclusion are fueled by discrimination and xenophobia. Let me be clear. There is no place for discrimination at the United Nations. In the General Assembly, I will convene a debate on the midterm review of the International Decade for People of African Descent. I will also seek to finalize an agreement of the modalities and format of the Permanent Forum for People of African Descent in order to facilitate its first session this year. I call on all member states to lend your will and resources to the collective efforts of the United Nations. Furthermore, I ask everyone here to take time to reflect upon today's discussion. We each have a responsibility to reflect upon our own actions, check our own privilege, and work together to uphold the rights of everyone, everywhere. We can all do better. I thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome your focus and discussion on the fight against racism and discrimination 2 decades after the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Plan of Action. As I said in my address to the Human Rights Council this morning, the rot of racism is corroding institutions, social structures, and everyday life. We must do far more to address this scourge. I welcome the efforts of the Human Rights Council to do just that. Racism and discrimination are the rejection of all that we stand for. We must in turn reject racism. We know the challenge is complex, with deep roots in centuries of colonialism and slavery. We also see racist or discriminatory dimensions in growing anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim hatred, violence against some minority Christian communities, and other forms of intolerance and xenophobia around the world. And of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has further exposed the strong social and economic dimension to racism and discrimination. Fault lines often run along racial and ethnic lines. Those already left behind are being left even further behind. Excellencies, addressing racism is not a one-time exercise. Overcoming the challenge demands action every day at every level. It calls on us to assert our common values, the values of equality, non-discrimination, mutual respect, values that are deeply linked to the affirmation of human rights. As we strive to recover from the pandemic and build a better world, it is time to forge a new social contract based on inclusivity and sustainability. As societies become ever more multi-ethnic, multi-religious and multicultural, we need greater investment in inclusivity and cohesion to harness the benefits of diversity rather than perceiving it as a threat. All groups need to see that their individual identities are respected while feeling that they belong as valued members of society as a whole. Advancing equality for all also means transparency, equal access to services, and meaningful participation, including for the isolated and marginalized. It means accountability and justice with no discrimination. And it means leaving our comfort zones and recognizing and addressing our own underlying biases. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is our roadmap to promoting justice and dignity for all and combating racism in all its manifestations. Together, we can transform systems and institutions and build a more inclusive, equal and sustainable world. You can count on my full commitment, and I thank you.
Thank you. And I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Distinguished President of the Council, Excellencies, friends. 20 years ago, states met in Durban in a newly freed South Africa to adopt a detailed, concrete action plan to end racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, issues that are still of burning importance today. In many ways, the Durban Declaration and Program of Action created a prescient framework. It acknowledged that past and contemporary forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance continue to victimize Africans and people of African descent, Asians and people of Asian descent, and indigenous peoples. It urged states and law enforcement agencies to eliminate racial profiling and ensure accountability for misconduct by law enforcement personnel motivated by racism and related forms of discrimination. It requires states to address religious intolerance, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. It demanded recognition of the multiple and aggravated discriminations suffered by many women and girls worldwide. Across the landscape of new technologies, in healthcare, in barriers to education and employment opportunities, in short, across all areas in which discrimination deprives people of their human rights, the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, DPA, set up a comprehensive framework that demanded change. I pay tribute to the civil society organizations who have stood up, often in the face of threats, to demand equality and implementation of the DDPA. I emphasize the importance of ensuring that they participate and that their efforts and activities are supported and strengthened. Because although some states have made incremental progress in pushing back against racism and discrimination, often through constitutional amendment or domestic laws, we still have much to do. Excellencies, the COVID-19 pandemic again reminds us that racism has devastating impacts, as certain communities have been disproportionately affected. It again demonstrates that racism, discrimination, and poverty form a vicious cycle, as discrimination leads to economic deprivation, while poverty heightens the multiple impacts of bigotry. Racism constitutes a major obstacle to development, and combating racism and all other forms of discrimination must be integral to our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The DDPA details actions that states should take in collaboration with parliaments, national institutions, civil society, and others, as well as strategies of enhanced international cooperation and mainstreaming, which involve all members of the United Nations family. Over this past momentous year, I know that all UN bodies and governments in every region of the world have also seen the solidarity and moral power of the movement for equality. We are called upon to act. It is time to revitalize our actions as multilateral bodies and as nations for racial justice. We can begin by showing leadership and speaking and manifesting our commitment to equality and non-discrimination. But there must also be far more concerted action from the grassroots to parliaments, corporate boardrooms, schools, streets, sports areas, hospitals, and more, to seriously address systemic discrimination. Implementing the DDPA can only be achieved through joint efforts taken by all of us, the United Nations, states, national human rights institutions, civil society, businesses, and others. We need to address underlying and often structural causes of racism and related forms of discrimination, and focus on education and awareness raising. We need to take action to end discrimination's role in manufacturing poverty. We need to enhance accountability for this work. My office will work with all our partners to advance these efforts, but above all, I hope we can leverage the power of international bodies and all states to ensure increased support for the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, and greater cooperation and synergies for implementing the program of activities of the International Decade for People of African Descent. This is central to the purpose of the UN and this Council. Ending racism and all related forms of discrimination is vital, and it will help build a better world for all of us. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to the panelists for their initial presentation. I have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Femzile Lambo Nguka of UN Women.
President of the Human Rights Council, President of the General Assembly, High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years ago, the world assembled in Durban, in my hometown, for a historic conference on racism. The Durban Declaration recognized the intersection between race and gender. It called upon states to ensure that the training of public officials and law enforcement officials integrated gender. It also called upon increase of participation and leadership of women in decision-making bodies that deal with human rights. 20 years later, we congratulate those countries that took steps to address these inadequacies in policies as well as in programmatic interventions. But many other countries did not take those steps. We have seen greater repression of people and of women, and especially women of color in some countries. We've also seen in the last 20 years the shrinking of democratic space that has impacted significantly on organizing and freedom and progress of women of color. The pandemic has exacerbated this situation. Women of color and women in general have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. They have lost jobs in larger numbers. They have experienced gender-based violence. Women of color and girls in particular have no access to technology. They have missed out on their education. In Building Back Better, these are the issues we also need to address. Building Back Better is building back greener, is building back in an equitable manner that makes sure we are leaving no one behind, and we're building in a gender-responsive manner. The fiscal stimulus being made available by governments must not further discriminate against those who need those resources desperately. The fiscal stimulus in many countries are not reaching those women and those communities that are being left behind. This is the time to address these gaps in a deliberate and in an intense manner. We also will have an opportunity to address the issue of participation and leadership of women of color, because women of color are underrepresented in decision-making bodies, even when they have qualifications and experience. International Women's Day this year will focus on women's leadership. This is an opportunity to deliberate, discuss, and to encourage many stakeholders to deal with these issues in a responsible manner. The Commission on the Status of Women will also focus on women's leadership. This is an opportunity for member states to adopt bold, forward-looking, agreed conclusions that will assist us to address, again, this exclusion of women of color in a significant way. We also have generation equality, which will address the gaps that have been identified in the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action. That too will give member states in the next 5 years to take significant steps that also accelerate the implementation of SDGs. We hope that the human rights culture will permeate in the steps that we take, because there is no country that can thrive and recover from this pandemic without respecting of its people's human rights and without respecting its women and advancing gender equality and racial equality. I wish you strong and purposeful deliberations in this session. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have the honor to give the floor to Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus of the World Health Organization.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'm honored to participate in this high-level meeting of the Human Rights Council. I want to thank the incoming President of the Council, Ms. Nazat Khan, for the opportunity to provide a brief update on WHO's work on mainstreaming human rights. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and exploited inequalities in our societies. Where disaggregated data is available, we see significantly higher rates of morbidity and mortality due to COVID-19 among the poor, older people, ethnic minorities, and people of African descent. The crisis has also had a disproportionate social and economic impact on these populations. Women and girls have been particularly affected, with significant increases in rates of violence against women and children over the past year. Equality and equity have been part of WHO's DNA since our founding in 1948 and remain the basis of everything we do. I want to highlight 3 key areas where WHO has been working on human rights mainstreaming relevant to the Durban Declaration and Program of Action and the Leave No One Behind pledge of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. First, to support countries to achieve the health-related SDG targets, we have brought a new focus to addressing the social determinants of health across the life course and to supporting data disaggregation to identify health inequalities and inequities. To assess progress in implementing the Leave No One Behind pledge, WHO has developed an output scorecard that will assess human rights, health equity, and gender equality mainstreaming in everything we do, and in who we are as an organization. Second, in collaboration with UNESCO, WHO led a frontier dialogue consultation to identify key interventions aimed at addressing systemic racial and ethnicity-based discrimination in COVID-19 recovery plans. This work will inform training and support to UN country and humanitarian teams to implement key elements of the Durban Program of Action. Finally, WHO is working as part of the UN Network on Racial Discrimination and the Protection of Minorities to advance progress in critical areas such as health equity. WHO remains steadfastly committed to ensuring equitable access to treatment and vaccines among and within countries. Vaccines will help to end this pandemic, but there is no vaccine for poverty, hunger, or inequality. In 2015, the nations of the world adopted the 17 Sustainable Development Goals with their sweeping vision for more just, resilient, and equitable societies. We can only achieve them through a renewed commitment to human rights and to ensure the Leave No One Behind pledge remains central to recovery efforts. Excellencies, distinguished guests, I thank you for your attention. I wish I was able to participate in person, but Dr. Sosefal, WHO Assistant Director General for Emergency Response, will participate on my behalf for the remainder of the session. I wish you a productive meeting. I thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Gabriela Ramos of UNESCO.
You can see how racism and discrimination compound other disadvantages and inequalities linked to poverty and gender, for instance. People of African descent, ethnic groups experiencing discrimination, indigenous people, migrant, stateless persons, and refugees are not only facing worse health outcomes, but are more likely to lose their jobs or some of their income. They are even not reachable by the programs that governments have put in place. They have a lack of access to online education, and we can go on and on. The data show how deep-rooted structural and systemic racism and discrimination magnify the impact of the current crisis. More than 86% of the indigenous people globally work in the informal economy, where they often lack access to social protection or quality health services and are likely to bear the brunt of job losses. More than 3/4 of displaced and conflict-affected people have lost income over the course of the pandemic. Afro-descendant women in the US are more likely to downshift their careers or leave their workplace due to the pandemic, demonstrating the intersection between race and gender discrimination. There's always a woman when we talk about discrimination. We must prioritize the fight against discriminations and rebuild based on human rights and equality. We can capitalize on the strong support of member states expressed in December through the adoption of a global call against racism and the request for a dedicated UNESCO roadmap. We cannot be satisfied with merely reacting to the crisis and thinking that treating the main symptoms is enough. The problem will repeat themselves and grow more intractable if we do not address the root causes of structural and systemic racism. This requires evidence, and we are working on a scanning methodology to assess the role of institutional and legal frameworks in advancing our agenda for inclusion. But we also must move from evidence to action, and we will offer a universal policy toolkit to combat racist ideologies and discriminatory systems, promote best practices, affirmative action policies, and strong incentives. Agenda and standard setting on frontier issues is a key area of action for UNESCO, and we are elaborating a recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. It will be the first global normative instrument to address discrimination, including gender biases and stereotyping in the design, development, and use of the new artificial intelligence technologies. We know that we are not alone in this struggle and that we have powerful allies. We can count on local actors through our 500-strong international coalition of inclusive and sustainable cities, ICAR. We work with teachers, we work with media, with professionals, with artists, with activists, including youth, to change the mindset. And we can call on the moral authority and expertise of our UN partners. We co-led with the WHO a UN-wide dialogue on addressing racism and ethnicity-based discrimination through COVID-19 recovery plans. And to be effective, we have to understand the deep root of these problems so we can address them. We can and must preserve the memory of past atrocities and historical injustices such as the Holocaust, the slavery and colonialism. And this is not just a duty to the past, but this is a practical tool to enlighten and guide us today. This is one of the goals of our General History of Africa initiative and the Slave Route project. Join us on March 22nd on the International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination against Racism and Discrimination, when, as a response to what the global call of UNESCO in our members ask us to do, we will be really organizing this multi-stakeholder global forum to build a real global partnership to fight these social ills. We have the people, we have the principles, we have the policies to eliminate racism, xenophobia, and discrimination. Let's use them and push them back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the first segment of the list of speakers. Let me remind you that all interventions from the floor are limited to 2 minutes and that the list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. I give the floor to the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency, Mr. Moussa Faki Mohammad. The floor is yours. I understand that he is not here, and I give the floor to the Minister of State and Foreign Affairs of Portugal, His Excellency Mr. Augusto Santos Silva, for a video statement.
Madam President, Excellencies, on the 20th anniversary of the Durban Declaration and Action Programme, Portugal reaffirms its commitment to eliminate racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Let me just refer 2 points. The first one is this: Portugal has recently established a working group composed by experts and civil society organizations. This group will assess the national situation, reflect on existing mechanisms, identify priority areas and needs, and prepare a set of proposals to be included in our national plan to fight racism and discrimination. This way, we will fulfill a Durban commitment. My second point, in the framework of the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union, we will organize a high-level conference on how to improve protection from racial discrimination and related intolerance. We will focus on countering hate speech online and offline, the role of human rights education, history teaching and the media, and on policies and good practices on protection from discrimination. We will address xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and anti-Gypsyism. As mentioned in the UN Secretary General's call to action for human rights, when everyone has equal access to opportunity and choice and can claim their human rights, no one is left behind. Let us not forget that eliminating racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia is also part of our post-COVID recovery plan. It is time to deliver, leaving no one behind.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the Minister of Justice of Namibia, Her Excellency Ms. Yvonne Dosab, for a video statement.
Madam President, Namibia aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the African Group and the non-aligned movement. We welcome the theme of this high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming, and we thank the esteemed panelists for their valuable insights. Madam President, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, or in short, the DTPA, giving us all an opportunity to reflect on our actions thus far in effectively addressing racism, racial discrimination, and related intolerances which currently persist in many parts of the world. Namibia therefore calls on states to recommit to the fight against racism, xenophobia, and related intolerances, and we commend states that have continued to actively implement measures aimed at eliminating this cancer within our global community. We believe that enhanced national dialogue on racism and discrimination, including effective policies encompassing education and cultural sensitization on a broader scale, will lead to acknowledging and addressing the underlying causes of racial discrimination and racism. In our view, rights to equality and non-discrimination are cornerstones of human rights law, and it is our common duty to implement effective prohibitive measures against racial discrimination. Namibia is pleased to share that the Ministry of Justice is working with the Office of the Ombudsman to review the Racial Discrimination Prohibition Act 26 of 1991, and hate speech is one of the issues to be addressed under this reform. In light of the theme for this event, Namibia is very concerned about the nationalist approach to the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, especially as it is the effect of further limiting human rights on the basis of economic inequality. We agree with the Secretary General, who recently stated that there is a need for a, and I quote, global vaccination campaign to deal with a global pandemic, end of quote, and there's a need to ensure that vaccines are global public goods available to all, and to ensure that no one is left behind. In keeping with the spirit of the DTPA, we urge developed states and international organizations to invest in improving access to health for developing nations, especially those marginalized due to their economic shortcomings. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the Minister for Foreign Relations of Angola, His Excellency Mr. Tete António, for a video statement.
Consacré par la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme et réaffirmé de plus de 70 ans par les principaux instruments de droit en la matière, la dignité humaine ne semble toujours pas une évidence pour l'humanité et doit toujours être revendiquée. Nous devons reconnaître que c'est une bien triste commémoration de l'anniversaire de l'adoption de la DDPA. Excellence, la pandémie du Covid-19 a fait remonter la disparité raciale et la discrimination à la surface dans les institutions conçues pour conférer la justice, équité et réparation. Aujourd'hui, presque partout, la discrimination raciale structurelle exacerbe les inégalités d'accès au sein de la santé et au traitement, entraînant des inégalités raciales en matière de santé et une mortalité et une morbidité accrue. Les statistiques montrent que ces situations sont très préoccupantes pour les personnes d'ascendance africaine dans certains contextes. L'Angola a rejoint l'ICERD et ne peut que réaffirmer l'actualité du DPPA pour un développement inclusif et harmonieux des États membres et la nécessité de stratégies nationales durables pour la construction d'une société fondée sur les droits de l'homme. Pour terminer, l'Angola exhorte donc la communauté internationale à intensifier les efforts multilatéraux en faveur d'un cadre mondial de lutte contre les violations et les abus systématiques et structurels des droits de l'homme afin de restaurer le manque de justice sociale que connaissent des millions de personnes encore aujourd'hui. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Alvin Bolts, for a video statement.
Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to take part in today. South Africa had the honor to welcome to our shores member states of the UN and people from across the world to attend the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and related intolerances. The international community agreed on the need and the importance for a comprehensive framework to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance in the form of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. Sadly, 20 years on, racism and racial discrimination continue to be a brutal attack on human dignity, an affront to self-worth of individuals, and has a prolonged and negative impact on its victims. The recent rise of nationalism and the COVID-19 pandemic brought naked the fallacy that we are indeed winning the war against this scourge. We have experienced the deepening and widening levels of poverty, inequality, and other forms of social injustices. Our efforts towards the elimination of racism, xenophobia, and discrimination have indeed been reversed, and victims of racism and racial discrimination are looking up to us to take all necessary and appropriate measures to correct these problems and the damage resulting from it. Madam President, it is clear that no one country or region of the world will be able to combat this scourge on their own. Collectively, we therefore need to reaffirm in word and in deed the commitment to the purpose and principles contained in the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We need to reaffirm the principles of equality and non-discrimination as encapsulated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Equally important, we have to work towards the universal accession to our ratification of the International Convention on the elimination of all forms of racial discrimination. The current state of racism and racial discrimination also calls for us to reaffirm the DDPA as a comprehensive United Nations framework for the eradication of racism. In conclusion, Madam President, my delegation is of the firm view that we also need to reflect with openness and honesty on the factors that prevent us to emerge victorious against the scourge of racism and racial discrimination. The high-level meeting on the margins of UNGA 76 gives us such an opportunity. We look forward to engaging with all delegations of the United Nations, both in Geneva and New York, with a view to chart a way forward on combating the scourge of racism in all its manifestations. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Finland on behalf of a group of countries for a video statement.
President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries Denmark, Estonia, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Finland. We welcome the high-level panel on the Durban Declaration and Plan of Action and give our full support to the Secretary General's efforts towards the total elimination of racism globally. Racist attitudes and statements are still far too prevalent. All over the world, people are discriminated against, harassed and assaulted because of the color of their skin, their ethnicity, or their religion. The COVID-19 pandemic has shed light on multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, as well as systematic and structured racism. Persons belonging to religious, national, or ethnic minorities are disproportionately affected due to discrimination related to education, employment, and access to health services. Disinformation, hate speech, and violence, both online and offline, have increased during the pandemic. This has to end. We, the Nordic and Baltic countries, are committed to building back better, to continue to work against racism, racial discrimination, and hate speech, to increase social cohesion and the respect for human rights, the rule of law, accountability, and democracy in our societies and globally. Distinguished panelists, in your view, what needs to be done to combat incitement to violence or hatred and disinformation, and to promote safe digital spaces to enable everyone to use their voices online without threats of violence or hatred? I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Bahamas on behalf of CARICOM.
I had the honor to speak on behalf of CARICOM member states in Geneva. Madam President, by adopting the 2030 Agenda, we committed to leaving no one behind. However, to truly accomplish this, there must be no people, groups, communities anywhere who themselves or their histories are invisible in law, practice, or policy. Sadly, 2 decades after the adoption of the Durban Declaration and a program of action, in too many cases, people of African descent remain unseen due to lack of recognition, justice, and development, and they continue to face discrimination and marginalization. COVID-19 has highlighted that the legacy of historical injustices persists, including through inequalities in accessing health services, the disproportionate effects of climate change, inequalities in distribution of the benefits of globalization, as well as the stigma, discrimination, and violence to which people of African descent continue to succumb. The intersection of race with gender, disability, class, and other factors further compounds the plight. CARICOM reaffirms our commitment to the full implementation of the landmark Durban Declaration and Program of Action. We also welcome the positive cooperation of UNESCO in the Caribbean and its partnership with the CARICOM Secretariat and others to facilitate knowledge exchange and policy dialogue on the impacts of COVID-19 and the increased awareness of the growing threat of ignorance and racial discrimination in this context. In closing, we wish to ask, what role can digital technology play in addressing racial discrimination in the health sector? And how can we ensure that the data on which it relies does not perpetrate racial discrimination and bias? I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Cameroon on behalf of the group of African states.
Thank you, Madam President. Are you getting me?
Yes, very clearly. We can't see you yet, but we can see you and we can hear you. Carry on, please, Ambassador.
Thank you, Madam President. The African Group thanks the distinguished panelists for their renewed dedication to mainstream the anti-racism agenda in the United Nations system. The World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and the related intolerance that was held in 2001 in Durban, South Africa, adopted the Durban Declaration and the Program of Action which constitutes a comprehensive United Nations framework and solid foundation for combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia-related intolerance, and underpinned the designation of the International Decade of People of African Descent from 2015-2024 to also restore the right of dignity to the people of African descent. Madam President, it is important that we critically assess our efforts and not just assume that the progressive law have had desired effect to combat racism. State needs to identify main obstacles and state back that such action has encountered over the past 3 decades as global protests in 2020 clearly demonstrated that our society continued to face these challenges and that we need to review systematic congress. Madam President, whilst we agree that much work still to be done in combating scourge COVID-19 has regrettably exacerbated the situation and negated the share once again to ensure the enjoyment of all human rights. In addition, it brought about stigmatization and to fear on which unknown, globally causing exploitation of African and all people African descent, Asian and all people Asian descendant, and other vulnerable groups once again bearing the burden intolerance. Madam President, let 2021 be the year that we undertake a true introspection of the anti-discrimination laws, policies, application of implementation. Therefore, may importantly assess how the people who are affected by those policies truly experience their impact to serve as impetus for the further constructive engagement. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Pakistan on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the OIC member states, we wish to acknowledge the relevance and significance of today's panel discussion, and we thank all distinguished panelists for their views. 20 years ago, DDPA provided a complete action plan to combat racism through measures aimed at prohibiting racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, including on the basis of race or religion. Despite efforts spanning 2 decades, challenges persist and racism is still alive through its different manifestations. Extreme poverty, widening disparities, populism, and hyper-nationalism, particularly on social media platforms, exacerbate inherent discrimination in the system. The recent wave of COVID-19 pandemic has exposed structural and systemic discrimination that is prevalent not only in societies, but also in global financial and health systems. The OIC member states are deeply concerned that certain segments of societies, especially on the basis of their economic status, race, color, or religion, have suffered the most, not only due to COVID-related health impacts, but also the socio-economic consequences arising from pandemic-driven lockdowns. The OIC therefore calls for 1, ending systemic targeting of individuals, groups, and communities on the basis of race, religion, or ethnicity by using COVID as a cover. 2, promoting international cooperation and support mechanisms, especially for countries with limited resources to mitigate the socio-economic effects of the COVID pandemic. 3, by providing requisite fiscal space and liquidity to developing countries to achieve national development goals and SDGs. And 4, ensuring equitable, affordable, and timely access to COVID vaccines by everyone, everywhere. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the European Union. I give the floor to the European Union.
Thank you, Madam President. On the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the DDPA, the EU wishes to reaffirm its strong commitment to prevent and fight racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related forms of intolerance whenever and wherever it occurs. The recent publication of the first ever EU anti-racism action plan is a testimony to that commitment. With this plan, the EU acknowledges that racism is not only perpetrated by individuals, but can also be structural, damaging society in many different ways, and that we must fight both visible and implicit forms of racism, such as structural racism and unconscious biases, inter alia, by adopting national action plans as recommended by the DDPA. Currently, around half of the EU member states have such plans. Systemic racism occurs in all kinds of settings. It is intersectional by nature and spreads in a variety of societal sectors, in the justice system and the law enforcement sector, in the labor and housing markets, in education and healthcare, in politics and migration. In order to tackle systemic racism and discrimination, response measures need to be intersectional as well, taking into account sex, race, ethnic or social origin, religion or belief, political or any other opinion, disability, age, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Furthermore, we need a concerted and global approach which combines preventive measures, dialogue, best practices, exchanges, educational programs, promotion of tolerance and pluralism. This is also true for the UN system. Therefore, this panel is very timely and highly relevant. All UN agencies should make sure to integrate this pressing issue into their policies and programs. All have to be involved if we want to effectively eliminate racism and racial discrimination. Madam President, COVID-19 has exacerbated existing patterns of discrimination and further exposed and sharpened structural inequalities. As the pandemic continues to unfold, it becomes increasingly clear that these underlying inequalities cause persons belonging to certain groups to be disproportionately affected. Response measures must take account of the needs of those that are most at risk. Finally, when we start to build back better, let us make sure to work towards societies that are more equitable and more just. I thank you very much.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Brazil on behalf of the community of Portuguese language countries for a video statement.
Senhora Presidente, tenho a honra de proferir esta declaração neste Conselho em nome da comunidade dos países de língua portuguesa e de fazê-lo em português. Nesta ocasião, saudamos a escolha do tema deste painel de alto nível, dedicado à comemoração dos 20 anos da Declaração de Durban e Plano de Ação. Na Declaração Constitutiva da CPLP, em 1996, comprometemo-nos a promover medidas, particularmente no domínio pedagógico e judicial, visando a total erradicação do racismo, da discriminação racial e da xenofobia. A DDPA de 2001 veio, portanto, ao encontro das aspirações dos países da CPLP. Durban constituiu um marco histórico para entender como o racismo tem operado no mundo em suas múltiplas formas. 20 anos depois, podemos saudar avanços expressivos na matéria, ciente de que existem ainda muitos desafios a ultrapassar. Entendemos que Durban continua muito relevante, norteando os nossos esforços conjuntos no combate ao flagelo do racismo e da discriminação racial. Saudamos em especial a importância de poder contar com os mecanismos de seguimento de Durban para acompanhar a implementação da DDPA pelos Estados, em conformidade com seus respectivos mandatos. É responsabilidade dos Estados promover, respeitar, proteger os direitos humanos. Precisamos continuar a luta contra todas as formas de discriminação racial e colocar a dignidade humana no centro desta luta. Devemos enfrentar todos os desafios, como a pandemia do Covid-19, que exacerbou as desigualdades pré-existentes. Nesse sentido, convidamos os panelistas a compartilhar respostas inovadoras, inclusivas e complementares aos novos desafios.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to Azerbaijan on behalf of the non-aligned movement.
Madam President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the non-aligned movement. At the outset, we would like to express our appreciation for holding this high-level mainstreaming panel to discuss the progress made as well as challenges met during the implementation of Durban Declaration and Plan of Action since its adoption 20 years ago. On this occasion, the NAM reiterates the condemnation of all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, and expresses its serious concern on the resurgence of contemporary forms of such abhorrent crimes in various parts of the world, which constitute serious violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms, as well as impede equal opportunities. While welcoming the ongoing process made by states at national, regional, and international levels, focusing on the comprehensive follow-up to the World Conference, we also underline the fact that there is still much to be done in the fight with the scourge of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. In this regard, we would like to renew our call for finalizing the elaboration of complementary standards to the Convention on Racial Discrimination. Alarmed by the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic and its impacts are disproportionately affecting certain marginalized racial groups and communities, the NAM emphasizes the need to fully respect the human rights of all and stress that there is no place for any form of discrimination, racism, and xenophobia in response to the pandemic. The NAM emphasizes the need to address with greater resolve and political will all forms and manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances in all spheres of life and in all parts of the world. In conclusion, we reiterate our call on all states to fully and efficiently implement the Durban Declaration and Program of Action and the outcome document of the Durban Review Conference. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Qatar.
الرئيسة تمثل الذكرى العشرين لإعلان وبرنامج عمل ديربن محطة مهمة في مسيرة العمل الجماعي المشترك لتعزيز قيم المساواة ومنع التمييز بجميع صوره وأشكاله. وعلى الرغم من الجهود التي بذلت منذ اعتماد هذا الإعلان إلا أن ظواهر التعصب والعنصرية والتمييز ما زالت قائمة ومنتشرة وقد تفاقمت في الآونة الأخيرة مع ظهور جائحة كوفيد-19 وذلك عبر العديد من الممارسات التي عززتها خطاب الكراهية والتحريض والمواقف المعادية ضد فئات معينة في المجتمع انطلاقا من جنسياتها وأصلها العرقي وحتى ديانتها. عليه نشدد على ضرورة اتخاذ إجراءات فعالة وحاسمة لوقف هذه الممارسات ومحاسبة مرتكبيها وضمان عدم تكرارها. وفي سياق توزيع اللقاحات للوقاية من هذا الوباء نؤكد أيضا على أهمية حصول الجميع دون تمييز على فرص عادلة لتلقي لقاح آمن وفعال بعيدا عن النزاعات القومية، مع أهمية الأخذ في الاعتبار باحتياجات فئات معينة للحد من الانتشار وتقليل الوفيات بسبب الجائحة، مثلما سعت دولة قطر إلى تخفيف الآثار المترتبة على هذه الجائحة منذ بدايتها بتقديم مختلف أنواع المساعدات الدولية. فقد سعت أيضا إلى دعم الجهود الدولية المتعلقة بالوصول العادل والمتكافئ للقاحات، وذلك عن طريق دعم المبادرات التي تساعد الدول ذات الدخل المنخفض للنيل فرص متساوية في الحصول عليها. وفي هذا الصدد فقد خصصت دولة قطر مبلغ 20 مليون دولار أمريكي لدعم التحالف العالمي للقاحات والتحصين غافي وآلية كوفاكس لضمان الوصول العادل والمنصف للقاحات إلى 92 دولة مؤهلة للمساعدات الإنمائية الرسمية. في الختام يؤكد وفد بلادي على أهمية نشر قيم المساواة والتعاون والشفافية في جهود التصدي لهذا الوباء بغية تحقيق تطلعاتنا جميعا في الخروج من هذه الأزمة سريعا. شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة.
Thank you, and I must advise all delegations that the list of speakers is now closed. I will now turn to the list of speakers for national human rights institutions and non-government organizations. And I give the floor to the National Commission on Human Rights of Indonesia. The floor is yours.
The best way to commemorate 20 years of Durban Declaration and Program of Action is by looking back at its mandate and what the main goals are. The main theme of the 20th anniversary of DDPA shows that there is an interconnection between the present situation of the fight against racism and discrimination and how the COVID-19 disease affects our fights. Komnas HAM, as a national human rights institution, support the government of Indonesia to take firm action to tackle racial discrimination and expression that appear in public spaces, especially on the internet and social media. Since the number of internet users and the massive spread of false news and information or hoaxes that can be lead to the horizontal conflict. Komnas HAM support the government to reinforce national institutions and the administration of justice to provide effective remedies to victims and to ensure the victims have access to legal assistance. The Commission offers mediation as an alternative remedy and a solution to achieve reconciliation. The Commission urges the state to ensure that their efforts on handling the COVID-19 pandemic are not against the fight to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. The distribution of vaccines, social assistance, stimulus package, and health care services must not be delivered on a race, ethnicity, and tribe basis. Komnas HAM believes that such effort will lead to dignified and human rights-based COVID-19 handling. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Franciscans International.
Distinguished speakers of the high-level panel. 20 years ago, the Durban Declaration acknowledged the discrimination suffered by victims of racism and xenophobia with regard to access to health and housing, among others, as a cause for the entrenched socio-economic inequalities that they face. As it was repeated so many times in the last month, COVID-19 has been a magnifying glass and a booster for structural, existing inequalities and injustice. FI and its network of Franciscans and other partners on the ground have documented this reality, including the situation of migrants in the northern countries of Central America, Mexico, and the US, or the situation of indigenous people in Brazil whose regions had no oxygen supplies for patients in intensive care. Yet, indigenous people and migrants are not only victims of discrimination and disproportionate impact, they're also key actors in the solutions to the multiple crises we are facing, including in the care of our planet. Only a coherent and integrated approach of the recovery, driven by the compliance of states with their human rights obligations, especially under economic, social, and cultural rights, and vis-à-vis those who are victims of racism and other forms of discrimination, carries hopes to redress the situation in which the world finds itself. Therefore, we can only urge states to follow the call to action for human rights of the UN Secretary General, and with the support of the UN country teams to ensure effective measures and funding for the realization of the whole range of human rights. I thank you.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Cairo Institute for Human Rights Studies for a joint statement.
Madam President, we welcome the holding of this timely discussion. The Durban Declaration remains very relevant today, including in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. 20 years ago, the Declaration recognized the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. However, to date, Israel continues to violate the fundamental rights of Palestinians with impunity. Israel has imposed and maintains an apartheid regime over the Palestinian people, including through the strategic fragmentation of Palestinians into at least 4 legal, political, and geographic domains. For decades, Israel has institutionalized racial domination and oppression through its laws, policies, and practices. This has also resulted in the long-standing disparities between Israeli and Palestinian access to healthcare, exacerbated during the COVID-19 pandemic. In line with the fragmentation of the Palestinian people, Palestinian refugees, denied the right to return to their homes and properties, are disproportionately affected by the pandemic in neighboring countries. Moreover, Israel has only provided access to vaccines for Palestinians in Israel and illegally annexed East Jerusalem, denying equal access to vaccines to Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza. In response, UN human rights experts reaffirmed that the denial of an equal access to health care, such as on the basis of ethnicity or race, is discriminatory and unlawful. Member states of the United Nations should ensure that Israel and countries hosting Palestinian refugees provide equal medical access to all residents. While it is urgent to respond to Israel's infringement on the right to Palestinians' health in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, member states must address the root causes of the apartheid regime and not only its manifestations. It is time to join the mounting recognition that Israel is committing the crime of apartheid and to urgently act to uphold the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including self-determination and return return by adopting effective measures to overcome apartheid and the occupation and ensure accountability and reparation for all grave violations and international crimes, including through calling on the ICC to investigate the crime of apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to call on all speakers to use language which is appropriate for the Human Rights Council. We have now exhausted the first segment of the list of speakers, and we will now proceed with the second segment of the list of speakers. And I give the floor to Ecuador. The floor is yours.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Mi delegación agradece a los representantes de las Naciones Unidas y a los panelistas por sus intervenciones sobre los progresos y desafíos en aplicación de la Declaración y el Plan de Acción de Durban. El Ecuador expresa su profunda preocupación por la perpetuación y agravamiento del racismo, el discurso de odio y la desigualdad a causa de la pandemia del COVID-19, con un impacto desproporcionado en personas pertenecientes a minorías nacionales, étnicas, religiosas y lingüísticas, así como grupos en situación de pobreza y vulnerabilidad. Mi país condena toda forma de discriminación, racismo y xenofobia, así como toda práctica resultante de las mismas, incluyendo aquellas en el ámbito de la salud. Esos actos con frecuencia están enraizados en las estructuras sociales e institucionales y deben ser combatidos de manera permanente. La Constitución del Ecuador establece su carácter plurinacional e intercultural, y reconoce la convivencia de pueblos y nacionalidades en el país con plena garantía y respeto de sus derechos. En 2018 y 2019, mi país recibió la visita de la relatora sobre pueblos indígenas y el grupo de expertos sobre afrodescendientes. En 2020 ratificó la Convención Interamericana contra el Racismo, la Discriminación Racial y Formas Conexas de Intolerancia. En el marco de la respuesta al COVID-19 se han adoptado protocolos y planes de prevención, protección y atención para comunidades, pueblos y nacionalidades indígenas, así como planes de promoción de salud y de comunicación teniendo en cuenta su cosmovisión. Sin perjuicio de importantes avances y consciente de los desafíos, el Ecuador reitera su firme compromiso para continuar con los esfuerzos para combatir la discriminación, el racismo y la xenofobia en todos los ámbitos, al tiempo de promover la inclusión y respeto por la diversidad. Finalmente, mi delegación coincide en la necesidad de que los estados y la comunidad internacional adopten medidas urgentes e integrales para contrarrestar toda manifestación directa o indirecta de racismo o intolerancia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to the Russian Federation for a video statement.
Madam President, 20 years ago,
сделала важный шаг в определении всеобъемлющих подходов к борьбе с различными проявлениями расизма, расовой дискриминации и ксенофобии. С тех пор мы стали свидетелями многих серьезных перемен в мире, однако расизм, этническая и религиозная нетерпимость никуда не исчезли. Напротив, мы наблюдаем, как различного рода расистские и экстремистские движения вновь поднимают голову. Идеи расового и национального превосходства практически беспрепятственно распространяются, в том числе через социальные сети. При этом государства, позиционирующие себя в качестве главных поборников демократических ценностей, практически бездействуют, прикрываясь ссылками на право на свободу выражения мнения. Серьезную обеспокоенность вызывает то, что различные проявления расизма, ксенофобии и шовинизма не являются единичными случаями, а принимают в ряде стран системный характер. Особенно наглядно это проявилось во время пандемии COVID-19, которая вывела на поверхность глубоко укоренившееся социальное неравенство, во многом вызванное дискриминацией по расовому, этническому и религиозному признакам. Прошлогодние протесты в США в ответ на полицейское насилие и беззаконие в отношении лиц африканского происхождения являются несомненным свидетельством структурного характера дискриминации по расовому признаку, поразившей систему госуправления этой страны. Характерным признаком системного расизма и ксенофобии является политика государств, направленная на уничтожение языковых прав целых групп своих граждан. Это отчетливо видно на примере Украины, власти которой ввели тотальный запрет на пользование иными языками, кроме государственного, в сфере обслуживания, предоставления социальных, образовательных, медицинских и других услуг. В украинском обществе намеренно создается атмосфера нетерпимости, разжигания межэтнической напряженности и разобщенности. Всем известно, к чему привело подобное заигрывание с радикальными и нацистскими идеологиями в первой половине XX века. Именно поэтому сегодня от всего международного сообщества как никогда требуется политическая воля и слаженная совместная работа с тем, чтобы дать решительный отпор всем проявлениям расизма, расовой дискриминации и ксенофобии. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to the Philippines for a video statement.
Thank you, Madam President. The Philippines aligns itself with the statement delivered by Azerbaijan on behalf of the countries of the non-aligned movement. The Philippines welcomes the convening of this high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming and appreciates the thematic focus on the Durban Declaration and Plan of Action in the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, the fight against racism, discrimination, and xenophobia remains as relevant as ever 20 years on from the Durban Declaration's adoption. This advocacy has always been of transcendental importance to the Philippines, with its 10 million strong diaspora. It is a well-known fact that countless overseas Filipinos, from healthcare personnel to seafarers to household service workers, have selflessly served at the front lines during the pandemic, making invaluable contributions to the Global 19 response and recovery campaign. Inasmuch as the Philippines has stepped up its already robust efforts in championing the welfare of migrants, the international community must also share a special responsibility aligned with the principles of the Durban Declaration to ensure that their enjoyment of fundamental human rights, including the right to health and freedom from racism and discrimination, remains unimpaired and unaffected in the midst of crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and sharpened inequalities, including along national, racial, and ethnic lines, leaving substantial population groups vulnerable to its devastating social and economic impacts. The international community must reduce, not exacerbate, these disparities. It remains concerning that countries of the Global South lag behind in the acquisition and administration of COVID-19 vaccines. The Philippines reiterates its position that COVID-19 vaccines are a global public good to which universal access must be ensured to rich and poor nations alike. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to Togo.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Madame la Présidente, le Togo se félicite de la tenue de cette réunion débat annuel de haut niveau et remercie les panélistes pour leurs différentes contributions. La délégation estime que le thème retenu pour ce débat est très pertinent en ce qu'il nous permet de faire l'état des lieux plus de 20 ans après la conférence historique de Durban, mais aussi de faire le lien entre le racisme, la discrimination raciale et la pandémie de la COVID-19 à laquelle le monde entier fait face depuis plus d'1 an. En effet, comme l'ont souligné les panélistes, la pandémie de la COVID-19 a particulièrement mis en lumière les disparités et exacerbé les inégalités fondées sur le racisme et les discriminations raciales, autorités ethniques et raciales, limitent la capacité de résilience au choc conjoncturel, sanitaire en particulier, et la situation est aggravée par des dynamiques de xénophobie et d'intolérance au choc conjoncturel sanitaire en particulier. Plus inquiétant, cette situation est aggravée par des dynamiques de xénophobie et d'intolérance de plus en plus nourries par des discours populistes, hypernationalistes, comme on le constate dans certains pays. La situation actuelle, tout en nous rappelant que l'humanité a un destin commun, nous prouve qu'en dépit des progrès engagés depuis les engagements que nous avons pris à Durban, les défis à relever demeurent nombreux pour que nos objectifs en vue d'une jouissance égale et équitable des droits politiques, économiques et sociaux par tous, quelle que soit notre appartenance raciale, soient atteints. Le Togo appelle donc tous les acteurs à redoubler et mutualiser leurs efforts, y compris par l'élaboration de la mise en œuvre des stratégies plus appropriées aux réalités de nos jours destinées à combattre les profondes causes du racisme, notamment à travers la coopération internationale accrue. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to Armenia. I give the floor to Armenia. We may come back to Armenia, and I give the floor to Indonesia for a video statement.
The principles of anti-racism and anti-discrimination are essential pillars of Indonesia's constitution since the declaration of our independence in 1945. Thus, these principles were further embodied in the Bandung Declaration, the final communique of the Asia-Africa Summit that Indonesia hosted in 1955. For Indonesia, racism and racial discrimination are in direct contravention with our pluralistic national identity and run the risk of eroding the unity in diversity philosophy that Indonesia has subscribed to since its inception. These actions have absolutely no place in our country. Madam President, this panel should therefore garner support to address the rising infodemic of hate speech and disinformation, exacerbated by the abuse of information technology, while promoting the healthy manifestation of the freedom of expression. The fear caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has created a new wave of negative sentiment and magnified existing racial and ethnic disparities in all societies. In addressing these new developments, allow me to underline the following. First, all states and stakeholders must address discrimination in the field of health and to counter incitement to racial hatred in the media, including on the internet. Second, the Council must contribute in effort to achieve full and effective equality in access to affordable COVID-19 vaccine, therapeutic, and diagnostic. Lastly, Madam President, strategies to achieve full and effective equality through international cooperation, as spelled out in the Durban Program of Action, should be further utilized. Madam President, Indonesia reaffirmed its commitment to the full and effective implementation of the Durban Declaration and Plan of Action. We will continue to strengthen a multi-stakeholder approach in effectively combating the spread of racism, xenophobia, and intolerance. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, and I give the floor to Senegal.
Madame la Présidente.
Please proceed. Please, Senegal, please proceed.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le Sénégal s'aligne sur la déclaration du groupe africain prononcée par le Cameroun. Ma délégation se félicite de la tenue de ce débat important et remercie les distingués panélistes pour la qualité de leur présentation. La pandémie de la COVID-19 a révélé et exacerbé le racisme et les inégalités. Elle a eu un impact disproportionné sur certaines communautés et groupes religieux, nationaux ou ethniques marginalisés, les rendant beaucoup plus vulnérables. Cette vulnérabilité a atteint son paroxysme lorsque des personnes appartenant à des minorités raciales, religieuses ou ethniques ont été sujets à des discours de haine et à des théories du complot les accusant de la propagation du virus. La déclaration et le programme d'action de Durban, qui contient 48 références à la santé et aux soins de santé, demeure un texte qui invite, entre autres, à mettre en place des mécanismes efficaces pour surveiller et éliminer le racisme, la discrimination raciale, la xénophobie et l'intolérance qui y est associée dans le système de santé, à prendre des mesures pour garantir l'égalité d'accès aux soins de santé complets et de qualité abordables pour tous, y compris les soins de santé primaires pour les personnes médicalement mal desservies. Le Sénégal est d'avis que la célébration des 20 ans de la DDPA devrait constituer un moment de réflexion sur les actions à mettre en œuvre collégialement et intégralement en matière de lutte contre la discrimination. Elle devrait aussi être l'occasion pour la communauté internationale d'identifier et d'aborder la façon d'avancer plus rapidement et plus efficacement vers les objectifs communs d'égalité et de non-discrimination qui sous-tendent et sont de fait la raison d'être même du système des droits de l'homme. Pour conclure, Madame la Présidente, quels sont les enseignements et les défis à tirer après 20 ans d'existence de la déclaration et du programme d'action de Durban? Je vous remercie.
Thank you. And I wish to go back to Armenia. Armenia, you have the floor.
Twenty years after its adoption, the Durban Declaration and Program of Action continues to remain valid as a comprehensive and visionary framework for preventing and combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. It has stipulated that such practices are among the root causes of armed conflicts and very often one of their consequences. Some states have construed the COVID-19 pandemic and the global lockdown that it caused as a convenient opportunity for strengthening a grip on human rights and consolidating malpractices of racism and intolerance. This is what Azerbaijan did, cracking down on its dissent and boosting the decades-long government-induced anti-Armenian hate speech. Indeed, as the Durban Declaration has forewarned, this was a clear-cut early warning signal for the eruption of armed conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh unleashed by Azerbaijan. It has been further accompanied by gross violations of international humanitarian law and human rights law perpetrated by Azerbaijan against the peaceful population of Nagorno-Karabakh. The military offensive of Azerbaijan has been organized in a sheer defiance of the UN Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire during the pandemic. The Secretary General has recently referred to this call and reminding us that we must intensify our efforts to prevent crisis from erupting in the first place. The adherence to the principles of the Durban Declaration can serve as an important instrument for prevention of human rights violations. It reaffirmed the principle of people's right to self-determination and supported the aspirations of people to justice, of human rights, including the right to live in peace and freedom. While we rightly celebrate the anniversaries of our common achievements, we should also take stock of our failures to safeguard them from the unnecessary retreats initiated by the unscrupulous revisionists. I thank you.
Thank you. And I give the floor to Morocco for a video statement.
Ma délégation félicite chaleureusement l'ensemble de la communauté internationale pour cette commémoration riche en symbolique sur une thématique qui trouve aujourd'hui encore toute son essence. L'actuelle crise sanitaire mondiale a engendré des effets fortement néfastes sur plusieurs catégories de la population mondiale, contraintes de subir des menaces diverses et réelles. Ce constat est d'autant plus flagrant lorsque l'on sait que la majorité de ces personnes sont celles qui souffraient d'ores et déjà de vulnérabilité profonde bien avant la pandémie. Partant de sa conscience responsable, de sa parfaite compréhension des multiples méfaits du racisme, de la xénophobie et de la discrimination en tout genre, le Royaume du Maroc a toujours fait montre d'un engagement sans faille en faveur du respect des principes fondamentaux de la déclaration de Durban. Ainsi, le Maroc, qui a abrité le séminaire international sur le suivi du plan d'action de Rabat relatif à l'interdiction de tout appel à la haine, demeure toujours mobilisé et impliqué dans toutes les initiatives régionales et internationales visant à combattre le racisme et la xénophobie. À cet égard, le Maroc accueillera le sommet mondial de l'Alliance des civilisations dès que le contexte mondial le permettra. Le Royaume du Maroc est également et particulièrement fier des efforts déployés en matière de gestion de la propagation du Covid-19 et par les nombreuses mesures prises conformément à la haute vision de Sa Majesté le Roi Mohammad VI en termes d'accès aux soins pour toute la population marocaine sans critère aucun ni distinction, avec les personnes étrangères se trouvant sur le territoire national, qu'elles soient établies au Maroc ou qu'elles appartiennent aux catégories de migrants, réfugiés ou demandeurs d'asile. Le Maroc est également une étape avancée dans les objectifs de vaccination sur l'ensemble du territoire national, du nord du Royaume jusqu'à ses provinces sahariennes dans le sud, la gratuité étant assurée pour tous. Ces éléments font aujourd'hui du Maroc un espace de vivre ensemble reconnu et lui confèrent un rôle de leadership sur le plan régional et international en matière de lutte contre le racisme. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. And I give the floor to Iraq. I give the floor to Iraq.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة. يؤكد العراق على أن العنصرية والتمييز العنصري وكراهية الأجانب وما يتصل بذلك من تعصب لها تأثير سلبي عميق على التمتع بحقوق الإنسان، ويستلزم بالتالي استجابة موحدة وشاملة من المجتمع الدولي لضمان المشاركة على قدم المساواة ودون التمييز في الحياة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية والمدنية والسياسية. أن دستور جمهورية العراق وقوانينه الوطنية يتبنى القواعد العامة لأحكام الاتفاقية الدولية للقضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز العنصري وتنص على مبدأ المساواة في الحقوق والواجبات العامة وحظر أشكال التمييز العنصري كافة، وأن العراقيين متساوون أمام القانون دون التمييز بسبب الجنس أو العرق أو القومية أو الأصل أو اللون أو الدين أو المذهب أو المعتقد أو الرأي أو الوضع الاقتصادي والاجتماعي. السيدة الرئيسة، يجب العمل على تفكيك العنصرية المؤسسية لأنها تهدد حق ملايين الأشخاص في العالم، فقد أظهرت جائحة كوفيد-19 وجود عنصرية ممنهجة باسم السياسات الخاصة ومواجهة فيروس كورونا، ضد الأفارقة والمنحدرين من أصل أفريقي والآسيويين والمنحدرين من أصل آسيوي والمهاجرين واللاجئين وطالب اللجوء والأشخاص المنتمين إلى الأقليات والشعوب الأصلية. ختاماً، يؤكد العراق على أهمية انضمام جميع دول العالم إلى الاتفاقية الدولية للقضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز العنصري وتنفيذها بصورة كاملة وفعالة للتصدي للعنصرية والتمييز العنصري وكراهية الأجانب وما يتصل بذلك من تعصب، ووضع حد للإفلات من العقاب على انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان والحريات الأساسية للأفراد ومجموعات الأفراد الذين يقعون ضحايا العنصرية والتمييز العنصري وكره الأجانب وما يتصل بذلك من تعصب. وشكرا السيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you, and I give the floor to Belgium for a video statement.
Madam President, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the important milestone that are the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action. However, multilateral efforts in the fight against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance go back well over half a century, and yet the struggle is not over. As populism is making a comeback across the world, unfettered prejudice all too often gets a free pass. It is indeed a paradox that in an increasingly interconnected world, intolerance is growing. There is no doubt about the close link with inequality, which is both a cause and a consequence of racial discrimination. Belgium acknowledges not to be free of racism, even though we can rely on a long-standing comprehensive legal framework to confront it. But we need to go beyond that and challenge antiquated and harmful social norms, sustaining forms of implicit racism. Individuals and communities are thus deprived of their dignity and impeded from advancing socio-economically, a burden that is transferred to subsequent generations. We cannot change the past. However, we can shape the future and break this vicious circle of marginalization and discrimination. Belgium is determined to do that with a national action plan currently being drafted, which will include measures in all fields shaping our society, such as education, media, housing, or employment. Thank you.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to Venezuela.
Gracias, Presidenta. A 20 años de la declaración y del programa de acción de Durban, lamentamos que persista la noción perversa de la existencia de seres humanos superiores. El racismo es legado del esclavismo, institución del orden capitalista industrial que mantiene las condiciones para la proliferación de múltiples formas de discriminación. Nos preocupa el discurso de odio que sigue en aumento y el silencio y apatía que lo toleran. Condenamos las ideologías y liderazgos que explotan la división con fines políticos a expensas del dolor humano. Una de estas manifestaciones la viven los migrantes sometidos de manera regular a xenofobia y explotación. Denunciamos, por supuesto, el uso político del fenómeno migratorio, así como el bloqueo económico. Es una sofisticada y práctica cruel de discriminación que afecta a millones de mis compatriotas y a tantos otros, casi a un tercio de la humanidad. La pandemia demanda una respuesta unificada que permita a los más débiles estar al frente de los esfuerzos internacionales en materia de vacunación contra el COVID-19. Venezuela, sociedad multiétnica y pluricultural, desarrolla programas de inclusión en todos los sectores históricamente discriminados de nuestra sociedad sobre los valores de la tolerancia y la coexistencia pacífica. Es por ello que apoyamos el establecimiento del Foro Permanente para los Afrodescendientes para confrontar las nefastas consecuencias del colonialismo y la trata transatlántica. Asimismo, materializar una declaración de Naciones Unidas sobre el respeto de los derechos humanos de los afrodescendientes. Este aniversario de la declaración y el programa de acción de Durban debe estar orientado a la acción. La causa de las reparaciones es justa y junto a los hermanos países caribeños encabezamos un esfuerzo concertado para la reparación de los errores históricos causados a los pueblos africanos y a los pueblos indígenas. Ratificamos finalmente el firme compromiso de mi gobierno para continuar avanzando por la senda de una sociedad inclusiva y sin discriminación en un orden internacional democrático y equitativo, así como solidario e inclusivo. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to Nepal.
Madam President, we appreciate the insights shared by the distinguished speakers and panelists. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Any acts of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance constitute an obstacle to the enjoyment of human rights. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the DDPA, we must acknowledge that much work remains to be done for creating a condition for each individual society and state to live in peace and dignity without any fear, intimidation, or stigmatization. The world continues to suffer from the ongoing pandemic. Marginalized and vulnerable communities, including migrants, persons with disabilities, minorities among others, are affected the most. We have also witnessed increased cases of hate speech, hurtful remarks, racist acts, xenophobia, and sexual and gender-based violence against those groups. Safeguarding their rights should therefore be our common agenda, and their issues be integrated in the 2030 agenda for leaving no one behind. Madam President, the Constitution of Nepal has enshrined the principles of non-discrimination, equality and social justice among others. Discrimination based on origin, religion, race, caste, tribe, sex, economic condition, language, region, ideology, or any other ground is punishable by law. In the response and recovery efforts in the wake of the pandemic, the government of Nepal has accorded priority to the needs of migrants, minorities and marginalized groups. Constructive role of civil societies and media is also important in those efforts to ensure effective implementation of DDPA, raising public awareness and harmony in society, respecting dignity of everyone, and making efforts at both national and international levels remain critical. I thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn to the list of speakers for national human rights institutions and non-government organizations. And I give the floor to the representative of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers. You have the floor.
Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's commemoration and to share our perspective. In the limited time I have, I'll use as an example how COVID-19 has negatively impacted the fight against racism and discrimination in the United States, particularly in relation to people of African descent. The coronavirus death toll in the U.S. is large, and people of African descent in the U.S. are dying at a disproportionate rate due to the virus. The coronavirus pandemic has exposed and exacerbated an already existing health gap caused by systemic racism. Structural racism and socioeconomic factors contribute greatly to the rate of coronavirus deaths amongst African Americans. Because of socioeconomic factors, people of African descent are less likely to be able to work from home and are more likely to have jobs requiring them to have contact with the public during the pandemic, thus increasing their exposure to the virus. Factors such as being pushed into poor, overcrowded communities without access to quality food, without access to clean water, and being exposed to air pollution have contributed to African Americans frequently having pre-existing health conditions that make them more vulnerable to the effects of the virus. People of African descent are less likely to have health insurance. Doctors are less likely to test people of African descent for COVID-19, even if they are displaying the same symptoms as their white counterparts. Disparities in testing can lead to considerably worse outcomes since the disease progresses very quickly. Historical and ongoing racism, which is structural, institutional, and interpersonal, is literally killing Black people in the United States. Now more than ever, the UN and its member states must remain steadfast in the fight against the scourge of racism, and one valuable weapon in the fight is the DDPA. The DDPA is comprehensive and provides a roadmap for progress with concrete measures for combating racism. The UN must continue to encourage member states to implement the DDPA, and both the UN and member states must provide information and education about the DDPA to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the floor to Action Canada for Population and Development. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President.
Action Canada makes this statement on behalf of the Sexual Rights Initiative and the Coalition of African Lesbians. We read the statement during Black History Month, aware of March 21st as International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, honoring people of African descent whose murders were racially motivated. 10 years ago, Dr. Koko Adomza said, if the UN is serious about the declaration, it must be seen to rapidly mobilize the oft-cited international community to end the causes of poverty, disease, discrimination, exclusion, and marginalization of all forms against Africa and global Africans. What we are observing is a regression in action, and unfortunately, as COVID has exposed and exacerbated racism and inequality, the lack of movement and mobilization smacks of scapegoating regards to the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. It has been 20 years. While the focus of the report was on the impact of COVID, reflections from last year's general debate on racism and police brutality in the USA, the structures of the colonial international that manifest as nationalism, racism, and Afrophobia are alive and sustained in spaces such as the UN that are complicit and unwilling to confront and address racism and other forms of oppression, such as Islamophobia, including apartheid in Palestine. There is no justice without reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the floor to International Youth and Student Movement for the United Nations. You have the floor.
Madam President, I speak on behalf of ISMUN and also reflecting the views of the World Against Racism Network. The COVID-19 pandemic, with its disproportionate death toll among racialized minorities and the enormous cleavage between rich and poor countries in access to vaccines, is once again providing shocking examples of a global order which historic roots were profoundly analyzed by the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. While the DDPA has been repeatedly reaffirmed by the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council, its implementation has been mixed. The DDPA is no doubt one of the least disseminated UN programs and at the same time often misrepresented. We agree with the conclusion of the three main UN expert mechanisms on combating racism, that lack of public knowledge of the real content of the DDPA constitute a major obstacle to generating political will for its full and effective implementation. We therefore welcome the decisions of the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly to commemorate the DDPA 20th anniversary with high visibility. We urge the Secretary General and the High Commissioner to ensure that the approved publicity campaigns in support of the anniversary be launched soonest and as a matter of high priority. We also call on the Council to finally act on the request by the General Assembly to adopt a multi-year outreach program for DDPA advocacy and information. I thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker that we could accommodate. I wish to remind you that representatives inscribed on the list of speakers who have not been able to take the floor today will be able to upload their statements to the online system to be posted on the extranet. I now give the floor back to the representatives of the three United Nations entities for their concluding remarks, and in the interests of time, I do ask if you could make these remarks in 2 minutes. And first, I give the floor to Ms. Christine Lowe, Director of UN Women in Geneva. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Madam President. I wish to echo the observation made by several speakers that the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, and that those require intersectional solutions in every area. As the Secretary General pointed out this morning, most essential frontline workers are women, many from racially and ethnically marginalized groups and at the bottom of the economic ladder. Evidence from some countries show that the color of a person's skin could determine their risk of dying from COVID. Women have faced an increasing burden of care. Violence against women and girls in all its forms has skyrocketed. This includes hate speech and violence online. When you combine the risks of a woman may face because of her gender and race during the pandemic, the negative impact is multiplied. The Durban Declaration and Programme for Action reasserted the principles of equality and non-discrimination as human rights. It painstakingly lists steps to combat racism in every area, including health and including gender. It also calls on governments to integrate a gender perspective in all their efforts against racism. It urges them to involve women in decision-making and calls for ending impunity for violence against women. We are indeed, UN Women, encouraged by the many actions taken by member states and other stakeholders during the International Decade for People of African Descent. Those actions could inspire further efforts to address racism as well as sexism in all their manifestations. We are also encouraged by the growing support for racial justice, which started at the grassroots. UN Women, together with many partners, is supporting women activists in all their diversity through the Generation Equality Forum. The Generation Equality Forum is a multi-stakeholder global gathering bringing together a variety of actors, including governments, international organizations, private sector, civil society, and youth actors, to take stock of the gains we have made since the historic Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and to take ambitious actions towards gender equality through 5-year-long multi-stakeholder-led action coalitions. And through all of that action, also the discrimination based on race or the color of people's skins will be part of our efforts. And then next month, we will celebrate women's leadership on International Women's Day at the Commission on the Status of Women and at the Generation Equality Forum in Mexico, which are very important milestones as we move forward in the gender equality agenda during this difficult time. I thank you very much.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Dr. Altaf Musani, Director of Health Emergencies of WHO.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to thank all the distinguished delegates and representatives who have universally and categorically addressed the negative and adverse impact of the global COVID-19 pandemic. As the world continues to take hold of this deadly virus, with the aim of containing it, we must work together to ensure that availability of vaccines, therapeutics, and equally important healthcare is equitable and accessible for all. Vaccination and its rollout must be equitable and accessible to all populations of concern, as defined by the recommendations of the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts on Immunization. Vaccination begins with countries. Specifically, vaccination begins with the development of the National Development and Vaccine Plans. WHO and its partners will continue to support member states to ensure that these vaccination plans address populations of concern, specifically refugees, those internally displaced, migrants, those in hard-to-reach areas, and those most vulnerable. WHO and its partners will continue to actively monitor vaccination rollout with the aim of addressing gaps. Vaccination is a humanitarian, public health, and human right imperative. Now, more than ever, is the time for us to live up to the commitments of the Durban Declaration to deliver the promise of universal health coverage, and with an equitable exit from the COVID-19 pandemic for all, to build back better together. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And I give the floor to Ms. Angela Mello, Director for Policies and Programs, Social and Human Sciences Sector at UNESCO.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers participants, à mon tour, j'aimerais aussi remercier tous les participants, tous les États membres qui se sont prononcés ici lors de cet webinaire virtuel. Et je fais un premier constat, c'est qu'on a constaté qu'il y a un fort engagement des États membres ici présents, y compris le momentum. C'est opportun. Et cela, je peux aisément dire que l'actuel consensus politique mondial s'avère. Donc ça, c'est une très bonne nouvelle. Ensuite, je remarque que une partie des participants, y compris les États membres, ont parlé de racisme systémique, structurel, la discrimination raciale, et que le racisme, la discrimination, c'est un fléau mondial aux manifestations multiples. Cela veut dire que, tout d'abord, pour s'attaquer aux causes structurelles, causes profondes, comme l'a dit le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, il faut d'abord, appeler les choses par leur propre nom. Tout d'abord, reconnaître les structures de pouvoir, les pratiques institutionnelles associées à des législations, du règlement ou des pratiques discriminatoires qui à la fois ont une tendance à la fois à exacerber l'inégalité ou à perpétuer l'inégalité des chances et également l'inégalité des résultats. C'est-à-dire que puisque le racisme et la discrimination raciale ont généré et continuent à générer de graves inégalités économiques, l'une des recommandations, c'est aussi d'attaquer cet écart structurel afin d'améliorer les conditions de vie des hommes et des femmes, notamment celles ou ceux qui sont touchés par ce fléau. On a parlé aussi de la population du groupe afrodescendant, on a parlé aussi des peuples autochtones, on a parlé des groupes d'origine asiatique. Donc, il faut tout revoir et amener à bon port des politiques inclusives et sociales afin d'attaquer ce phénomène. Ensuite, nous avons aussi, j'ai bien entendu et j'ai pris vraiment une très bonne note de ce qui a été dit ou souligné par le président de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies. Il nous a dit que le régime légal a été amélioré sur place, mais que le racisme et la discrimination raciale ne nous permet pas de réaliser le cible de ODD. Cela, c'est bien vrai. Et pourquoi? Parce que tous les êtres humains ont une potentialité à contribuer constructivement et significativement au développement durable et au bien-être de nos sociétés. Et heurter ou éliminer une partie de la population, un groupe social, fait qu'on ne peut pas aller à bon terme et achever et réaliser le SDGs, de ODD, pardon. Nous avons aussi parlé que le Covid a dévoilé nos sociétés dans le sens qu'il a amplifié tout ce qui existe au terme de formes de discrimination et d'exclusion, mais certaines de ces égalités les plus flagrantes sont celles qui sont basées sur les critères raciaux et ethniques. Et à rajouter cela, on a le problème de tsunami de la stigmatisation contre les groupes et les populations qui ont historiquement souffert par la discrimination. On le sait très bien. Et je compte sur les États membres qui sont les décideurs politiques, qui sont eux qui vont mener des politiques pour la promotion et l'autonomisation des femmes dans ce cadre de la lutte contre la discrimination, contre le racisme et la discrimination raciale. Mais j'aimerais aussi dire que la pandémie, c'est vrai qu'elle a impacté négativement sur nos sociétés, mais elle va créer aussi une opportunité.
Thank you, Ms. Mello. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I'm afraid we've come to the end of our time for this discussion. Thank you. This brings us to the end of the annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming. I wish to thank our distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, and all the participants who have contributed to our discussion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the biennial high-level panel discussion on the question of the death penalty, followed by the high-level segment. I hereby close the third meeting of the 46th session of the Human Rights Council.